Invincibility begins with contemplating the sun. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 401 I am the sect leader. Looking around, apart from the sect plaza resembling a graveyard, all the other buildings were ruins, a scene of devastation, as if a terrible battle had taken place there. Where are those people you mentioned? I can't see them, Heng said calmly to Su Xian. Can see them? That shouldn't be the case, Su Xian said, surprised and puzzled, continuing to point at the graveyard. Looking at the skeletons before him, Heng pondered for a moment before speaking. Could it be that you were already dead from the beginning, and those people you mentioned don't exist, and this place has become a graveyard? He cut to the chase, trying to tell the truth. Impossible. Senior, you're joking again. How could I be dead? Besides, that's clearly our Heavenly Sword Sect's plaza. Where's the graveyard? Su Xian said with unwavering conviction. Then, as soon as she finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The graveyard filled with mounds of yellow earth gradually blurred, becoming a chaotic mess, then cleared up again in the next moment, revealing a vast plaza. People were coming and going on the plaza, as if some kind of grand gathering was taking place. Even the surrounding ruins had been restored, no longer resembling the desolate scene before. Spiritual energy permeated the air, cranes soared through the sky, and the ancient buildings, imbued with celestial aura, faintly exuded a soaring sword intent, truly befitting a sword cultivation sect. And you, standing nearby, was stunned by the sight. What was going on? What had happened? She hadn't sensed any spatial fluctuations. Heng raised an eyebrow, lost in thought, then looked up at the sky, staring at the thin bubble-like membrane, as if realizing something. So that's how it is? He looked at Su Xian and said, all right, I won't joke anymore. Let's go, let's attend this so-called sect leader succession ceremony. Everything around them had changed. But Su Xian remained unchanged, still a skeleton. Okay, but senior, please don't joke with me. Su Xian said with a hint of complaint, letting out a sigh of relief. This senior was truly strange, inexplicably appearing in the back mountain of their Heavenly Sword sect, then claiming he was dead, and that this place had become a graveyard. How could that be? He was perfectly alive. Walking on the Heavenly Sword sect's plaza, Heng clicked his tongue in amazement. He sensed that the plaza was a real, flawless entity, paved with high-grade spiritual materials like azure jade, and contained a powerful array that flowed continuously within it, seemingly the sect's protective array. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples on the plaza were all clearly real people, with flesh and blood bodies, and complete souls and spirits, conversing just like ordinary people. Truly impressive, he thought to himself. Su Xian, you've arrived. The ceremony is about to begin, we're just missing you. Hurry up and find a seat, Su Xian. Su Xian, don't keep us waiting. Upon Su Xian's arrival, many Heavenly Sword sect disciples gathered around him, greeting him incessantly. It seemed everyone knew Su Xian, this outer disciple, and didn't know he was a skeleton. Su Xian, however, didn't suspect anything, waving and greeting them one by one. A harmonious scene from the sect. Finally, Su Xian led Heng and the others to a high platform. Senior, this is the viewing platform. You two can watch the succession ceremony of the sect leader from here. But please excuse me. I have urgent matters to attend to. Heng nodded. All right, we'll stay here. Go about your business. Then this junior will take his leave. Su Xian respectfully withdrew. And you, who was beside Heng, felt puzzled. Although her cultivation was weak, she wasn't stupid. She clearly knew that this Su Xian was probably the key figure in this place, but why did the Venerable One let Su Xian leave directly? What if Su Xian escaped? Then, the next moment, you saw Su Xian directly ascend to the highest platform in the center of the square. She was immediately stunned. Wasn't this platform only for the so-called successor of the sect leader? Heng, however, was not surprised and nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, this Su Xian was the one who would succeed as the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Who can ascend to the position of sect leader? A question, seemingly from nowhere, echoed throughout the sect square. I recommend Su Xian. This disciple is willing to accept Su Xian as the sect leader. Su Xian is undoubtedly the rightful leader. Su Xian has the talent to be the sect leader. Only Su Xian can save the collapsing sect. Numerous disciples and elders of the Heavenly Sword sect uttered these words, their expressions differing but sharing the same core message, to make Su Xian the sect leader. However, at this moment, Li Heng stepped forward, appearing on the high platform as well. He smiled disdainfully and spoke loudly, Su Xian, a mere outer disciple, is unworthy to be the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect? These words caused an uproar in the square. The disciples and elders of the Heavenly Sword sect fell silent. Senior, what are you doing? Su Xian, standing beside him, looked at Li Heng with surprise. Who are you? Interfering with the affairs of my Heavenly Sword sect? A questioning voice, seemingly from nowhere, rang out. That's right, you're not a member of my Heavenly Sword sect. Outsider, come down at once. Don't interfere with the sect leader's succession ceremony. If you don't come down, we'll make our move. One by one, the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Sword sect echoed the questioning voices, revealing various expressions of anger. Some had already unleashed their auras, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Li Heng smiled contemptuously. Who said I'm not a member of the Heavenly Sword sect? With a thought, the surrounding, heaven and earth energy, condensed into a long sword. He slashed through the air, a single sword separating worlds, creating a small world that isolated the outside world, causing the thin bubble membrane above to tremble. A sword that separates worlds, the divine power of my Heavenly Sword sect. A surprised voice rang out from somewhere. Wait, where did you steal the divine power of my Heavenly Sword sect from? An angry shout rang out from somewhere. No need to steal, because I am the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Li Heng smiled leisurely and revealed the Heavenly Sword token. The one who holds the Heavenly Sword token is the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. The Heavenly Sword token? The sect leader? Su Xian seemed struck by lightning, his expression blank, muttering in disbelief. Sect leader, sect leader. So the sect leader has returned. A joyous cry rang out from somewhere. All the Heavenly Sword sect disciples and elders present were overjoyed, bowing deeply to Li Heng. We beg the sect leader to intervene and save our Heavenly Sword sect, turning the tide from its impending doom. The words echoed, overlapping and forming a tidal wave, attempting to penetrate Li Heng's mind. No, you can't. I am the sect leader. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly gritted his teeth and roared, you cannot save this Heavenly Sword sect. His voice resounded throughout the plaza, causing the Heavenly Sword sect disciples and elders who had been congratulating Li Heng to fall silent, only to erupt again, their voices once more forming a tidal wave. Outer disciple Su Xian has shown disrespect to the sect leader and the sect. According to the law, he should be executed as a warning to others. Please, sect leader, take action. Chapter 402 The Undying Heavenly Sword Sect. Oh? Li Heng narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint in them. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the crowd. I am the sect leader, and you dare to ask me to do things? You have quite the nerve. The next moment, the Heavenly Sword sect members fell silent. They seemed surprised that Li Heng would say such a thing. Su Xian, standing beside him, was also quite taken aback, unsure what this senior was up to, still reeling from the shock of Li Heng producing the Heavenly Sword token. The sect leader is right. Someone spoke, but the words rang out. The Heavenly Sword sect members nodded in agreement. But the next moment, someone else spoke again, the tone shifting. But the Heavenly Sword sect isn't a place where the sect leader has absolute power. Since outer disciple Su Xian has made a mistake, we must punish him. Know that if the sect leader makes a mistake, he is punished the same as his disciples. Oh, is that so? Not a place where I have absolute power? Li Heng was surprised, but then spoke calmly again. Now it is, the Heavenly Sword sect is my domain. You can only do what I say. A voice, devoid of any emotion, simply stating the facts, echoed across the square and graveyard, leaving the Heavenly Sword sect members stunned once more, wondering if they had misheard. This newly appeared sect leader was arrogant. At this moment, Su Xian also realized this senior expert wanted to protect him. But why? Just now, he clearly wanted to seize his position as sect leader, feeling that he, an outer disciple, was unqualified. No. Why should an outer disciple become sect leader? And what qualifications did he have to be sect leader? These questions suddenly arose in his mind, his once calm and normal memories becoming chaotic, confused, and somewhat distorted. Why did he say he couldn't save the Heavenly Sword sect? And why did he want to become the Heavenly Sword sect's leader? Su Xian kept muttering to himself, repeatedly questioning himself. If the sect leader makes a mistake, he is guilty the same as the disciple. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, echoed softly. Instantly, the Heavenly Sword sect members in the square were filled with righteous indignation. They all felt that Li Heng was far too arrogant and unworthy of being the sect leader. They drew their swords and pointed them at Li Heng. "You audacious madman, hand over the Heavenly Sword token and relinquish your position as sect leader," the Heavenly Sword sect members shouted angrily in unison. "They say it's my personal fiefdom now," Li Heng said with a sigh, shaking his head. How could some fools not understand the situation? He waved his hand, and the pressure of the creation realm overwhelming the entire area, directly suppressing these Heavenly Sword sect members in place, unable to move or utter a sound, only able to remain in the position of drawing their swords. "Alright, it's my personal fiefdom now." Li Heng clapped his hands, completely calm. He turned to look at Su Xian, who seemed a bit off, and said, "Alright, can you tell me what happened? You seem to have remembered something. Can you tell this Heavenly Sword sect leader?" Su Xian was silent for a moment, trying to calm herself down. Her skeletal frame barely showed a pleading look as she spoke weakly. "Please, Senior, allow me to become the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. What's so difficult about that?" Li Heng smiled casually, handing the Heavenly Sword token to Su Xian. Su Xian was taken aback. "For me? Did you want to be the sect leader? Then I'll give it to you," Li Heng said calmly. "Me? Now, the sect leader?" This question entered Su Xian's mind and echoed repeatedly. As the echo grew louder, Su Xian became more and more determined. He was now the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Li Heng also noticed that Su Xian's strength was rapidly increasing. From an ordinary skeleton that even ordinary humans could dismantle and use to make bone broth, he quickly leveled up, Celestial Realm, Voidale Realm, and finally reached the Creation Realm. Even though he could sense a significant amount of exaggeration in this Creation Realm, Li Heng was certain. Su Xian now genuinely possessed the power of the Creation Realm. So what would happen next? Li Heng's thoughts were quickly answered. Suddenly, Su Xian's snow-white skeleton sprouted flesh and blood from nothing, covering his entire body in manifesting robes, transforming him into a man with 5 parts of Li's handsome features. Su Xian waved his hand, and the primordial energy of heaven and earth condensed into a sword. Then, he spoke loudly, gazing at the sky. "I, Su Xian, am the current leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. You demons, cease your arrogance. As long as I live, the Heavenly Sword sect will live. One sword separates worlds." He then unleashed a sword strike, cleaving through time and space, directly causing the faintly visible bubble membrane above the sky to shatter, revealing the despair, chaos, and various strange shadows outside. These shadows and strange figures, seeing the bubble burst, stretched out tentacles, baring their fangs and claws, as if trying to reach into the Heavenly Sword sect. But the next moment, the previously shattered bubble membrane, manifested by the power of this sword strike, evolved again, no longer faintly visible, enveloping the entire Heavenly Sword sect in isolating heaven and earth. Those shadows and strange figures were also isolated outside the Heavenly Sword sect. Su Xian smiled, his long sword vanished, his robes ripped, his flesh receded, and he returned to a snow-white skeleton, his strength regressing to its original level. He looked down at the Heavenly Sword sect members imprisoned by Li Heng. His smile disappeared, and even though he was just a skeleton, a palpable sorrow appeared on his face. Li Heng remained calm, waiting for Su Xian to speak. Finally, Su Xian's silent mourning ended, and he looked at Li Heng. "Senior, please ask, my memories won't last long. Is this a recurrence of the past?" Li Heng inquired. Su Xian shook his head. "What you said isn't entirely true, but it's just that what has happened will happen again, what has been done will be done again. I have been the sect leader countless times, and I have wielded this sword countless times." Li Heng nodded knowingly. The countless times was clearly just rhetoric, but it was enough to prove that Su Xian had definitely experienced this kind of thing many times. Li Heng continued to ask questions, confirming his guess. When the external world was struck by cataclysm, The high-ranking members of the Heavenly Sword sect, including the sect leader and many elders, perished in battle. He, an outer disciple who had received the ancestral master's legacy, stepped forward and succeeded as sect leader. Finally, facing the cataclysm and the demons, he unleashed this sword strike. A single sword strike separated worlds, creating its own universe. Protecting the Heavenly Sword sect, but judging from the current outcome, he too is dead, and everyone else in the Heavenly Sword sect is dead. Only this broken body and his undying obsession remain, repeating the past, repeatedly unleashing this sword strike, shattering the old world barrier and creating a new one to meaninglessly protect the Heavenly Sword sect. In other words, Su Xian has failed. But when Li Heng expressed his thoughts, Su Xian vehemently denied it. No, Senior, I didn't die, so the Heavenly Sword sect won't be destroyed, and they didn't die either. Senior, you're wrong. Hearing such resolute words, Li Heng spoke again. Even if the Heavenly Sword sect members, as reflected by you, and even the guardian beast, have clearly been affected and corrupted by external calamities, do you still believe so? I firmly believe in myself. Su Xian simply answered with these 5 words. Li Heng sighed. He could vaguely discern what kind of path this was from the evolution of the graveyard interplaza, the path of the mind. I think, therefore I am, I believe, therefore I exist. As long as Su Xian firmly believes that he is not dead, nor are his disciples, and reaches the pinnacle on this path, perhaps he truly will not die. But he could also see that Su Xian could not hold on for much longer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone from a living person with flesh and blood to a dead person who is now just a skeleton. Everything indicated that the situation was constantly deteriorating and declining. After thinking for a moment, Li Heng was about to speak when suddenly, bursts of black mist rose from the bodies of the Heavenly Sword sect members he had imprisoned. The black mist gathered and merged, finally forming an extremely eerie face. This seemed to be a brand new calamity power, extremely powerful in both its essence and scale, ignoring Li Heng's casual restraint. The enigmatic face stared at Li Heng, then at Su Xian. Then it roared, prompting the disciples below to shout, Su Xian, you madman, let us out. Chapter 403 Your purity is too low. I won't let you out. It's too dangerous outside, Su Xian said calmly. You're a madman. What right do you have to represent us? Why are you locking us up here? The black-faced figure roared. Li Heng, standing beside him, had a subtle expression. He could sense that this black-faced figure was actually a composite of all the Heavenly Sword sect members. I'm not a madman. I just want you all to live. Besides, you can't represent the Heavenly Sword sect, you can't represent them. Go back to sleep, don't disturb them anymore. Su Xian remained calm, a hint of sadness lurking beneath the surface. The black-faced figure froze for a moment, then revealed a twisted smile. Su Xian, don't lie to yourself. You, are all dead. We're all just dead men. His mouth opened and closed, his tone eerie and unsettling. No, we're not dead. Believe in yourselves, Su Xian said, shaking her head. The black-faced figure was both amused and exasperated, a look of sorrow on his face. You're a madman. Who built our graves back then? Don't you know? This roar echoed, unleashing terrifying sound waves that reverberated throughout the Heavenly Sword sect, sweeping everything around, even shaking the incredibly sturdy membrane in the sky. That's just a place of rest, not a place of eternal slumber. Su Xian shook his head. How? The man with a black mist face calmed down. He looked at Li Heng and slowly spoke. Outsider, how about we join forces to kill Su Xian? Now is his most vulnerable moment. Li Heng smiled enigmatically. Why should I intervene? That's because Su Xian has gone mad. To protect the Heavenly Sword sect, to protect its disciples, he won't let anyone leave the Heavenly Sword sect, the man with a black mist face said with deep resentment. Don't believe me? Ask him. Su Xian remained silent, looking at Li Heng. Li Heng still smiled enigmatically, awaiting Su Xian's answer. No, I will let Senior leave. Finally, Su Xian shook his head and spoke softly. The man with a black mist face was shocked, his expression one of astonishment. Why? You actually let him leave? Don't forget he's already tainted by the Heavenly Sword sect's karma. Letting him leave won't just prevent outsiders from getting in, it will definitely draw their attention to him, and even to the Heavenly Sword sect. Or have you already given up? The man with a black mist face was overjoyed, feeling victory was within reach. No, It's just because I can't beat you, Senior, Su Xian said calmly. And you, standing next to Li Heng, looked at him with a strange expression. This Su Xian was truly straightforward. The man with a black mist face was momentarily stunned. He wanted to rebuke Su Xian for being too rash and not taking the safety of the Heavenly Sword sect seriously. But upon closer inspection, the reason seemed quite reasonable. As long as Su Xian really couldn't beat this outsider. Instantly, the man with the black mist face was filled with horror, looking at Li Heng with extreme apprehension. He knew Su Xian's combat strength. In his lifetime, he had single-handedly protected the Heavenly Sword sect for millennia. Even after becoming a dead man, he could still suppress him with his remaining body and unyielding will. This made him doubt that Su Xian's strength had actually diminished. But now Su Xian actually admits he can't defeat this outsider? Is this outsider's strength really that terrifying? At this moment, Su Xian looked at Li Heng and bowed deeply. I know I can't stop you from leaving, so there's no need to. I only hope that after you leave, you'll keep a low profile and not expose the location of my Heavenly Sword sect, Su Xian pleaded. Li Heng shook his head with a sigh. Alice, your purity is really too low. This black mist face might truly be a monster born from the power of calamity and the obsessions of many Heavenly Sword sect members. But Su Xian is not a normal person either, as the black mist face said, he's a madman. In fact, he's another completely different monster. He doesn't listen to others, only walks his own path, a being who has completed a closed loop of self-logic, which explains why he can walk the path of idealism. It's just a pity that for Li Heng, his vision is still too small, and his purity is still too low. Too low purity? Su Xian was shocked and confused. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the word purity, he could sense the deep disappointment this senior held in him. But why? He had already done enough. Isn't that right? Li Heng retorted. You believe that as long as you are immortal, the Heavenly Sword sect will not perish, and you and all members of the Heavenly Sword sect are alive, living people. But now? Skeletons, mounds of yellow earth, aren't these what the dead should look like? You call this living people? Su Xian frowned, about to retort. After all, no matter what, he believed that he and the members of the Heavenly Sword sect were alive. This was his logical closed loop, like the truth that 1 + 1 = 2, irrefutable and unassailable. But Li Heng's next words left him stunned. I know you're trying to say you're alive, and the people of the Heavenly Sword sect are alive too. But if that's the case, why not let go of your defenses, charge out into the world, kill the monsters, and extinguish the calamity? Why remain confined to one place, separated by a single sword? Is it simply because the living need protection? Where does this logical inevitability come from? Since you consider yourself alive, why not add another condition? Do you believe you can kill these monsters, extinguish these calamities, save the true realm, and save the Heavenly Sword sect? That's why I say your vision is too narrow, your level too low, Li Heng said decisively. Without even entering the path of idealism, it's mere delusion, laughable. But once entered, possessing the power to interfere with objective reality, the potential is limitless. And Su Xian, having entered the path, is still so narrow-minded as to remain confined to one place, unwilling to step out into the world and fight the monsters. That's tantamount to admitting defeat to objective reality, believing himself inferior to the monsters. Is this the essence of the path of idealism? Having embarked on the path of idealism, one must firmly believe that one can overcome and transcend all obstacles, even if objective reality slaps one in the face. Until utter nothingness is achieved, or one transcends all. The weak flee from suffering, the strong overcome it. You can say the calamity monster is powerful and invincible, requiring a gradual approach, which makes sense. But don't forget, you're following the path of idealism, firmly believing in your own immortality. To then try to escape and take things slowly is laughable. Li Heng's words struck Su Xian like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned for a long time, while simultaneously dispelling the fog and clouds in his heart. Opening up a new perspective. Two flames of soul light instantly ignited in the skeleton's eyes. Su Xian bowed to Li Heng again, speaking with fervor. Senior's advice is correct, it was my narrow-mindedness that led me astray. Your words were like a wake-up call, clearing away the fog and revealing the sun. Therefore, I humbly request your guidance, Senior. I believe I can now defeat you, Senior. Chapter 404 The End of Idealism. Li Heng laughed. It seems you're really confident now. Su Xian smiled freely. Although his skeletal body hadn't evolved flesh and blood, his aura suddenly surged, instantly reaching the previous creation realm. I humbly request Senior to demonstrate your abilities to me. If I can defeat you, Senior, then your words will be true, and I will naturally break through the heavenly sword sex barrier to conquer calamities and monsters. But if I lose, then your words will be false. Li Heng shook his head upon hearing this. While you're still verifying the truth, you've already lost. Su Xian was taken aback, then sighed. Yes, I shouldn't have hesitated. Senior's advice is indeed correct. Now, I don't believe I will lose. Please enlighten me, Senior. His aura surged again, and Su Xian's strength began to leap. It continuously improved from the ordinary creation realm. If we follow the division of heaven and earth tribulations as Zhuan Yang had previously stated, Su Xian's current strength has already surpassed the first tribulation, reaching the second tribulation, and is about to approach the third tribulation. Li Heng nodded. Su Xian's cultivation of the path of the mind was quite good. He could unleash power approaching that of the third tribulation at the first tribulation stage. He wasn't surprised that Su Xian would challenge him, on the contrary, it was within his expectations. After all, following the path of the mind in the objective world was somewhat tinged with madness, making it difficult to measure with ordinary logic. The black mist face beside him was now terrified. He had initially taken Li Heng's words as a joke, thinking they were nothing but wishful thinking. To think that just because one is alive, one can live? To think that one can solve calamities, one can solve them? What a joke. If things were that easy, the true realm wouldn't have fallen. But when Su Xian was awakened by Li Heng's words, and his strength suddenly surged, even continuing to rise, he was dumbfounded. Had he failed to understand the mindset of a madman? Why could wishful thinking lead to a breakthrough? He couldn't understand. Both of them were madmen. Who is the monster here? He lamented inwardly. Come on, Senior, make your move. Su Xian said confidently, a long sword of yuan qi forming in his hand. Li Heng smiled and shook his head. Not enough, still not enough. You can't beat me now. Su Xian was stunned. Couldn't beat him? He clearly felt that he had surpassed his former self. Even the demon who had wiped out the entire heavenly sword sect, he was confident he could kill with a single sword strike. How could he not be able to defeat this Senior with this level of power? How could that be? But this Senior didn't seem like a coward. He shouldn't be afraid of me, that's why he said these things, right? Please enlighten me, Senior, Su Xian said respectfully. Your vision is still too narrow, your imagination is still too limited. Do you think your current power can save the true realm? Can you destroy the calamity? Or to be more specific, can you destroy the endless star river? Can you transcend the long river of time in the great void? Li Heng asked with a smile. The way of the mind. Once the mind is small, the power will also be small. Do you understand this? Su Xian fell into deep thought. He reflected that perhaps the Senior was right. Because when he wanted to become stronger, what he craved was the power to slay the demon that destroyed the heavenly sword sect. But was that demon the strongest? It seemed impossible. But what does that have to do with me defeating you, Senior? Su Xian suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and asked doubtfully. Then how strong do you think I am? Seeing that Su Xian wasn't easily fooled, Li Heng smiled and asked in return. Anyway, weaker than I am now. Su Xian said firmly. Since you think so, then let's see. Li Heng said calmly. People aren't stupid these days, words have limited effect. Taking action is more practical. He pressed down with his palm, and immense pressure instantly acted on Su Xian's entire body. Su Xian instinctively unleashed his power, trying to deflect the pressure, but the next moment, he was completely suppressed by the pressure and couldn't move. Do you think you're strong now? Li Heng asked the suppressed Su Xian. He was different from the creation realm of the immortal god system. Strictly speaking, he was still a Dharma aspect realm, his own Dharma aspect realm, only possessing the great power of the creation realm of the immortal god system. His creation realm was constantly growing. If described in terms of the size of the universe, he had already surpassed the Milky Way and was developing towards the observable universe. In the physical universe of his previous life, this would mean the destruction of galaxies and the obliteration of the great Tao with a mere gesture. In terms of the level of heaven and earth tribulation, Li Heng estimated he was at least at the 7th tribulation heaven and earth stage. Su Xian remained silent, suddenly feeling like a clown. He thought he possessed the power to slay and destroy the demons of the Heavenly Sword sect, yet he was easily suppressed by this senior. What was he then? The black mist on his face was beyond trembling with fear. He couldn't believe Li Heng was so powerful. Su Xian, before his strength had increased, had already suppressed him. Now, with his increased strength, he could directly kill him. His power was terrifying. Yet, he was so easily suppressed by this outsider. Did that mean this outsider could kill him with ease, even with just a thought? He suddenly remembered Li Heng's earlier words. The Heavenly Sword sect is my personal fiefdom. The man with a black mist face felt this statement made perfect sense and deeply regretted speaking up earlier. He quickly quieted himself down, remaining motionless and silent. What, have you lost your confidence? Is this your belief that you won't die? Seeing Su Xian's dejected expression and his previously surging power gradually declining, Li Heng spoke indifferently. Su Xian opened his mouth to speak. He wanted to deny that he hadn't lost his confidence, but a sense of powerlessness and weakness rose within him. Since that's the case, then I'll take back the Heavenly Sword token. You are not qualified to be the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. With that, Li Heng was about to take back the Heavenly Sword token. No, you can't take it. I am the leader. Li Heng's action ignited Su Xian's nameless rage. He gripped the Heavenly Sword token tightly, his aura erupting once more, his declining strength beginning to surge. Second tribulation, third tribulation, fourth tribulation, fifth tribulation. Finally, he even surpassed Li Heng, reaching the ninth tribulation realm. However, Li Heng's expression remained calm. Looking at Su Xian, now like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water, he sighed, if you still want to exist, then stop. At this moment, Li Heng didn't speak of living, only of existing. But Su Xian paid no heed. Relying on his extreme idealism, on that nameless rage, and on his unyielding obsession, he forcibly endured the final tribulation, reaching the great perfection of the 9 tribulations, about to break through to the creation realm and transcend the true river of time and space in the great void. Then, the next moment, he began to be corrected. Like a comic book character being erased by the author, Su Xian's form and existence began to slowly disappear. The so-called great perfection of the 9 tribulations, the power to transcend time and space, became like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water, unusable. This was objective reality correcting him. Li Heng sighed. Cultivating the path of idealism, especially the extreme idealism, has only 2 outcomes. Either one is like now, corrected and reduced to nothingness by objective reality, or one completely attains transcendence. But clearly, Su Xian didn't have that luck. His current realm wasn't even close to transcendence. He'd already been corrected by objective reality, with no chance of survival. Even his visualization techniques required him to symbolically retract his source energy. How could Su Xian possibly become stronger without paying any price? Why hadn't Su Xian stopped just now? Li Heng was very curious. Then he saw Su Xian smiling at him. Senior, I want to give you a great gift, and also make a deal. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 Illusory Dao Fruit. A grand gift? Li Heng said calmly. Although you claim to have transcended the creation realm, you are still nothing more than a mirage, an illusion about to be erased by reality. What grand gift do you have? What deal do you have to make? Su Xian's current predicament reminded him of the black hole spirit and the singularity monster. Both transcended the river of time and space, but they were illusions, unable to cause any trouble in reality. The illusion of the creation realm is still the creation realm? Su Xian shook his head and said. Before I am completely erased by reality, I will condense this illusory Dao fruit of the creation realm and give it to you, Senior. If you have the ability, you can turn this Dao fruit into reality and ascend to heaven in one step. As for me, I only ask that you, Senior, do what you can to ensure that the Heavenly Sword sect does not perish, or even just remember that the Heavenly Sword sect exists. What is remembered will surely be remembered. As long as the last trace of the Heavenly Sword sect has not disappeared, it can reappear in the world. His eyes were filled with determination, without the slightest wavering. Li Heng was silent for a moment before speaking. And what about you? If you were erased by reality, it would be as if you ceased to exist. All traces of time and space would vanish, utterly turning into nothingness. But Senior, this is the way of the mind. Su Xian smiled upon hearing this. Besides, didn't you remember me, Senior? Her voice gradually faded into inaudibility, and Su Xian's figure and traces of existence disappeared into nothingness under the correction of reality, leaving only a phantom ball of light floating into Li Heng's hand. This was the Dao fruit left behind by Su Xian. Li Heng now understood Su Xian's meaning. Perhaps even before he arrived, Su Xian knew that dragging things out like this would inevitably lead to his death. But after seeing Li Heng, he felt hope and wanted to take a gamble. So he gave Li Heng this gift with all his might. But did Su Xian really think so highly of him, Li Heng? If you were to perish prematurely, it would truly be all for naught. Li Heng sighed inwardly. This Su Xian was indeed a ruthless person, possessing such unwavering, resolute will, unlike any other being he had encountered before. She had absolute faith in him, in his own judgment. He subtly sensed the illusory sphere of light and raised an eyebrow. He could perceive the eternal essence emanating from it. Even if it was illusory, it possessed an unwavering, eternal, and indestructible Taoist spirit. He couldn't help but think of the black hole spirit's infinity. Infinity, eternity. Li Heng murmured, feeling that these elements might be pieces of a certain realm's puzzle, but he didn't know how many were missing. With this thought in mind, he absorbed the illusory Dao fruit sphere into his body. The source power required to transform this illusory Dao fruit, which involved creation beyond the realm, into reality was far beyond his current capabilities. It was beyond astronomical calculation. He would have to wait until he had more source power. At this moment, the black mist face went numb and froze. What had just happened? Who was he? Oh, right, he's a collection of the lingering resentments of the deceased members of the Heavenly Sword sect, but he's trapped within the sect and unable to reach the vast true realm. Wait, who trapped him? Who suppressed him? He was even more confused. Hey, is it you, the outsider, who suppressed me? The black-faced creature looked at Li Heng and shouted. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, and then you beside him was also bewildered. It seemed that apart from him, who possessed the protection of source power, both you and the black-faced creature born from the power of calamity had developed logical inconsistencies due to Su Xian's complete disappearance. This black-faced creature even thought that he had suppressed it. This corrective force was truly simple and brutal. Li Heng sighed a few times, then pressed down with his backhand, directly suppressing the black-faced creature in place. He increased his power by a fraction, directly rendering the black-faced creature unable to move. So what if I suppressed you? Tell me about the situation outside. He looked at the sky, where the world barrier had disappeared due to Su Xian's disappearance, and shadowy tentacles were already reaching out, and said calmly. Su Xian was dead, so they could only question another person. Soon, the man with the black mist face readily provided the answer. For example, the calamity that had befallen the Heavenly Sword sect, and the approximate situation in the true realm. Of course, this was an approximate estimate from the past, as no one knew how many years had passed since the calamity, and things would certainly have changed slightly. Li Heng pondered. The true realm was different from what he had imagined. It wasn't an infinitely vast continent, but rather a large space-time divided into a circle by multiple worlds. Traveling in the true realm was essentially traversing between these worlds. However, within the true realm, the distances between these worlds were much closer than in the Great Void. At the center of the true realm, the center of the circle, lay the most powerful world, the former location of the Celestial Court, radiating outwards from the center to the vast void. Li Heng could vaguely sense that what Zhuan Yang had asked him to find was very likely in that central great world. However, first, he had to deal with the clusters of black mist surrounding the Heavenly Sword sect. It was this black mist calamity that had destroyed the Heavenly Sword sect. At the time, the Heavenly Sword sect's power wasn't particularly large, nor small. Excluding Su Xian, an outer disciple who had been hiding his strength, they had 3 creation realm level warriors, governing 3 realms. However, those 3 creation realm warriors quickly perished in the early stages of the Black Mist invasion, including the Heavenly Sword sect's leader, who also lost his Heavenly Sword token, the sect leader's token. The 3 realms under their jurisdiction were also shrouded in the Black Mist, and the remaining Heavenly Sword sect members could only cower within the sect. Although it now seemed that cowering was useless, they were all dead. Speaking of which, why were you corrupted by the Black Mist? Li Heng asked curiously. He had previously witnessed Su Jian's sword strike, a strike that severed worlds and separated time and space, which shouldn't have allowed the monsters and black mist to invade. The black mist face honestly replied, "The black mist isn't fog, it's born from the human heart." Li Heng nodded, understanding. No wonder. Su Jian's sword could separate time and space, but it couldn't separate the human heart, so naturally, it couldn't avoid the influence of the black mist. From this perspective, Su Jian's death wasn't unjust. Soon, Li Heng thoroughly investigated the information about the black mist and killed it without further ado. Why keep this monster alive? Then, the arrival of his source power surprised him. First, he received over 9 trillion source power. Combined with his previous 1 trillion source power, even with some depletion, he now had a total of 10 trillion source power. However, this wasn't enough to make him happy. The source power required to open the 4th level of the 4 Brahma heavens, nurture Jia Yishan, and make him a reality was 1,000,000 times greater than 10 trillion source power. His current total source power was merely a drop in the ocean. But besides these 9 trillion source power, he also obtained a golden source point, which made a huge difference. He sensed that if he used a golden source point to open and nurture Jia Yishan, making him a reality, he would only need 100 golden source points. He only needed to kill 100 more creation realm monsters like the Black Mist-faced one, or destroy multiple eras and multiple worlds, to successfully open and nurture Jia Yishan. His goal wasn't far off. After calming his thoughts, Li Heng let Anu out and returned to the forbidden area behind the Heavenly Sword sect. He looked at the monster he had imprisoned, the one that had previously tried to devour him. The monster's eyes had been fierce, but now only a look of confusion remained, seemingly a change brought about by Su Jian's passing. Then, Li Heng unleashed a sword strike, a single strike severing worlds, protecting the Heavenly Sword sect with an even stronger barrier, instantly severing the shadowy tentacles that had already reached in. This wasn't Li Heng deliberately fulfilling Su Jian's wish. On the contrary, he only intended to remember the Heavenly Sword sect after all, it was Su Jian's request. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed that aggregate of obsession earlier. The main reason he protected the Heavenly Sword sect was that he had discovered a space-time anchor point between the forbidden area behind the sect and the true realm rift. He could use this anchor point to return in the future, saving himself the trouble of traversing the void. Therefore, protecting the Heavenly Sword sect's territory was not a big deal. After all, while the space-time anchor wasn't exceptionally important, it was still somewhat crucial, and Li Heng needed to protect it from damage. However, this meant someone would need to guard the anchor on both sides of the true realm rift. Li Heng thought for a moment, then calmly looked at the monster and said, "Consider yourself lucky." This monster had been guarding the anchor before. He wouldn't kill it now, he'd let it continue guarding it and see how effective it was. After all, Su Jian had given him something valuable, so why not give it a chance? If it didn't work out, then it wouldn't be too late to kill it. The true realm was vast enough that it wouldn't lack another monster. As for the true realm rift, Li Heng turned his gaze to Anu. Under his direct gaze, Anu began to feel fear. But quickly, following Li Heng's instructions, Anu returned to the true rift through the anchor. She now possessed the power empowered by Li Heng, protecting the anchor on the true realm rift side. He didn't need to worry about betrayal. She had his power within her. Not only would she not dare to betray him, but she wouldn't even have the possibility of betrayal. Having resolved the hidden dangers regarding his escape route, Li Heng looked up at the sky. Even through the world barrier, that thin membrane of the world bubble, he could see the shadows and vast expanses of black mist outside. This scene was incredibly eerie, imbued with endless despair. It was as if the last person on Earth had encountered sunset, casting a long, lonely shadow under the light of the setting sun. And Li Heng was that person. But the difference was that Li Heng was not immortal. He was a true god among mortals. Black mist, shadows, monsters? To him, they were all his lost source power. Now it was time to reclaim it. He smiled slightly, leaped away from the Heavenly Sword sect's territory, and fully entered the vast world of the true realm, facing the black mist, facing the shadows, facing the monsters. Great Sun, Great Earth, Dharma Manifestation. Chapter 406 Black Mist Calamity. The state of other realms and regions in the true realm is unknown. In any case, the true realm near the Heavenly Sword sect is shrouded in an endless black mist, filled with shadows, roaming monsters, and burying the ruins of the world, a scene of utter despair. But now, an uninvited guest has arrived. Li Heng unleashed the power of a creation realm level being, manifesting the great sun and the earth as two great Dharma forms. The great sun soared above his head, and the vast earth trodden beneath his feet, as he rampaged through the black mist. This immense power attracted the attention of the monsters within the black mist. These monsters swarmed towards Li Heng. However, before they could even approach him, they were purified by the light emanating from the great sun Dharma form, reduced to nothingness. Even the stronger ones could only vaguely see Li Heng's figure. Li Heng moved through the black mist like a harvester. His own source power surged rapidly. In less than half a day, his source power had already soared from 10 trillion to 15 trillion. Even though it was still a drop in the ocean, this was unimaginable in the mortal world. Moreover, this was only because he hadn't encountered any creation realm level monsters. Hurry up and bring on something stronger, this is so boring. Li Heng muttered to himself, not hiding his aura, releasing it as if afraid these monsters and dark creatures wouldn't target him. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had just tried to probe the range of this black mist with his mind, only to find that even though his mind had already swept across more than a dozen worlds, it seemed to have no boundaries, almost endless. There was no need to worry about monsters or source energy in this level of black mist. However, getting lost in the black mist wasn't a good idea. Li Heng thought for a moment, then took out the aura that Zhuan Yang had given him earlier, intending to use it to orient himself, harvesting monsters and source energy along the way, and also going to the central world to get the item that would enhance the lighthouse's light. I'm really lost, it's actually to my lower left. Li Heng muttered to himself, changed direction, and continued on his way. Days passed. Although there was no day or night in the black mist, Li Heng could sense through his senses that he had been walking in the black mist for more than half a month, traversing nearly 100 worlds. In the past 2 weeks, he had reaped considerable rewards. His original tens of trillions of source energy had surged to trillions, and he had also been fortunate enough to encounter several creation realm monsters. After a battle, he had also obtained golden source points. He now had 10 golden source points. However, he still couldn't see the end of the black mist, and the nearly 100 areas he passed through were all desolate ruins, devoid of any life, filling him with utter despair. This gave Li Heng a headache. Continuing to walk in the black mist wasn't a good idea. It wasn't that he couldn't stay, this black mist was his hunting ground for harvesting source energy. If he could, he would love to stay forever and directly cultivate into the 10-mile slope sword god. But unfortunately, this hunting ground, this leveling area, wasn't very helpful. As he walked, the frequency of encountering monsters showed a trend of fewer, and at one point, he even encountered several creation realm monsters, which greatly surprised him. But now, even if he desperately unleashed his aura, he couldn't attract many monsters. It seemed that the monsters in this black mist had sensed Li Heng's power and were no longer willing to provoke him. He was somewhat puzzled. Would these monsters really be so cowardly as to bully the weak in this black mist calamity? Fine, if you won't give me monsters to farm, then I'll farm you. Li Heng smiled coldly, fixing his gaze on the black mist itself. He had been so focused on farming the monsters within the black mist that he hadn't had time to pay attention to the mist enveloping him. But now it seemed the time was right. A farming ground should act like a farming ground. Li Heng sighed, using his source power and combining it with his own abilities to simulate a power capable of countering this black mist calamity. He could sense that this black mist calamity was not as powerful as the various calamities he had encountered before, far inferior to the blessing calamity and the unknown calamity, and even less powerful than the calamity of the vengeful slave. This gave him an opportunity to act. Li Heng sensed that he would need to expend 100 trillion source power to counter this black mist calamity. However, he already possessed 1,000 trillion source power, and knowing that one must risk everything, he directly poured it into it. Soon, using his source energy, Li Heng simulated the power against the black mist calamity. He integrated it into his great sun Dharma image, which shone brightly, illuminating the black mist and continuously eroding it. Previously, when he used the great sun Dharma image to illuminate the black mist, it was utterly ineffective, at most causing it to retreat, but unable to eradicate it. But now he could. Being able to erode the black mist meant he could gain source energy. Sure enough, as the great sun's light shone, Li Heng's source energy steadily increased. Although it couldn't match the speed of hunting monsters before, it was continuous, a steady stream. He estimated it wouldn't be long before he turned a profit. And then, a huge profit. Another half-month passed. Li Heng replenished the 100 trillion source energy and began to profit. However, the black mist seemed somewhat dissatisfied. It was subtly repelling him, trying to expel him from the black mist. The originally dense black mist even began to thin, allowing him to vaguely see beyond it. It looked like it was telling him to leave or it wouldn't eat him anymore. But Li Heng smiled coldly, using his power to suppress himself, making himself as immovable as a mountain. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. Why didn't it just obediently grind monsters for him back then? Why did it have to make him do it? Now it wants him to leave? Too late. Then, the black mist became anxious. The black mist churned and surged around Li Heng, and even the shadows deep within it could be seen. This seemed to be a warning to Li Heng to leave quickly, or he would die. Li Heng remained unmoved. He had roughly figured out the black mist's bottom line. Although its power was strange and its size enormous, it couldn't personally intervene, like a human trying to cure cancer cells. The strongest interference method was to influence the monsters within the black mist to attack him, which was exactly what he wanted. That meant tons of source power and golden source points. Moreover, even if the black mist truly possessed some terrifying unused power, he had enough source energy to protect himself, so he didn't need to worry about the black mist's intimidation. Use whatever you have. Why are you being so indecisive, you calamity? Li Heng calmly replied. This calamity should have some intelligence, he could use provocation. Then, the black mist enraged. The dense black mist surged and churned, completely engulfing Li Heng's figure. Shadows from the depths of the black mist began to extend infinitely, approaching Li Heng. Time flowed on. Perhaps a month passed, or perhaps a year. Outside the black mist, a gaze was cast in, somewhat puzzled. Why was this menacing black mist starting to thin? Chapter 407 The Empress of the Great Zhou Dynasty, 13. Your Majesty, I have failed to greet you properly upon your arrival at the frontier. A burly man, clad in armor and exuding an imposing aura, like a demon god standing on the earth, knelt before the source of this gaze, offering his deepest apologies. Rise, I acted on a whim. But why has this black mist turned into this? The Empress, wearing a golden crown and phoenix robes, her divine presence commanding the heavens, slightly raised her jade hand, gesturing for the burly man to stand, while still gazing at the black mist with puzzlement. I do not know either. The burly man shook his head. But your Majesty, rest assured, no matter how strange this black mist is, I swear to defend the border. If the black mist wants to invade the Great Zhou, it will have to step over my dead body. This strange black mist came with great force, seemingly intent on encroaching on our territory, but it stopped outside the border. Now, it has become thinner than before, which is truly strange. The Empress ignored the burly man's words, muttering to herself, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes gleaming with golden light as she tried to pierce through the strange black mist. Previously, the black mist was so thick that any living being that entered would be forever lost and transformed into a monster, unable to discern even a trace of its secrets. But now that it had become thinner, perhaps this was a good opportunity. Golden light pierced through the black mist, forcing the thin mist to retreat. The Empress's vision also broadened, extending deeper into the black mist until her pupils suddenly contracted, and an expression of utter astonishment appeared on her beautiful, jade-like face. She saw a figure, a humanoid figure. The humanoid figure was battling numerous monsters and shadows within the black mist, seemingly gaining the upper hand and relentlessly annihilating them. Could this be the truth behind the thinning of the black mist? The Empress found it hard to believe. Could this be an illusion? This black mist was incredibly strange. When it first attacked, her Great Zhou had sent several creation realm experts into it to investigate, but none of them returned. The only message they received was, "Don't go in." Clearly, this black mist could devour even creation realm experts, causing them to become lost within it and ultimately succumb, turning into monsters, a truly perilous place. Among the various calamities her Great Zhou had faced, this black mist was exceptionally powerful. Yet, such terrifying black mist could still be shaken by living beings? And now, it was even thinning? The burly man beside the Empress was also incredibly shocked. He had tried to enter the black mist himself. But before his entire body even entered the black mist, He sensed an ominous feeling. He felt his mind and body were being lost and corrupted, and he hurriedly retreated. He feared that if he was even a little slow, he would be completely trapped. But now, there were actually beings fighting within the black mist? What terrifying power this was! Minister Joe, let's join forces and lend that person a hand, helping him open a path out of the black mist. The Empress decisively ordered. She was overjoyed. No wonder her sudden impulse had led her to encounter such a powerful expert. It was truly her great fortune, the fortune of the Great Joe, and perhaps it could resolve the Great Joe's predicament. Yes, Your Majesty. The burly man surnamed Joe immediately unleashed a terrifying aura, a terrifying military aura spreading out, actually condensing into gigantic demon god's avatar, causing the heavens and earth to tremble with every move. Behind the Empress, the 9 heavens divine phoenix appeared, covering the heavens and earth, shining with 5-colored flowing light, the 5 virtues flowing erratically, faintly evolving into 5 great worlds. The demon god and the divine phoenix joined forces to attack the black mist. Deep within the black mist, Heng casually punched a tentacle-covered monster to pieces, his great sun dharma form purified a twisted worm, and his earth dharma form buried a bluish-black zombie with a mouth full of fangs. During this time, his source power had surged rapidly, now reaching 10 trillion source power. Unfortunately, although the black mist was vast, it contained very few creation realm monsters. After killing for so long, he had only just accumulated 30 golden source points. And now, the black mist was starting to tire. Heng grew impatient, casually smashing the endless stream of monsters as he spoke. Your black mist calamity deserves to be called a calamity? It's really not even a fraction of the unknown calamity or the gospel calamity. Then, the black mist froze, ceasing its transformations. Heng sensed something was wrong and frowned. Could it be that the words unknown calamity and gospel calamity had provoked the black mist? Sure enough, the next moment, the numerous monsters that had been attacking him vanished. Even the black mist that had been suppressing him, preventing him from developing his full power, and eroding his body and soul, began to change direction, desperately trying to repel him. This reaction was far too extreme. Did it really not want him to stay in the black mist? Heng exerted his power, making himself as immovable as a mountain. At the same time, he earnestly spoke up. Black mist, you have to think about your own development. If you erode me, you'll gain a very powerful henchman. How can you repel me? How will you be able to defeat other calamities in the future if this continues? However, Heng underestimated the determination of this black mist calamity. The force of repulsion was even more terrifying and powerful. Heng frowned. This repulsion force was at the level of the black mist, risking its life and its very essence. With his own power, he simply couldn't withstand it for long unless he used his source energy. But he calculated that staying in the black mist under this level of repulsion was a loss, a huge loss. To put it figuratively, he could earn 100 points of source energy per second while staying in the black mist, but in order to withstand the black mist's repulsion force, he would have to consume 1,000 points per second. He immediately felt a pang of regret. He should have known better than to mention other calamities to provoke the black mist. But this black mist calamity was also too fragile. He'd only been at peace for a short time, and it couldn't withstand the pressure. Of course, perhaps the black mist calamity had sensed Heng's connection to the unknown calamity and the gospel calamity, and therefore dared not leave him here. Heng shook his head, deciding to give up the resistance. Forget it, he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. The world was vast, there couldn't be only this black mist calamity. He could simply fleece other calamities. Once he was strong enough, he could take down this black mist calamity in one fell swoop. He looked up beyond the black mist, raising an eyebrow. Was someone outside the black mist guiding him? He saw a golden path of light break through the surrounding black mist, extending from the outside and reaching deep into the black mist where he was. Heng's eyes shone brightly, and he immediately saw 2 figures outside the black mist, one exuding the murderous aura of a military strategist, and the other radiating the aura of an emperor. They seemed to be an emperor and a general. He had assumed everyone in the true realm was dead. But now it seemed some were still alive. He wondered, though, if they were truly alive. This was interesting. Heng chuckled softly. He stepped onto the path of light, no longer resisting the repulsive force of the black mist, and followed its guidance, slowly emerging from the black mist. At that moment, the black mist froze, then surged violently again, as if a human had first been stunned, then overjoyed. If the black mist possessed human intelligence, it would probably breathe a sigh of relief, then mutter curses, saying, "That little brat is finally gone." Outside the black mist, the great Zhou Empress watched Li Heng's figure draw closer, her expression joyful. The terrifying creatures that had been fighting other monsters within the black mist had responded to their guidance and were now walking on the path of light, their aura extremely friendly, not hostile. General Zhou, seeing the Empress's expression, sighed. He instructed his demonic avatar to continue maintaining the path of light, then bowed halfway to the Empress and spoke. "Your Majesty, we still need to be careful not to get too excited. After all, this black mist can erode the body and corrupt the soul. Even the strongest being will suffer if it stays in the black mist for too long." The Empress nodded lightly, but her words were dismissive. "Minister Zhou is right, but don't worry too much. Besides, within the territory of Great Zhou, I am invincible." General Zhou's face stiffened. "Yes, Your Majesty." But he felt a pang of regret. It seemed that the predicament Great Zhou was facing was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Even the wise Empress was resorting to desperate measures, placing her hopes on this mysterious and inexplicable being. Forget it. Presumably, His Majesty would have his own considerations. As a subject, he couldn't overstep his bounds. After all, his duty was merely to guard the western border of Great Zhou. While the Empress was happy, she was also somewhat puzzled. She found the process of guiding the creature a little too easy. There was no interference or resistance from the power of the black mist. It's worth noting that when those powerful beings at the creation realm entered the black mist and couldn't be contacted for a long time, the Great Zhou dynasty did consider trying to guide them back. However, no matter how they tried, even with the full strength of the nation, they were always interfered with by the power of the black mist, and the guiding light paths were all blocked, resulting in failure. But now, the power of the black mist showed no reaction whatsoever. This gave her a sense of absurdity. She felt that it wasn't they guiding this being, but rather that this being was being rejected by the black mist, which wished the being would leave as soon as possible, hence its lack of obstruction. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. It was somewhat unbelievable, even impossible. As a calamity, how could the black mist be afraid of an individual being? How could black mist, which could ensnare and devour beings, possibly reject a single being? Unless this being had already reached the creation realm. But that was even more impossible. The Empress smiled slightly, realizing she had overthought things. Perhaps the being was also exerting its own power, responding to their guidance while simultaneously helping them eliminate the resistance of the black mist. Meanwhile, on Li Heng's side, as he was repelled by the black mist and guided by the light path, his speed increased rapidly. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he traversed a distance that had previously taken him half a month to cover. This made him sigh. The black mist truly seemed eager to send him away. Soon he reached the edge of the black mist and was somewhat surprised. The world outside the black mist appeared perfectly normal, even deserving of description as picturesque, with abundant spiritual energy and exceptional clarity. But this was the true realm, a fallen true realm. This normalcy was perhaps the greatest abnormality. Li Heng pondered this as he arrived outside the black mist. The great Zhou Empress and the Zhou general also saw Li Heng's appearance clearly and were stunned, their hearts filled with astonishment. He was an incredibly handsome man. Moreover, judging from his aura, he was an absolutely pure human. How could this be? However, regardless, with Li Heng as a guest, the great Zhou Empress could only suppress her surprise, maintain a solemn expression, and perform a welcoming ceremony for Li Heng, while speaking. Great Zhou, Wu Washuang greets fellow Taoist. General Zhou also came to his senses and spoke. Great Zhou, Zhou Mingai greets fellow Taoist. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Great Zhou? A kingdom? A normal world, a normal kingdom, a normal civilization. Could such a thing really exist in the true realm now? You must know, even the immortals and gods who once ruled the true realm are dead or have fled. Surely the calamity doesn't only target the strong and ignore the weak? I am Li Heng, greetings to both fellow Taoists. He calmly returned the greeting. I wonder why fellow Taoist Li is trapped in the black mist? You must know that the black mist corrodes the body and corrupts the soul. It is an extremely yin and evil calamity. Zhou Mingai said solemnly. Since his emperor is interested in this Li Heng, he has an obligation to help his emperor find out Li Heng's background to prevent any future trouble. Now, this person seems normal, even unbelievably pure human, but who knows if this is a disguise of those extremely yin and evil beings deep within the black mist? Oh, you mean that? I went in by myself. After all, those monsters inside were quite easy to kill. You get hooked after a while, Li Heng said calmly. P.S. Trying to write 10,000 words a day, so there might be 3 chapters today. Chapter 408 Temporal Tributaries, 23. Empress Wu Wuxiang and Zhou Mingai were stunned upon hearing this. He went in himself and easily killed the monsters inside? What the hell? They felt this was too insane. The Black Mist Calamity, which ordinary people would avoid at all costs, was merely a hunting ground for this Li Heng. He went in specifically to hunt the monsters in the Black Mist? Wasn't this a bit too much? Could this fellow Taoist Li Heng be boasting, or had he been corrupted by the Black Mist to make such a boast? But it didn't seem like it at all, especially since they had just seen Li Heng fight the monsters in the Black Mist and even gain the upper hand. The Empress took a deep breath to calm herself down. Then the thinning of the Black Mist was also your doing, fellow Taoist? She pointed to the Black Mist, which drifted hazily like morning mist, and asked. At this point, the Black Mist could no longer even be called Black Mist, it had thinned to the level of gray mist. Li Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. Perhaps? After all, I slaughtered many monsters in this Black Mist, and incidentally damaged the very foundation of the Black Mist. It's not surprising that the Black Mist has become thinner. However, I originally intended to completely annihilate the Black Mist. But unfortunately, the Black Mist seems to want to repel me. I couldn't help it, otherwise, what you saw wouldn't be the thinning of the Black Mist, but its complete disappearance. Li Heng sighed regretfully. He should have known better than to provoke the Black Mist Calamity by mentioning the names of the unknown calamity and the gospel calamity. This Black Mist Calamity is clearly a child, unable to withstand any stimulation. The Empress and Mingai exchanged a glance, somewhat numb. Not only did he slaughter many monsters in the Black Mist, but he also damaged the very foundation of the Black Mist? What a joke. This is indeed a type of calamity. How could a creation realm cultivator possibly handle it? They wanted to refute him, but Li Heng showed no remorse whatsoever, not seeming to be lying. Moreover, when they guided Li Heng earlier, they indeed didn't sense any resistance. It seemed even the Black Mist was rejecting him. All these circumstances corroborated Li Heng's words. For a moment, they dared not refute. But these things were simply overturning their common sense. Fellow Taoists' words have truly broadened my horizons. After holding back for a long time, Zhou Mingai could only manage to utter a useless sentence. Not at all, it's just that this Black Mist didn't give me the chance, otherwise fellow Taoist Zhou Mingai would have had an even broader perspective. Li Heng smiled slightly, not arrogant. Zhou Mingai's lips twitched secretly, he really wasn't modest. Fellow Taoist Li, what are your plans after leaving the Black Mist today? The Empress suddenly spoke. Li Heng thought for a moment before speaking. If it weren't for the Black Mist's rejection, I would have liked to continue entering the Black Mist to hunt monsters, but now I can't, so I plan to continue to the center of the true realm, the central great world. He made no attempt to hide his destination. The Empress was immediately startled. Fellow Taoist is going to the central great world? Li Heng raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, indeed. The Empress and Zhou Mingai exchanged a strange glance. Then, fellow Taoist, do you know how far the central great world is from here? The Empress asked in a subtle tone. What? Is it very far? Li Heng raised an eyebrow and asked. According to ancient records, it's no less than 1 billion worlds, the Empress said decisively. Li Heng was surprised to hear this. It was that far? So, this true realm really is quite large, at least a collection of billions of worlds. However, upon closer examination, it doesn't seem so surprising. After all, compared to the scale of the true Great Void, countless worlds, billions of worlds are almost zero. Thinking about it this way, the true realm isn't that big after all. Fellow Taoist Li, the journey from here to the central great world is extremely long and fraught with danger, shrouded in countless calamities. Even a peak creation realm cultivator could perish along the way, the Empress said solemnly. I see, then I understand, Li Heng nodded. Seeing Li Heng's calm and indifferent expression, the Empress was somewhat surprised. Could it be that such a vast distance and terrifying dangers couldn't stop this person from going to the central great world? What is this person's background? Since the journey is long, I won't chat with you two any longer. Li Heng smiled slightly, about to take his leave. At this moment, the Empress suddenly spoke. "Fellow Taoist, wait." Li Heng feigned surprise. "What urgent matter do you have, fellow Taoist?" He remained calm. The fish had taken the bait. In reality, he wasn't particularly concerned about going to the central great world. It was merely a side trip. His most important tasks were obtaining source power, golden source points, and investigating the truth. This great Zhou, this world, greatly intrigued him. A fallen true realm, a true realm where immortals and gods had fallen, a true realm ravaged by calamity, yet a normal world, a normal kingdom, a normal civilization still existed? Moreover, he had just used his spiritual senses to continuously probe the Empress Wu Wusheng and General Zhou Mingai. Apart from their somewhat strange bloodlines, everything else seemed perfectly normal. They appeared to be truly living people, not some kind of undead spirit or obsession. This intrigued him greatly. Perhaps it would bring him unexpected surprises. Fellow Taoist, the journey to the central great world is long, and you have just escaped the black mist. Your energy is quite depleted. Why not stay in my great Zhou to rest for a while before setting off again? The Empress, seeing Li Heng about to leave, quickly tried to persuade him to stay. She had finally found a being who could potentially solve Great Zhou's predicament. How could she let him go so easily? Li Heng raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. "Fellow Taoist Wu." The Empress's heart tightened. Had Li Heng seen through her intentions? Whether it was negotiation or a transaction, revealing her determination and purpose prematurely could lead to being blackmailed or subjected to exorbitant demands, something she didn't want. "How did you know I was tired?" Li Heng asked with a smile. The Empress was startled, then breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know if Li Heng's words were intentional or unintentional. But it seemed he would be staying in Great Zhou for a while, and she had to use this time to offer something that would entice Li Heng. The Empress pondered the central great world. "Zhou Mingai. Your subject is here." The silent Zhou Mingai bowed. "You continue to guard the border. I will take fellow Taoist Li back first." "Yes, Your Majesty." "So this is still the border of the Great Zhou? Are they guarding against that black mist?" But judging from their reaction just now, they seem to have no way to deal with this black mist. Or is this territory of the Great Zhou something special? Li Heng pondered. The Empress waved her hand, and the laws of heaven and earth resonated around her. Primordial energy condensed, evolving into 9 heavens phoenix. The phoenix raised its head and let out a long cry, sweeping across the mountains and rivers, before finally calming down and lowering its head. "Fellow Taoist, come up." The Empress walked onto the phoenix's head and invited Li Heng to come forward. Hearing that Li Heng was still standing there, the Empress explained again. "Our dynasty has a great array to protect against the invasion of calamities. Fellow Taoist, this is your first time in the Great Zhou. Without the guidance of the 9 heavens phoenix, you cannot enter the territory of the Great Zhou." Having said that, Li Heng could only nod. Then he walked onto the phoenix. The 9 heavens phoenix instantly flapped its wings, breaking through space and time, and the two disappeared before Zhou Mingai's eyes. Zhou Mingai sighed as he watched the two leave, hoping His Majesty would succeed this time. On the phoenix, Li Heng looked at the surrounding light with surprise. He discovered that the phoenix traversed not only spatial distance but also temporal distance. However, this temporal distance wasn't going back to the past or forward to the future, but rather heading towards another possibility, like going from the main channel of the river of time to a tributary. "Fellow Taoist, you must have already seen it," the Empress proudly explained. "Our Great Zhou is located in another tributary of time. Calamities ravage the true realm, covering the main channel of the river of time. But besides that, there are countless tributaries of time. Hiding in a tributary of time allows one to avoid the gaze of various calamities." Li Heng nodded in admiration. He understood why a normal world and nation like Great Zhou existed. One of the reasons was to avoid the gaze of calamities using this method. It could be explained this way: the true realm was destroyed, but one could escape to a parallel world where the true realm hadn't been destroyed. Even if this parallel world isn't true reality, but merely a possibility, a small tributary extending from the main channel of the river of time, it can still be used to protect oneself, and even others, if utilized effectively. This might be how the Great Zhou dynasty came to be. However, while this method is wondrous, Li Heng doesn't believe it's 100% foolproof. The reason the Great Zhou dynasty is currently unscathed is simply because the calamity they encountered wasn't powerful enough. They were just lucky. If it were the unknown calamity facing the present world, directly invading and corroding along the timeline and the river of time, then escaping to a parallel world wouldn't necessarily help. In other words, as time goes on, as long as the Great Zhou dynasty remains within the true realm, it will inevitably face destruction. If escaping to a parallel world could eliminate calamities, then those immortals and gods wouldn't have been defeated and killed. Fellow Taoist seemed somewhat dismissive. The Empress asked curiously, seeing that Li Heng's reaction wasn't as intense as she had expected. Li Heng shook his head. Such formations and supernatural powers are quite profound. Even I cannot use them. However, I have witnessed some high-level calamities, and such formations are useless against them. What kind of calamity was that? The Empress asked curiously. A calamity that can invade along the river of time and space, Li Heng replied calmly. The Empress was instantly shocked. A calamity that invades along the river of time and space? Could this Li Heng have encountered such a calamity? Even if such a calamity existed, it would only exist in the central Great World, right? Could this Li Heng be from the central Great World? Yes, no wonder this Li Heng wanted to go to the central Great World even across billions of worlds. He wanted to go home. A wanderer longing to return home. The Empress sighed, finally understanding somewhat. After a moment's thought, she spoke. Fellow Taoist Li, there is a dilapidated ancient teleportation array within my Great Zhou territory, said to have been built during the time of the celestial court of immortals and gods. Perhaps it can help you traverse the distance of billions of worlds. What are the conditions? Li Heng smiled faintly. The teleportation array wasn't the key word, dilapidated was. He was very familiar with this tactic. He had long ago discerned that the Empress harbored desires, but he hadn't expected her to be so quick to seek his help. Fellow Taoist has keen insight, the Empress praised. To be honest, hiding in a tributary of time and space isn't entirely peaceful. After all, tributaries also extend from the main channel, so my Great Zhou is facing some difficulties. Chapter 409 The Divine Bird appears, Heaven and Earth are cleansed, 33. Let me guess, is there a flaw in the Grand Formation? Li Heng said. Fellow Taoist Li guessed correctly, that's indeed the case. The Empress nodded heavily. However, if it's just a minor problem, I'm sure fellow Taoist Wu can fix it with his abilities, unless the problem is very large, or even multifaceted. Li Heng continued leisurely. This Empress's cultivation was not bad, at least possessing the true power of a fifth tribulation heaven and earth, capable of crushing Su Xian of the heavenly sword sect. Therefore, the matter that could trouble this Empress so much must be significant. Since fellow Taoist has already guessed, then I won't hide it anymore. The Empress sighed and explained the matter in detail. It turned out that although the Great Zhou dynasty had hidden in a tributary of spacetime, the energy source of the spacetime grand formation protecting the Great Zhou dynasty did not come from the spacetime tributary, but from the main spacetime river. It was like the Three Gorges Dam on Earth. The spacetime grand formation used the difference in elevation and flow rate between the main spacetime river and the spacetime tributary to provide energy, which meant that the Great Zhou could not completely sever its connection with the main river. And that's the crux of the matter. The problem the Great Zhou is facing is that the flow rate has slowed down. Although the elevation difference between the main channel of spacetime and its tributaries still exists, the reduced relative flow rate has led to insufficient energy supply from the grand formation. Insufficient energy weakens the formation's ability to protect the Great Zhou. According to the Empress, various calamities have already noticed the Great Zhou and are searching for its coordinates. Li Heng seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. The river of time and space, strictly speaking, isn't a river, and the way the grand formation provides energy isn't hydroelectric power as he understands it, it's only similar in form. Then what do you want me to solve, fellow martial Taoist? Li Heng asked. If it's about changing the flow rate of the river of time and space, or altering elevation differences, then forget it. I don't have that kind of power. He shook his head and waved his hand. The levels of the river of time and space differ between different worlds. Some worlds allow even mortals to traverse their space-time. But some worlds' space-time is so vast that even immortals and gods cannot transgress it. And the river of time and space in the true realm is the kind he cannot afford to offend. He sensed it. It was many times larger than the current river of time, filled with terrifying auras. To cause trouble in this area was tantamount to suicide. In the current world's river of time, he was like a whale, easily changing its course with a little effort. But in the true world's river of time, He was at most a goldfish. Ultimately, unless he completely escaped the river of time and became a resident on the shore, he would always be influenced by it, subject to the differences between the various worlds' river of time. That's naturally impossible, the Great Joe Empress shook her head. Actually, we've already investigated the truth behind the slowed flow. A monster is entrenched upstream in the tributary connecting the Great Joe's location to the main river, blocking time. That's what caused the slowed flow. So, fellow martial artist wants me to kill that monster? Li Heng's eyes lit up. Eager to try. He was just worried about not having any monsters to fight. But fellow Taoist, I don't want to discourage you, but you might really be no match for that monster. The Empress hesitated, looking at Li Heng's excited expression, but finally spoke her mind. She was afraid Li Heng would get too excited and become easy prey for the monster. She had tried various methods to deal with it before, only to suffer heavy losses, losing many treasures and even a powerful cultivator at the creation realm. In the end, she couldn't even make the monster move an inch. But then she froze. The Empress noticed that even after she spoke those direct, even hurtful words, Li Heng's expression remained unchanged. In fact, his excitement had increased. She felt a sense of unease. Could this fellow Taoist Li be a born killer? Yes, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to the Black Mist to kill the monster. Without further hesitation, she quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Li, we just need to drive the monster away." Li Heng frowned. "Fellow Taoist Wu, this kind of thing needs to be resolved once and for all. What if it comes back after we drive it away? I can't stay in Great Joe forever, so it's better to kill it once and for all." "But fellow Taoist Wu said I can't defeat that monster?" "What do you mean? What is the monster's strength?" "So-called monsters are generally derivatives of calamities, and it's rare for one to be stronger than its calamity. If he didn't care about the losses, he might be able to grind down the Black Mist calamity. Moreover, even if that monster didn't belong to the Black Mist calamity, he didn't think that monster was much stronger than the Black Mist calamity. If it were stronger than the Black Mist calamity, Great Joe would have been destroyed long ago." The Empress of Great Joe looked serious and took a deep breath. Peak of the 8th tribulation, heaven and earth, about to reach the 9th tribulation level. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. That was indeed quite strong, even stronger than him. After all, he was only at the 7th tribulation heaven and earth level, and hadn't broken through to the 8th tribulation. Of course, that was only in terms of realm, combat strength was another matter. So Li Heng slowly spoke. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Wu, it's still within my capabilities." He pondered for a moment. If a 7 tribulation heaven and earth was equivalent to the Milky Way, capable of destroying galaxies with a mere gesture, then an 8 tribulation heaven and earth should be able to shake the foundations of the entire universe. It belonged to the level where time could be spent destroying the universe. The Empress was stunned, wondering if she had just hallucinated. An 8 tribulation peak monster, within her capabilities? What a joke. So she immediately blurted out, "Fellow Taoist Li, you're not joking, are you?" Li Heng smiled slightly. "Do I look like I'm joking? And what good would joking do for either of us? Don't worry, I can handle this monster. Of course, if you're not comfortable with that, you can bring your own arrangements and methods, and we can all come together." Upon hearing this, the Empress fell into deep thought. She seemed to have underestimated this fellow Taoist Li Heng. Li Heng didn't disturb the Empress's contemplation. He observed everything around him, somewhat amazed. What kind of genius idea was this? Directly hiding in a tributary of the river of time? You must know that most of these tributaries are illusory possibilities. How can something illusory bear real life? How interesting. When he realized this truth just now, he thought all the living beings in this Great Joe were illusions, otherwise, this wouldn't be possible. But when he carefully observed the Empress of Great Joe, he couldn't detect a trace of illusion. Whether looking at her or sensing her with his mind, everything was incredibly real. Except for the strange feeling about their bloodline. It seemed to contain components that didn't belong to the human race. However, those components were indescribable and might not even be reflected in the actual bloodline, but rather something conceptual. Even if you dissected a person and observed them with the most advanced microscope, you probably wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. Soon, the Empress finished her thinking and spoke. "I will consider fellow Taoist Li's words, but before that, please be patient. If all the methods I've prepared fail, then it's fine for you to kill that monster." Wu Wuxian felt somewhat absurd saying this. Normally, It was already a miracle if he could escape from that monster. He actually thought about killing it. But considering Li Heng's mysterious and unpredictable nature, and his astonishing combat power in fighting the monsters deep within the black mist, she felt it wasn't impossible. Li Heng nodded. Fellow martial Taoist can consider it carefully, I'm not in a hurry. He hadn't lied about being tired earlier. After all, the black mist calamity and the monsters within were all tough opponents. Some couldn't be killed with a single punch and required a second. This back and forth had indeed made him mentally exhausted, and he needed a rest. The Empress nodded, saying nothing more. Soon, as the Nine Heavens Phoenix officially took flight, countless streams of light were left behind by the two, finally appearing as a white dot of light before them. The dot of light grew larger and larger until the Phoenix passed through it. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. Li Heng stood atop the Phoenix, looking at the surrounding mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy was abundant, the rules of heaven and earth were active, and he sensed various blessed lands, rare and exotic beasts, and many powerful human cultivators. This world was truly a paradise in the true realm. It could even be considered the upper realm of the present world. But Li Heng only hoped it wasn't a true Shangri-La, he thought to himself. Look, my fellow Taoist, this is my great Zhou, the Empress explained proudly to Li Heng. This world is vast and boundless, far exceeding billions of miles, Li Heng exclaimed in agreement. Of course, he was actually somewhat surprised by the size of this world. It was a full light year in size. In the world view of the continent, how vast was a light year? To give a simple example, billions of miles of land is large, right? But a light year is a full 18 billion miles. That's the difference. Having received Li Heng's praise, the Empress couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, finally salvaging some face. After all, ever since meeting Li Heng, she had been constantly astonished. Where was the grandeur of the ruler of Great Zhou in this state? At this moment, the Nine Heavens Phoenix traversed this world, quickly arriving at its center, before a magnificent divine city suspended above a sacred mountain. Its walls carved with various runes, and its interior radiating an overwhelming aura. The Empress smiled slightly. Welcome, fellow Taoist, to Xianjing. At the same time, a chorus of shouts echoed from the city. Welcome back to the capital, Your Majesty. The city was abuzz with excitement. Time flew by, and 2 or 3 days passed. Rumors circulated in Xianjing that the Empress had returned from the frontier with a man, who seemed to be quite favored by her, drawing envy from many men. Other rumors claimed this man was an ally invited by the Empress to resolve the Great Zhou's predicament. However, these rumors quickly faded. After all, how could a great nation like the Great Zhou be in trouble? Meanwhile, in a luxurious building east of Xianjing, Li Heng held a bamboo scroll, quietly reading. It contained historical records of past calamities in the true realm and the calamities suffered by the Great Zhou. Heavenly calamities appear, monsters emerge, the people die, divine birds appear, heaven and earth are cleansed. Li Heng frowned. Divine birds again? The Great Zhou Empress hadn't seen him these past few days, but he wasn't in a hurry. He would use this time to rest and enjoy the world, while also trying to uncover the secrets of the Great Zhou. For example, everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty had some strange bloodlines. No matter how they investigated, they traced it back to the heavenly heartmark and the world's past, all strongly linked to this divine bird. Historical records even stated that when the divine bird appeared, the world became clear, all calamities and monsters disappeared, and the Great Zhou dynasty continued to this day. But this clearly defies common sense. How terrifying are calamities! Even immortals and gods have been defeated, let alone a divine bird that suddenly appeared. It would be strange if a divine bird could solve calamities and monsters. This divine bird was probably some kind of mechanical divine intervention. The Great Zhou dynasty avoided being ravaged by calamities through this method. Could it be the so-called space-time array? But is a simple space-time array really that effective? Li Heng was skeptical. According to historical records, the Great Zhou dynasty suffered from more than one type of calamity. Could this space-time array have escaped one calamity, and multiple calamities? There must be a secret. He felt he needed to confront the Empress. I finished writing 10,000 words, but why do I feel like writing 3 chapters is a bit too much? Next time, I'll try writing 2 chapters, each with 5,000 words. Chapter 410 The Mystery of Bloodline, 13. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing something. He put down the bamboo slip, looked up, and saw the Great Zhou ruler, Wu Wuxiang, walking towards him. Beside him were two women with graceful figures and stunning beauty, yet exuding an air of authority. How have you been resting these past few days, fellow Taoist Li? The Empress asked with a smile as she approached Li Heng. Not bad at all. Great Zhou is a land of outstanding people and abundant resources, with numerous scenic spots that are truly breathtaking. I've taken a stroll these past few days, and my mental and physical energy have recovered considerably, Li Heng replied with a faint smile. That's good then. I was worried that Great Zhou might not have been hospitable enough. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce you. These two beside me are my right-hand women, the left and right prime ministers of Great Zhou. They will also be accompanying us to fight that monster. The Empress gestured to introduce the two women beside her. The woman on the left, dressed entirely in blue with a gentle face, nodded slightly. Shuai greets fellow Taoist Li. A woman dressed entirely in red, exuding an air of officialdom yet also possessing a touch of allure, spoke up from the right. Huling greets fellow Taoist Li. Shuai and Huling were not as calm as they appeared. They were extremely curious and secretly observed Li Heng. After all, this was the first time they had seen their emperor so attentive to someone, especially a man. It was somewhat unbelievable. Moreover, His Majesty had said this person was a key figure, seemingly capable of dealing with that monster. But upon closer inspection, they found nothing remarkable. His aura was ordinary. Could he really deal with that monster? Yet, His Majesty's judgment was always accurate. Besides, this man was quite extraordinary, incredibly handsome. If he were to appear before the world, countless women would fall for him. Such a handsome man surely wouldn't lie? In an instant, they found Li Heng increasingly pleasing to the eye. Their guard also grew. The two exchanged a silent glance, reaching a consensus. Regardless of his background, they couldn't let him steal His Majesty's favor. Li Heng greets fellow Daoists Shuaiyu and Huling. Li Heng returned the greeting. The strength of this great Zhou was extraordinary. They sensed that Shuaiyu and Huling possessed at least the strength of a fourth-stage creation realm cultivator. No wonder they were Wu Wuxiang's right-hand men. As for the distinction between the left and right chancellors, he had researched the Great Zhou's official system recently and had a general understanding. The left chancellor was in charge of civil affairs, the right chancellor in charge of military affairs. The two chancellors commanded all officials and generals, ultimately reporting to the emperor. Fellow Taoist Wu, are you ready for this trip? Li Heng didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. The Empress nodded. Preparations are almost complete. We'll depart tomorrow to once again subdue that monster, so I'm informing you in advance. Of course, if you haven't fully recovered your energy, you can postpone it for a while. Wu Wuxiang was extremely lenient with Li Heng. Or rather, she preferred that Li Heng stay longer. That won't be necessary, there's no need to delay the planned schedule. Departing tomorrow is fine. Li Heng shook his head. Although the Great Zhou was prosperous, it wasn't a place for a long-term stay. Moreover, some people might offer a unique surprise upon first meeting, but become rather bland upon a second. He had visited almost all the famous scenic spots of the Great Zhou. Huling and Shuaiyu were even more surprised. The emperor's tone was surprisingly soft. He had been adamant about departing tomorrow, yet he allowed Li Heng to continue resting. It seemed this person held a significant place in the emperor's heart. But why? The two couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. However, when they thought of Li Heng's appearance and knew that his ambitions lay elsewhere and he wouldn't compete with them for the emperor's favor, this jealousy quickly dissipated. A sense of regret even arose. Such beauty, it would be a pity not to see him every day. Perhaps, after he left the Great Zhou, they could make a doll resembling him for their own amusement? Huling and Shuaiyu's thoughts converged. In that case, let's depart tomorrow. The Empress nodded, not daring to say anything more. She said she intended to befriend Li Heng, but also knew that Li Heng was ultimately just a passerby in her Great Zhou. Even the most beautiful clouds must eventually drift away. Li Heng nodded. At this moment, the Empress seemed to remember something and added, fellow Taoist Li, please don't pay attention to the rumors circulating in the city these days. They are merely the delusions of ordinary people, and the instigation of certain individuals behind the scenes. I will resolve this matter as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Wu Wuxiang's expression turned cold. These rumors said she and Li Heng had an affair, but they even claimed that Li Heng was in control, and she was passive? Was she that kind of person? How dare those bastards spread such rumors? How It seems time has passed. They've forgotten why they became the ruler of Great Zhou. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't really noticed this. However, at his level, a slight sense was enough to know what was going on. Therefore, he immediately understood, nodded, and said nothing more. It was just rumors. It wasn't worth his attention. But behind these comments, there were several unseen forces stirring things up, seemingly trying to use these events to instill hostility towards the Empress of Great Zhou. Li Heng pondered. It seemed Great Zhou wasn't a monolithic entity after all. After informing Li Heng, the Empress and the other two prepared to leave. At this moment, Li Heng called out again. Fellow Taoist Wu, I have a question. Please speak, fellow Taoist Li, I will do my best to answer. The Empress smiled slightly. To be honest, she didn't want to leave so soon either. Li Heng hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to get straight to the point, unafraid of the hidden risks. What I want to ask is, are the people of Great Zhou not of pure human blood? The three were taken aback by his question. The Empress's expression was somewhat strange. She hadn't expected Li Heng to ask this question. However, she also had some doubts about Li Heng, and slowly spoke. I didn't expect fellow Taoist to bring this up, but judging from your tone, you seem quite surprised. Li Heng nodded. I see. But perhaps you don't know, fellow Taoist, that when we first met, I was also astonished by the pure human aura and bloodline you possessed. Why is that? Li Heng asked in surprise. Because since the calamities occurred, the human bloodline has become unacceptable in the true realm. Anyone with pure human blood will inevitably be targeted by the true realm and subjected to the gaze of numerous calamities. The Empress said solemnly. She had always believed that pure human blood didn't exist in the true realm, until she saw Li Heng. And most importantly, Li Heng, possessing pure human blood, not only stood before her unharmed, but his strength was also terrifying, far exceeding her imagination. It was simply too illogical, too outrageous. How could a pure human, being targeted, possibly grow strong? Li Heng was somewhat surprised. Pure humans being targeted? Then why hadn't he sensed it? Or was it because he came from outside the true realm and wasn't on its blacklist, or perhaps his universally applicable status across all realms was at work? He exclaimed, I see. Do you know the reason, fellow Taoist? The Empress asked curiously. Li Heng shook his head. I have never encountered rejection or targeting from the true realm while traveling there. Perhaps there is some reason I don't understand. Faced with such an answer, the Empress could only suppress her curiosity. However, after thinking for a moment, she spoke to Li Heng again. As a fellow Taoist with pure human blood, traveling in the true realm may be a blessing or a curse. It is very likely to attract the attention of many calamities. Please be careful. She kindly warned Li Heng. Li Heng nodded. In that case, what bloodlines are mixed in with the bloodlines of the people of Great Zhou? He asked, feigning great curiosity. Since they had already laid their cards on the table, he might as well ask whatever came to mind. The Empress was taken aback and fell into thought. She looked at the handsome Li Heng, somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Li Heng spoke up. If there are any difficulties, then I won't say. I was just curious for a moment, and I will leave Great Zhou after this matter is over. Actually, it's not a big deal. The Empress shook her head and said. The bloodline of the people of Great Zhou should contain the bloodline of the divine bird. A divine bird? The divine bird that saved Great Zhou? Li Heng pressed on, asking. But the Empress's reaction surprised him. She seemed doubtful, speaking uncertainly. Perhaps, is that so? Li Heng was speechless. Was she genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance? She didn't even know the origin of her own bloodline, let alone what the divine bird that saved Great Zhou was? No way. Or perhaps, considering this was the true realm, Li Heng considered many possibilities. I won't hide it, we don't know either. In fact, the historical records of Great Zhou regarding the appearance of the divine bird are extremely vague, just a brief mention. The Empress shook her head helplessly. So please forgive me, fellow Taoist. No need for that, it was just a curious question. Li Heng shook his head, waving his hand, indicating he didn't mind. He could guess that this so-called divine bird was definitely related to the current Great Zhou. In fact, it could be said that this was the main reason why Great Zhou was safe and sound. But what did that have to do with him? And he was just a passerby. He was merely investigating along the way, satisfying his curiosity, and seeing if there were any unexpected surprises. If he couldn't find anything, it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as it wasn't related to source power, he only cared about fate and such matters, not forcing anything. When the time was right, he would naturally know the truth. The Empress breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you understand, fellow Taoist. Then I won't disturb you any longer. We still need to go back and make further preparations to ensure everything goes smoothly. The Empress and the other two quickly bid farewell to Li Heng, almost as if they were fleeing. Li Heng watched their departing figures, lost in thought. Did they really not know, or were they pretending not to know? Grey Zhou, the dynasty of the Divine Bird? Interesting. Walking to the window, bathed in sunlight, Li Heng stretched, squinted his eyes, and decided to go out for a stroll. Outside of Grey Zhou, who knew if he could find a normal world and country like this again? He should enjoy himself more and pay more attention to things. But the next moment, a figure appeared outside the door. Li Heng wasn't surprised and spoke calmly. I told you this house's protective array needed improvement, otherwise, anyone can come in, there's absolutely no privacy. So, what do you want from me? He looked at the uninvited guest before him. The uninvited guest smiled slightly, his voice hoarse. No, esteemed guest, I only want to tell you the truth. The truth about the Great Zhou dynasty, and your predicament. Chapter 411 The Truth about the Great Zhou dynasty, 23. Situation, truth? Then tell me. Li Heng smiled slightly. Hearing this, the uninvited guest, shrouded in a hooded black robe and hidden in the shadows, smiled and spoke. I can naturally tell you the truth in your situation. But as you know, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You have to pay for what you want to know. An exchange, that's fair, isn't it? It seems you still want something from me. Li Heng replied calmly. No, how can you say that? It's just an exchange. The man in black robes opened his arms, then crossed them in front of him, exuding an imposing aura, as if he were just waiting for a chair. Then what do you want? Li Heng didn't care, smiling slightly. I want you to help me deal with the Empress of Great Zhou. Kill her. The man in black robes stated his condition calmly. Li Heng seemed thoughtful. Is it possible that I could capture you right now and hand you over to the Empress of Great Zhou, and I could still obtain the truth and know your situation? He asked slowly. The man in black robes shook his head and smiled slightly. The Empress of Great Zhou doesn't know the truth. She's just a lucky little girl. Besides, although you, esteemed guest, possess supernatural powers that even I can't see through, it doesn't mean you're qualified to capture me. As an honored guest, you're still far too arrogant. Is that so? But you should know that it was the Empress of Great Zhou who rescued me from the black mist. Li Heng said with a smile. The man in black robes frowned inwardly, and he spoke with displeasure. So what? You and she have only known each other for a short time. Moreover, according to the information I've gathered, you're strong enough to get out of the black mist, aren't you? If it weren't for Wu Wuxiang's high regard for this man and his exploits, which made him think that this man must have some skills, he wouldn't have shown himself. But now, was this man trying to toy with him? Li Heng shook his head. No, you misunderstand. What I mean is that I need more money. The man in black robes was stunned. More money? He carefully examined Li Heng, who seemed like a refined gentleman yet was so greedy. Therefore, he shook his head inwardly, disdainful, thinking Li Heng was useless and destined to perish. However, since he had already shown himself, he couldn't just leave. Let him be greedy, he still had some resources. Speak, what do you want this time? But you should think carefully. Knowing the truth about the Great Zhou and your situation is already a life-saving grace for you. Asking for anything more could easily lead to unforeseen disasters. The black-robed man spoke in a low voice. Let me name my conditions? Li Heng asked with a smile. That's right, name whatever you want. Whether it's treasures, spiritual medicines, or beauties, I have it all. The black-robed man was confident. Then I want your life, Li Heng said calmly. The black-robed man was stunned for a moment, instantly distancing himself from Li Heng, looking at him warily, and said coldly, his words filled with anger, What, you really want to attack me? Is that not allowed? Li Heng smiled nonchalantly. Spreading baseless rumors these past few days must have been exhausting, right? This man in black robes undoubtedly belonged to a faction opposed to Empress Wu Wuxiang of the Great Zhou dynasty. The various rumors circulating throughout the city these past few days must have originated from his faction. Looks like you've already guessed it. The man in black robes sneered. But it seems you don't know a common sense fact. You're pretending to be ignorant. You could have cooperated with us and escaped, so why did you choose to court death? So why are you targeting Empress Wu Wuxiang of the Great Zhou dynasty? Ignoring the man in black robe's threats, Li Heng asked. Foolish. Why should I tell you now? Just wait, you'll face your revenge. The man in black robes turned and left. Now that he had revealed Li Heng's attitude, enemy, not friend, he needed to return quickly to plan and eliminate this unexpected variable as soon as possible. As for why he wasn't acting now, it was naturally because he wasn't a fool. Making a move here without any preparation would easily attract the attention of the Great Zhou Empress, and besides, he couldn't see through this person and wasn't sure he could kill him, so it was best not to act rashly. Then, he found he couldn't get out. The entire building was sealed and suppressed by an ancient, unchanging, and extremely heavy force. I already said, I'll take your life. Li Heng sat in his chair without moving, smiling leisurely. He hated people who pretended to be mysterious the most. If he hadn't wanted to probe for some information earlier, he would have slapped him long ago. But now that the black-robed man was no longer revealing information, it was time for him to suppress him. You can't stop me. The black-robed man wasn't flustered, calmly stating these words, instantly unleashing a terrifying aura. A 9 heavenly true dragon fatally appeared behind him, his aura rising steadily. In the end, it actually reached the terrifying 6th tribulation level of the heaven and earth. Even stronger than the Great Zhou Empress, Wuxiang. Li Heng was somewhat surprised. The black-robed man was so powerful, yet he still opposed the Great Zhou Empress. So how did the Great Zhou Empress manage to secure her throne? Could it be some strange thing called national fortune or luck? The next moment, the black-robed man spoke, confirming Li Heng's thoughts. You sensed it, didn't you? You can't stop me. Even if that girl shows herself and joins forces with you, you still can't stop me. That girl only got the throne by luck, otherwise, she would be dead by now. And you only have 2 choices now. Either release the seal here and let me leave, or I will unleash my full power here and kill you on the spot. For that, I really have to thank you, since I haven't used my true strength in a long time. He shouted, and the true dragon pounced towards Li Heng. The true dragon traveled along the space-time lines, its head 1 second ago, its tail the next, each part existing at a different point in time, making it difficult to capture. Li Heng didn't pay attention, still lost in thought. A true dragon and a phoenix. Interesting, a battle between dragon and phoenix? But in this Great Zhou, the phoenix should be stronger. After all, the divine bird that saved the Great Zhou from calamity was closer to the phoenix, it might even be a phoenix. Before he could think further, a strange feeling surfaced in his mind, and several strange memories appeared before his eyes, his past self, being struck by dragon breath a moment ago, his future self, being strangled by a dragon's tail a moment later. Li Heng was somewhat surprised to realize this. This black-robed man's true dragon avatar could not only travel through the space-time continuum, but also launch attacks from different points in time? No wonder he was so confident. If he hadn't had experience traveling through space-time in the present world before, and even endured an attack that locked onto his future self, he would probably be somewhat flustered by now. After all, this perspective of being attacked from both the past and the future is quite strange, and it's difficult to adapt to on the first time. Of course, despite all this, it's still just flashy stuff. Li Heng sighed, ignoring the past and the future, focusing only on the present moment. He stretched out his palm, tracing a strange space-time trajectory, and directly grabbed the true dragon by the neck. With a slight exertion, the true dragon avatar shattered instantly. Flashy tricks are not as good as seizing the moment, Li Heng commented. The man in black robes groaned, seemingly suffering a backlash from the shattering of his true dragon Dharma form. He was shocked, apparently not expecting his condensed true dragon Dharma form to be broken so quickly. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he had still used 8/10 of his power. How could it be crushed so easily? Moreover, he had used a space-time technique rarely seen in the true realm, yet this person reacted so quickly? It was truly unexpected. The space-time river in the true realm was incredibly vast and its rules were strict. It was impossible for someone at the creation realm level to replicate Li Heng's space-time manipulation in the mortal world. I admit I underestimated you, the man in black robes said slowly. So what? Li Heng said sparingly. You didn't think I came in my true form, did you? The man in black robes chuckled. Li Heng smiled slightly. It doesn't really matter. He lightly tapped the void, drawing out a thread from it. One end of the thread connected to the man in black robes, while the other end disappeared into the void, connecting to the other side of space-time. The man in black robes' expression suddenly changed. It's his causal threads? After creating this avatar, he's been concealing his causal relationship with his original self, avoiding complete exposure. Yet this person's causal mastery is so high, able to control his own causal relationships even while concealing them? What kind of old monster is this? These days, who doesn't know to create multiple clones and multiple aliases? Is it so cool to show off? While you're still creating clones and creating alternate accounts, respectable people have already started practicing causal secret techniques, catching the real person dead with ease. If the clone dies, the original still dies. You're still far behind on the path of evolution. Li Heng spoke earnestly, sighing slightly. What's wrong with these young people these days? Creating alternate accounts and wearing aliases makes them foolproof? They're overthinking it. The black-robed man was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He thought he was cunning enough, but this guy looked so young, yet why was he even more cunning than him? He even possessed such a dirty causal secret technique. You think you've got me cornered? You've figured out my relationship with my true self, which means I don't need to hide anything. That means I can unleash the power of my clone and my true self without restraint. Can you defeat me with the combined power of the two? He sneered, warning Li Heng. Then you're welcome to try. Li Heng smiled. Seeing Li Heng's confident demeanor, the black-robed man felt uncertain. He was confident that the combined power of his clone and true self would allow him to temporarily break through the seven tribulations realm and sweep away everything. But who knew what tricks this man had up his sleeve? Alright, you win. Name your price. If you really had me cornered, you wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to me. The black-robed man said indifferently. A promising young man. Li Heng smiled slightly. The black-robed man was furious. He dared to call him a child? Very well, once he left this place, he would kill this man in 1,000 ways. Even the dead bird couldn't save him, he said it. What exactly is the truth and situation you mentioned earlier? Li Heng got straight to the point, without further ado. The truth? How? The truth is naturally this Great Joe. Do you really think Great Joe can avoid calamity simply because it's situated on a tributary of time and space? That's just a ridiculous excuse for fools. Calamities can occupy the main channel of the river of time and space, so why can't they occupy a tributary? Even if the tributaries of time and space are endless, so what? Some terrifying calamities still possess the power to traverse infinite time and space. Li Heng calmly replied to these words. Please stop your complaints. Otherwise, I'll have to send you to your death sooner. Or you can try your so-called power of your main body plus your clone's power to see if it can withstand my methods. Right, clever black-robed fellow Taoist? The black-robed man hesitated, but his current situation was indeed precarious. He was at the mercy of others. He could only mutter indignant words, his voice filled with strong resentment, getting straight to the point. The root cause is that the Great Joe is inside a dead bird. It's ironic, really. The Great Joe, once so proud, shone brightly throughout the myriad realms, a veritable imperial court. Even compared to the heavenly court of the central great world, the Great Joe was a powerful vassal state. But now? It has actually fallen so low as to build its nest inside the corpse of a dead bird? Pathetic ants, pathetic kingdom. His words were astonishing. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 I Killed Your Second Uncle, 33. A dead bird? Li Heng was also surprised, somewhat taken aback. The dead bird you're talking about, is it the divine bird that saved the entire Great Joe in history? Is it dead now? Whether it's a divine bird or not, I don't know, but it's definitely dead. The man in black robes said coldly, seemingly disliking, even disgusted by, this so-called divine bird. Is that so? Li Heng nodded, thoughtful. If this was the truth, some things could be explained. The Great Joe faced a calamity, and the divine bird suddenly appeared to protect the Great Joe, but the divine bird also died as a result. Of course, things were certainly not that simple. In fact, This so-called truth gave rise to all sorts of questions. For example, where did the divine bird come from? Why did it protect the great Joe? When did it die? And why did this man in black robes hate the divine bird so much? Then what is my situation? Li Heng continued to ask. At this moment, the man in black robes suddenly laughed, speaking with a hint of schadenfreude. You don't think that the great Joe can rely on the corpse of this dead bird to protect itself without paying any price? So, speak quickly. Li Heng's expression was calm, but his words carried a murderous intent. As he always said, he hated cryptic pronouncements. Sensing Li Heng's murderous intent, the black-robed man was even more enraged, but he was helpless and could only speak in an increasingly low voice. Relying on this dead bird's body for protection, you will inevitably be affected by it. For example, strange things will appear in your bloodline. You should have already felt it, right? Some subtle impurities have emerged in your pure human bloodline, and these impurities will increase and completely pollute your bloodline. In the end, they will bind you here, condemning you to eternal damnation. The black-robed man smiled smugly as he spoke. Li Heng remained calm. Although the black-robed man spoke with great conviction, he hadn't noticed anything strange in his bloodline. It remained pure, a single drop of which was enough to crush a galaxy. However, the black-robed man didn't seem to be lying. And he could indeed sense that the bloodlines of these great Joe people were indeed abnormal. Perhaps he was just special. He had the protection of source energy. So what? Just leave here as soon as possible, right? Li Heng curled his lip, feigning indifference to fishing. Sure enough, the black-robed man immediately took the bait, sneering. You're really naive? If the influence of that dead bird could be so easily dispelled without any after effects, why would I specifically seek you out to use it as leverage? Clearly, he knew he had just been blackmailing. He was quite self-aware. Judging from your tone, you think you can handle it? Li Heng smiled. The black-robed man immediately spoke arrogantly, even though his figure was hidden in the darkness, shrouded in his black robe and hood, one could still sense the pride of standing at the pinnacle. I'm different from those infected by the dead bird. My bloodline is incredibly pure, I can save you. But there's still something else in your bloodline. It's not pure human blood. Li Heng glanced at the black-robed man and said calmly. How? Who told you pure refers to human blood? I mean, I possess the noble bloodline of a true dragon. With a true dragon bloodline as a guide, it's enough to cleanse the pollution within you, the black-robed man said arrogantly. To him, his own human bloodline was the impurity. True dragon bloodline? Li Heng was somewhat surprised. But it's no wonder that the black-robed man's methods were all related to dragons. At first, he thought it was just different supernatural abilities, but now it seems it really is related to the dragon race. You should be very surprised now. The black-robed man smiled slightly. That's true dragon bloodline. The true overlord race in the past. Not at all. Li Heng replied calmly. The black-robed man was taken aback, then snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with this guy. This person was definitely just being stubborn. How noble is the true dragon bloodline? How could this person be calm? In short, only I can save you. Unless you want to stay here forever and gradually turn into a skeleton in a tomb. Having finally said this, the man in black felt a little better, even beginning to feel that he had regained the upper hand, believing that Li Heng would definitely curry favor with him to avoid being corrupted. I'm curious, if you and all the bloodlines of the Great Joe are not the same, then what is your relationship with the Great Joe? Li Heng smiled slightly. Surely it couldn't be that the true dragon had cheated on its master, or the phoenix had broken up with its lover? How? What relationship? Haven't you thought of it yet? You really think the Great Joe has always been the so-called dynasty of the divine bird? You're wrong. Before that dead bird appeared, the Great Joe was the dynasty of the true dragon, and the ruler of the Great Joe was the supreme emperor, the true dragon son of heaven. Unlike now, a hen crowing at dawn, the man in black said, his voice laced with anger. So that's how it is? Li Heng shook his head helplessly, his doubts only growing. A divine bird, a phoenix, arrived at a dynasty favoring the true dragon lineage, intending to protect it and transform it into the phoenix and divine bird lineages, all at a time of impending calamity. So what exactly happened? That's right, so I'm now inviting you to help me kill Wu Wuxiang, to help me restore order, and to transform the divine bird dynasty back into the true dragon dynasty. In return, I can resolve the pollution of your bloodline, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. So you're just a dead bastard now, right? Li Heng smiled slightly. How dare he call him a dead bastard? The black-robed man was furious, wanting to retort, even to attack. But then he fell silent. He suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have much leverage to negotiate with this man. He was at his mercy. If this man didn't value his life, he would definitely die first. So, the problem with this space-time array that Wusheng mentioned protecting the Great Joe was also because of you, the black-robed man said disdainfully, suppressing his anger. What a load of rubbish. It's just a field formed by the runes on the surface of that dead bird. This matter does concern me, but so what? I'm doing this for the good of Great Joe. That dead bird has had a profound impact on Great Joe. To transform Great Joe from a dynasty of scrawny birds into a true dragon dynasty and eliminate all future troubles, this is a necessary sacrifice. Even if that monster destroys the entire Great Joe? Li Heng said quietly. He had initially thought this black-robed man was just a radical restorationist. But now it seemed he wasn't just radical, but fanatical, like those monsters affected by calamities. Impossible. That monster won't destroy a Great Joe. On the contrary, that monster was transformed from a true dragon's body, and it will suppress the dead bird's influence to the greatest extent. After the influence is completely eliminated, Great Joe will become a true dragon dynasty again, and that monster will even protect us. The black-robed man said confidently. Li Heng shook his head. This black-robed man was indeed strange. He actually trusted a monster? Monsters are called monsters because they are incomprehensible, and even invincible. Of course, Li Heng disagreed with the last point. After all, to him, the monster was dead, so there was no difference. What means do you have to control that monster? Although the black-robed man seemed a bit off after this point, Li Heng still wanted to ask again. But the black-robed man gave him a disdainful look. Does this even need means? Don't forget that monster was transformed from the corpse of a true dragon. As long as the Great Joe becomes the dynasty of the true dragon again, that monster will protect our Great Joe again? Where does your self-evident logic come from? Li Heng asked. Naturally, because of this, the black-robed man suddenly stammered. After struggling for a long time, the black-robed man could only come up with this reason. Because the Great Joe is the dynasty of the true dragon. Li Heng was silent. He realized that the black-robed man was trapped in a logical loop, refusing to listen to anyone's rebuttal, just like Su Xian of the Heavenly Sword sect back then. But Su Xian was a dead man, which is why he was like this. But this black-robed man looked like a living person. As for why this phenomenon occurred, perhaps it was still related to that so-called divine bird. Now I'll ask you, what does that monster look like? What are its methods? Where did you lure it from? Do you have any way to subdue it? Li Heng asked. This question broke the black-robed man's logical loop, but he slowly replied, I've said what I should say, and I won't say anything I shouldn't. If I say more, I have no trump card to save my life, you have to understand. Besides, do you really want to fight that monster with Wu Wusheng? Forgive my bluntness, but if we were to confront it head-on, the entire Great Joe wouldn't be enough for that monster to swallow whole. Finally, only I can save your bloodline from corruption, the black-robed man said decisively. He had cooperated earlier mainly to persuade Li Heng. But now that Li Heng was unyielding, his hope slowly faded, and he didn't intend to continue cooperating obediently. Are you sure you have nothing to say? Li Heng asked with a strange expression. I've said what I needed to say, now it's your turn to speak. Don't think you've got me cornered. If we really fight to the death, you won't come out unscathed. The combined power of my main body and my clone is something even I fear. The black-robed man stood frozen in place, closing his eyes to rest. That's truly a pity. Li Heng sighed, slapping the black-robed man, intending to kill him outright. He wasn't joking. How could he let someone so dangerous and murderous live? Since he couldn't extract any information, he might as well kill him. You dare kill me? The black-robed man was shocked, completely bewildered by Li Heng's actions. However, he quickly used the connection between his main body and clone to summon the power of his main body to bolster himself, clashing with Li Heng. In fact, he truly possessed the confidence to face anything. The combined power of his main body and clone instantly surged to the level of the 7 tribulations heaven and earth. The 7 tribulations heaven and earth could easily destroy galaxies. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Li Heng. Although Li Heng was only at the peak of the 7 tribulation heaven and earth realm, that was only in terms of realm, his combat power far exceeded that, having already reached the level of the 8 tribulation heaven and earth realm. The 8 tribulation heaven and earth realm could already destroy the foundation of the universe. Such power regarded the 7 tribulation heaven and earth realm as mere ants. Therefore, the black-robed man was quickly defeated. He was horrified. How could this be? The power of the 7 tribulation heaven and earth realm was not even a match for this person. Could this person have already reached the 8 tribulation heaven and earth realm? Li Heng slowly walked towards him, like the Grim Reaper from hell. In a daze, the black-robed man even superimposed Li Heng's figure with the figure of the monster he had summoned, feeling that they were equally powerful and equally terrifying. He trembled inwardly. What kind of monster had he provoked? Li Heng ignored the black-robed man's inner turmoil, raising his sword to continue pressing down on him, delivering the final blow, intending to erase this clone and the true body behind it on the causal level. You can't kill me, I am. The black-robed man hurriedly spoke, but it was too late. Under Li Heng's palm strike, his body shattered, his soul dissipated, and his true spirit returned to nothingness. This palm strike, filled with endless destruction, also struck the black-robed man's true form along the threads of cause and effect. Finally, with a scream, everything fell silent. However, Li Heng fell into deep thought again. Because he hadn't received any source energy. But he was absolutely certain that the black-robed man was dead. However, this was not the time to think about this matter. He slightly raised his hand, releasing the surrounding seals, allowing the person who had been waiting outside to slowly walk in. This person was none other than the Empress who had just left. The Empress entered the building, looked at the traces of battle around her, slightly raised her hand, recalled the past, and condensed the virtual form of the black-robed man, using her primordial energy to evolve a yellow springs flower. The flower floated towards the black-robed man, touching his virtual form. Then, the flower and the virtual form of the black-robed man vanished simultaneously, turning into a sky full of starlight. Second uncle, farewell. She gazed at the process of the black-robed man's disappearance and spoke softly. Chapter 413 The Treasure Ship of Time, 13. Is this your second uncle? Li Heng asked, slightly surprised. Wu Wuxiang nodded. He is indeed my second uncle. Then you're not surprised or angry at all that I killed your second uncle? Li Heng smiled slightly. Wu Wuxiang shook her head. My relationship with my second uncle wasn't very good. When I ascended the throne, he opposed me to the death, and he's always been trying to trip me up, which annoys me a lot. But because of this relationship, I couldn't kill him. So, it's good that he died. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li Heng. The Empress of Great Zhou was very grateful to Li Heng. Is that so? Li Heng seemed thoughtful. Although I shielded the surroundings to prevent your second uncle from escaping, I didn't stop you from eavesdropping on what happened. So, what do you think of what your second uncle said? He looked at the Empress and smiled. The Empress showed a bitter expression and shook her head slightly. I didn't know my second uncle had done such a terrible thing, attracting a monster of this level and threatening the Great Zhou with annihilation. It's all my fault. I should have killed him sooner. She looked regretful. I see. What else did your second uncle say, like the truth about the Great Zhou, the relationship between the true dragon and the divine bird? Or did you already know the secrets, fellow Taoist Wu? Li Heng asked. Wu Wuxiang closed her eyes, then slowly opened them again. I knew some things before, but only a vague understanding. Now, learning these things from my second uncle has filled in some of my doubts. It's just a pity he was wrong. The Empress's subtext was that she knew, but not completely. So, what do you plan to do? Li Heng continued to press. I humbly request that you continue to help me resolve the monster's problem. After it's resolved, I will tell you the truth I know, and also resolve the issue of impurities in your bloodline. The Empress looked at Li Heng with captivating eyes, full of apology. She hadn't known the divine bird would cause such an impact. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invited Li Heng into the Great Zhou. After all, rationally speaking, she didn't want to incur the dislike of a powerhouse like Li Heng. Why scheme against someone who could befriend her? Since that's the case, let's proceed as planned. Li Heng didn't care much and nodded. Anyway, his bloodline was pure, so there was no rush. At most, he was curious about the secrets hidden within the Great Zhou dynasty, and he was somewhat surprised that he had killed the man in black robes but hadn't obtained any source power. However, these questions should be answered soon. The next day, news of the death of the Prince of Wei and his residents spread, shaking the court. However, no rumors or gossip spread about this matter, and no one suspected any conspiracy. Everyone believed that the Prince of Wei had died in his residence. Li Heng sat leisurely on the top floor of a tea house, looking at the distant mountains, taking a sip of tea, and listening to the guests at the other tables discussing the news of the Prince of Wei's death. He was somewhat surprised. This commotion was quite significant. Could it be that the Empress was going to hold a state funeral for his second uncle? If so, would he still be able to deal with those monsters today? However, the surroundings quickly became blurry and silent, forming an independent space. Empress Wu Wuxiang, clad in a phoenix robe and wearing a golden crown, appeared before Li Heng along with Shuai and Huling. What? Still proceeding according to the original plan? I thought you were going to bury your second uncle first, Li Heng said calmly. Wu Wuxiang's expression flickered slightly upon hearing this, but she remained silent. However, Shuai and Huling beside her looked somewhat strange and couldn't help but speak up. Fellow Taoist Li, both his main body and his avatar are gone. Clearly, the implication was that even his ashes were gone. How could he be buried like that? A prince of such high status couldn't possibly have a cenotaph. Ahem, where's that monster? Li Heng changed the subject, pretending not to hear. Anyway, he felt he hadn't done anything wrong. After all, it's best to scatter the ashes, soul, and true spirit of the murderer, ensuring they never reincarnate and return to nothingness, to prevent any unexpected resurrection. That's what you call prudent. At this moment, the surrounding space rippled again, and a Taoist nun dressed in a black and white robe and carrying a peach wood sword appeared simultaneously with General Zhou Mingai, who was clad in armor and stationed at the border. Xiang Suzi, Zhou Mingai, pay your respects to your majesty. The two greeted the Empress in unison, both possessing the cultivation of the creation realm. However, the fact that they were so close and spoke with such tacit understanding suggested some ulterior motive. A Taoist nun and a military general. Li Heng thought to himself, what a strange combination. No need for formalities, this is fellow Taoist Li Heng, the core of this operation. The Empress nodded and introduced Li Heng beside her. Xiang Suzi greets fellow Taoist Li. Fellow Taoist Li, we meet again. The two greeted Li Heng in unison. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xiang Suzi. Li Heng nodded in return. General Zhou, I thought you were still stationed at the border. He then looked at Zhou Mingai and said with a smile. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist. There is no war at the border. Zhou Mingai replied with a smile. In reality, his inner peace was far more profound than it appeared. Since Li Heng's appearance had caused the black mist to thin, it had become much less active, its incursions into the great frontier far and wide reduced, even seemingly retreating away. This was why he had been able to escape and come here. And all of this was because of Li Heng. Alright, everyone's here. Let's set off. The Empress spoke concisely and without delay. Li Heng was somewhat surprised. So few people? That shouldn't be the case. With the scale of the Great Zhou, shouldn't there be at least 10 or 8 creation realm experts? Even those at the first tribulation creation realm would be fine. Or was it because most of them had perished in the previous calamity? Or perhaps, this peerless Empress was simply too powerful? Li Heng had heard tales of the peerless Empress Wu Wuxiang these past few days, ascending the throne, conquering all rebellious forces, destroying mountains and temples, suppressing and killing countless powerful figures of the same level. Only in this way could she, a mere woman, secure her throne. Wait, Wuxiang, I want to join too. Suddenly, spatial fluctuations reappeared, and a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and tattered clothes appeared, reeking of alcohol and unsteady on his feet. The Empress's expression instantly darkened, and she spoke coldly, King Qi, what are you doing? Qi, what King Qi? I'm your third uncle. Didn't you say you were going to conquer that monster? Take your third uncle with you, and I'll guarantee your safety. King Qi staggered, his swaying body trying to maintain his balance so he wouldn't fall to the ground, then patted his chest, as if to say, leave it all to me. You must be Li Heng, fellow Taoist Li? King Qi looked at Li Heng somewhat confusedly. He staggered over to Li Heng. Thank you, Duaruo. I've disliked King Wei for a long time, Duaruo. Thank you, Brother Li, for ridding the people of this scourge. King Qi cupped his hands in thanks to Li Heng. Li Heng smiled slightly and spoke. Thank you for your praise, Prince Qi. It was nothing more than a small favor. I wonder if Prince Qi needs any help? Instantly, Prince Qi shook his head, shaking it like a rattled drum, and quickly retreated. No, 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 I don't need it. I'm perfectly fine. Tian Zuzi and Zhou Mingai, standing nearby, were deeply disturbed. Although they knew that Prince Wei's death was suspicious, they didn't know the truth. But now, listening to the Mad Prince Qi's words, could it be because of this fellow Taoist Li Heng? Was it fellow Taoist Li who killed that damned Prince Wei? This was truly unbelievable. They exchanged a glance, somewhat shocked. Because Prince Wei's cultivation was arguably the best in the Great Zhou. If His Majesty hadn't been on the throne, he probably wouldn't have been able to suppress Prince Wei. Yet now Prince Wei had died so easily. And for such a ridiculous reason as illness. No way, how could someone of this caliber die of illness? My plan doesn't need you. Go back, Prince Qi. Wu Wuxiang's expression softened as she commanded. At the same time, she apologized to Li Heng and spoke. This Prince Qi is my third uncle, but he's currently insane, delirious, and mentally unstable. He might say something offensive, so please forgive him. You, how could you speak of your third uncle like that? Prince Qi suddenly became indignant. It's all right. But since Prince Qi is willing to go, why not take him along? Li Heng smiled slightly. He was curious about this suddenly appearing Prince Qi, because he sensed that the bloodline within Prince Qi was even stranger, possessing the aura of a true dragon, but also possibly the aura of that divine bird. The Empress frowned upon hearing this, but still gave Li Heng face. In that case, let Prince Qi go along. She pondered, this insane third uncle of hers, who she had never truly understood, and wondered what secrets he might be hiding. However, as the ruler of the Great Zhou, why would she be afraid of such a situation? Her power was sufficient to suppress these variables. As long as he didn't come into contact with the core of the plan, it would be fine. Prince Qi's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly moved closer to Li Heng. Good brother, thank you, brother Li. He laughed like a child. To express my gratitude, I can tell brother Li a secret. In front of everyone, in front of all the people, King Qi leaned close to Li Heng's ear and said loudly. Now, whether it was Wu Wuxiang, Shuayu, Huling, or Zhou Mingai and Xiang Suzi, they were all somewhat helpless, because they knew King Qi was about to say his classic line. The secret is, I'm still alive. After saying this, King Qi put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. He looked very proud. Then, before he could laugh for 3 seconds, he suddenly became sad and burst into tears. Tears flying out like a waterfall, truly deserving of the phrase sorrow like rain, falling to the ground like a river. Seeing Li Heng standing there stunned, Wu Wuxiang smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Li, don't take your third uncle's words seriously or to heart. She was pleased. Now you know how powerful your third uncle is, right? You dared to let him come along, to bring him along? Not listening to the Empress's words, you're now suffering the consequences. The others nodded earnestly. They didn't take it to heart at all. After all, wasn't that obvious? Who standing here wasn't alive? The crowd rolled their eyes, speechless. It's all right, it's all right. King Qi's words were quite interesting, Li Heng said, regaining his composure and smiling slightly. He looked thoughtfully at King Qi, who was now deeply mired in grief. In fact, King Qi was right, he was truly alive in every sense of the word. All right, let's not waste any more time, let's go. Seeing that Li Heng didn't show any surprise or displeasure, the Empress suddenly felt a bit bored and got straight to the point, urging everyone to depart. Li Heng, being a guest, followed the others. Then, they arrived at a magnificent, towering ship moored on the bank of a great river. This ship was resplendent in gold and jade, its material neither gold nor wood, its surface engraved with various runes, radiating an aura of time. The Empress smiled as she introduced it to Li Heng. The river of time and space in the true realm is incredibly vast. With our cultivation levels, we must rely on external aids to truly navigate it. This treasure ship is crafted with time wood as its frame, allowing it to sail through time. It will help us reach the location of that monster. Li Heng nodded, saying nothing more. It wasn't surprising that a dynasty with such profound foundations as the Great Zhou could produce a ship of this caliber. He then followed the others onto the towering treasure ship made of time wood. Then, the scenery outside the ship abruptly changed, no longer the material world, but a vast void. The treasure ship appeared on the river of time and space, floating quietly. In the blink of an eye, the world had transformed. The Empress summoned Shuayu, Huling, Chiang Suzy, and Zhou Mingai, giving them a few instructions, seemingly about how to control the treasure ship. Then, she turned to Li Heng with a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, you can observe the scenery on the river of time and space. It might be helpful to your cultivation and enlightenment. It will still take some time before we reach the location of that monster." Li Heng nodded, saying nothing more. Then he saw the previously sorrowful King Qi cheerfully take out a fish bucket and a fishing rod, and sit down beside the treasure ship to start fishing. But after watching for a long time, no fish took the bait. Had he missed the boat? Chapter 414 Time Space Waterfall, 23. How can you fish without baiting? Li Heng slowly approached King Qi, gazing at the quietly flowing river of time below, and smiled slightly. "What, Brother Li, do you have some fishing tips?" King Qi's eyes lit up. At this moment, King Qi seemed like a different person. His speech became fluent, no longer stuttering. Only his disheveled hair and rumpled clothes revealed his madness. "What tips?" "Just common sense. Fish baiting first, look." Li Heng reached out and grabbed something from the air, then threw it into the river of time, splashing water everywhere. Soon, fish could be seen swimming around. King Qi's eyes widened, revealing disbelief. "Fish already?" Li Heng quietly watched the fish in the river, somewhat surprised. Because even though the river of time had the word river in its name, it wasn't a river in the true sense. If one wanted, it could be called a timeline, a world line, a time hourglass, and so on. If that's the case, why were there actually fish in this river of time? Or is the true realm's river of time more like a river? The vast void is boundless, and although an unchanging mother river of time flows through it, each independent realm has its own space-time system. Therefore, different models emerge. Even if the essence of space-time remains unchanged, its manifestation may differ. For example, in some realms, space-time might appear as a book, with each page turn representing an era. In others, space-time might simply be the result of material movement. "Brother Li, you truly have excellent skills," King Qi exclaimed, regaining his composure. "These fish are high-quality time fish, extremely difficult to catch, but very useful for cultivation and enlightenment, especially for cultivating the supernatural laws of time. I was able to advance to the creation realm thanks to a bowl of time fish soup," Li Heng said with a smile, unconcerned. "Not necessarily, perhaps it's because there are more time fish." "More?" King Qi raised his head, seemingly savoring Li Heng's words, then spoke with profound emotion. "Yes, perhaps there really are more. The fishermen of yesteryear are long gone." "What? You're a fisherman too?" Li Heng chuckled. "Brother Li, you flatter me. I wouldn't dare call myself a fisherman. Only those qualified to stand on the shore can be called fishermen. I'm still very, very far from that level, and I've already lost my chance." King Qi shook his head bitterly. "It seems you know something." Li Heng still smiled, his expression calm. King Qi didn't seem to intend to hide anything, nodding slightly. "I do know some things, such as the truth about the Great Zhou, but I can't tell you for now. Unless you wholeheartedly protect my niece in this matter." The niece he was referring to was Empress Wu Wuxiang of the Great Zhou. "Oh?" Li Heng raised an eyebrow. "You're so confident in me? You know your daughter is very strong. On the surface, she only seems to have the strength of a fifth tribulation heaven and earth, but once she uses the power of the Lord of the Great Zhou." Li Heng intended to flatter Wu Wuxiang. One should know how to be low-key and humble. However, the next moment, he was interrupted by King Qi. "No, my niece is no match for that monster. The monster that the second sun summoned was far too terrifying, she was no match for it at all." "Then why can I?" Li Heng asked with a smile. King Qi's expression turned serious. "Because you are very strong, as you and I both know very well." Li Heng sighed helplessly. He couldn't be modest now. "Then why do you know I'm strong?" he asked curiously. He had been hiding his strength. If it were through investigation or divination, King Qi would never know his true strength. "Because I trust my niece's intuition." King Qi gave a rather absurd answer. "You may find this reason ridiculous, but it's the truth. My niece quickly decided to go and defeat that monster because of your appearance. That's enough to prove you can handle it." Li Heng pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke again. "What if her intuition is wrong?" King Qi answered readily. "Her intuition can't be wrong." Li Heng was speechless. It was another logical loop. King Qi immediately realized that Li Heng must have misunderstood something and spoke again. This isn't some kind of obsessive thought. In fact, you haven't witnessed the power of her intuition. To be honest, it was precisely because of her intuition that she ascended to the throne of the great Zhou, which is why that second prince was so resentful, thinking she was an incredibly lucky girl. It was precisely this kind of thinking that led to his downfall. King Qi sighed and shook his head as he spoke of this. Hearing this explanation, Li Heng frowned slightly. His reaction wasn't because of the past events King Qi recounted, but because King Qi could actually provide a reason for his unwavering trust in Wu Wuxiang's intuition. This meant it wasn't a logical loop, but rather a profound trust in Wu Wuxiang. In other words, this deeply hidden King Qi didn't possess the extremely obsessive logical loop of the King Wei he had previously killed. So, why was this? He asked the question. King Qi fell silent instantly upon hearing this, not even lifting his fishing rod when the time fish took the bait, letting them devour his bait. I know the answer to this question. But please forgive me, I cannot tell you now. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Li Heng wasn't annoyed. He conjured a fishing rod, a bucket, and a stool from his own imagination. He sat down, cast his line, and then slowly asked, "When will you tell me?" King Qi smiled wryly. He knew that if he didn't give a concrete answer, the incredibly powerful Li Heng would most likely not let him off, and might even harm his niece. "I will tell you after this matter is resolved." Li Heng smiled. King Qi and Wu Wuxiang were truly birds of a feather, both were riddle tellers, and both insisted on knowing the answer only after the matter was settled. If it weren't for the fact that this matter didn't concern his interests and was merely a matter of personal curiosity, he would have already fought with these two. A fish has taken the bait. Li Heng's fishing rod dipped slightly, and with a sharp pull, a large, delicious-looking time fish leaped out of the water, which he held in his hand and placed in the bucket. King Qi was astonished. "Brother Li, how did you do this? You didn't even put any bait, and if I'm not mistaken, the hook is even straight, so how did you manage to catch any fish? Are they just willing to take the bait?" Li Heng smiled slightly. "You're wrong." "Then why?" King Qi was somewhat confused. These time fish were incredibly clever, some of the older ones had even developed sentience and entered the Dao. He had heard of a time fish king during the immortal god era, which roamed the true world's river of time with unparalleled power, leaving even the immortals and gods helpless. Although he didn't know when that fish king had disappeared. "Because I'm stronger, they're afraid." He cast his line again. But this time, there was no need to wait. The next moment, a time fish took the bait, and Li Heng flung it out of the water, holding it in his hand. At this moment, King Qi could clearly sense the fish's fear, its body was trembling. Without careful observation, one might think the fish was simply very energetic. Because of fear, it surrendered, voluntarily being caught. King Qi fell silent, understanding dawning on him. He then tactfully spoke. "Actually, King Wei is paranoid, trapped in a logical loop, while the reason I am not is simple, because I am still alive, just as I told you earlier." "And King Wei?" Li Heng asked. "You already have a clear answer in your heart, don't you?" King Qi didn't answer directly, but instead asked. Li Heng smiled, pointing to the surface of the river of time. "Look, this fish won't take the bait, it's dead." King Qi's gaze fell upon it, and he saw a lifeless time fish, its eyes rolled back, near the straight hook radiating terrifying malevolence. He fell silent again, then slowly spoke. "Because King Wei is dead, long dead. Only the dead are so paranoid, aren't they?" Li Heng pondered, was it really as he had guessed? He dared to guess this before not because of King Wei's paranoia, but because he killed King Wei but didn't obtain the source power. Could other possibilities also align with his predictions? He turned his gaze back to King Qi. But King Qi's gaze became resolute. "Brother Li, that's all I can tell you. Only after this is over, and you're about to leave the Great Zhou, can I tell you anything else. This is the necessary order. Even if you kill me now, it'll be the same." "I see, then I understand." Li Heng nodded. He could sense that there was indeed a limitation. Of course, he also knew that the King of Qi was definitely hiding some information, but he couldn't push too hard. After all, people aren't fish that easily jump over walls. "However, I still have some questions." The King of Qi felt helpless, even somewhat regretful. He should have known better than to attract Li Heng's attention earlier. Now he was completely under Li Heng's control, and he regretted it deeply. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Heng asked. The King of Qi breathed a sigh of relief. So that was the question. He thought he was going to ask something that would trigger the limitations. He answered readily. I am indeed out of my mind. But you are very rational now, Li Heng said. The king of Qi shook his head. Brother Li, you must understand that we are currently in the river of time. I am out of my mind, but that doesn't mean that I am out of my mind at all points in time, past, present, and future. Li Heng nodded. He understood. It didn't matter that King Qi had gone mad at the previous point in time. As long as King Qi hadn't been mad before, and wasn't born that way, it was fine. As long as he was in the river of time, he should be able to communicate with his made self through a secret method. Then what caused your madness? King Qi asked helplessly. I can't say for now, Li Heng nodded. All right then, all the questions had been asked, time to focus on fishing. What followed was a joyful fishing trip. King Qi consistently failed to catch anything, while Li Heng's catch never stopped, which frustrated King Qi. He wondered if Li Heng had absorbed all his luck. Madness was one thing. But he had finally reached the river of time, and fishing was one of his few remaining hobbies. He couldn't afford to go home empty-handed. He roared inwardly. Finally, the treasure ship sailed against the current, approaching its destination. A magnificent time-space waterfall appeared before them. Above the waterfall, a dragon coiled. Chapter 415 The Four Phases Formation, 33. A dragon, or rather, a colossal dragon corpse. Stretching for billions of miles, its body coiled upwards, its width encompassing a section of the river of time, casting a shadow that exuded oppressive power. Even the fish of time dared not tread this section of the river. Its body was entirely bluish-black, emanating a decaying aura that constantly steamed. Upon closer inspection, one could even see numerous writhing spots on the dragon's body. These spots protruded, burst open, and spurted out fluid. Countless writhing, twisting worms fell, disappearing into the river of time, creating gurgling bubbles that stained the surrounding waters crimson. A majestic dragon, a divine being, reduced to this state. Li Heng sighed softly. He had completely forgotten that he too had once slain a dragon. However, despite his Genkai deep feelings, Li Heng did not underestimate this dragon corpse. The decaying aura emanating from it was terrifying. Even the waterfall of time was affected, its flow slowing down. He even suspected that if things continued this way, this space-time stream would completely dry up, and the space-time tributary where the Great Zhou was located would completely lose the support of the main channel, eventually turning into nothingness. No wonder Wu Wuxiang was so anxious. It wasn't just because of that space-time array, but also because of this. Fellow Taoist Li, this is the monster. Wu Wuxiang appeared beside Li Heng and said solemnly. Holing, Shui Yu, Zhou Mingai, and Bian Zuzi also looked at the dragon corpse with solemn expressions, ready for battle. Especially Bian Zuzi, whose eyes revealed hatred. Her master had died in the mouth of this monster. And don't be fooled by its current appearance as a dragon corpse, which seems normal enough. But once this monster really attacks and unleashes its power, its appearance will be indescribable, causing people to suffer from the pollution and invasion of many calamities, making it impossible to defend against. Wu Wuxiang continued to explain. Li Heng nodded, indicating his understanding. He could even see the worms on the dragon corpse. You say you have a plan, what is it? He didn't act immediately, looking at Wu Wuxiang. Wu Wuxiang was silent for a moment before speaking. I will have others accompany me to set up a large formation to drive this monster out of this spatial region. During this process, you don't need to participate, just provide support. Li Heng nodded, then spoke. But it seems you don't have much confidence? Wu Wuxiang sighed. I'm about 50% sure. Of course, to be honest, she wasn't confident. But that was before, now it's different. Now, with Li Heng backing them up, even if this fails, they can escape unscathed. At this moment, Wu Wuxiang transmitted her voice to Li Heng. Fellow Taoist Li, please keep a close eye on third uncle, don't let him run around. Li Heng naturally understood Wu Wuxiang's subtext and readily agreed, since it wasn't a difficult task. He glanced at Prince Qi again and found that Prince Qi had reverted to his madman state, seemingly not wanting his niece to know about this. Fire Spirit, Water Moon, Zhou Mingai, Tian Zuzi. Set up the four symbols formation. Wu Wuxiang announced loudly. At this moment, the four occupied the four directions, their auras rising rapidly, surrounding the still motionless dragon corpse. Behind them, each illusory figure manifested a vast world. Behind Fire Spirit, the vermilion bird emerged, sweeping across the sky. Behind Water Moon, the black tortoise appeared, stabilizing the rivers and seas. Behind Jomingai, the white tiger appeared, its malevolent aura surging. Behind Yanzuzi, the azure dragon appeared, giving birth to all things. The four combined their auras, using the four realms, four symbols, and four spirits as their foundation, to set up an astonishing formation, transforming into a profound and mysterious Great Dao seal, pressing down on the dragon corpse. Li Heng was amazed by this, exclaiming, "What a skillful technique! These azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the four symbols, were not ethereal and without foundation, but were truly born from the vast worlds that evolved behind these four, possessing extremely high status. If one were to infuse these four elements with souls and true spirits, they could evolve into true four symbols divine beasts, each containing the primordial power of a great world, veritable creation beasts. And these four great worlds weren't created temporarily, they seemed to have been established long ago. Otherwise, they couldn't have nurtured these four beings. It seems Wu Wuxiang has been preparing this plan for a long time. However, this dragon corpse is not so easy to deal with. No matter how good the methods or how ingenious the formations, they ultimately cannot overcome the 5 words, one force can overcome 10 techniques. This dragon corpse is at the peak of the 8 tribulations heaven and earth realm. Sure enough, an anomaly occurred. This dragon corpse monster awoke from its lifeless state and immediately saw the 4-symbol seal pressing down on it. It roared, unleashing the power of the 8 tribulations heaven and earth realm. With a crack, the 4-symbol seal cracked. Its sound waves continued to ripple outwards, causing the surface of the surrounding river of time and space to rise and fall, and the time-space waterfall that had been cascading from above to stop. In the end, it's still a true dragon transformed after death, retaining its dragon might. Li Heng calmly commented. He looked at Wu Wuxiang, who was still watching the battle, and thought, "Let me see what you, the ruler of the Great Zhou, are capable of, whether you can withstand this dragon corpse." The thought had barely left his lips when Wu Wuxiang made his move. The 9 heavens divine phoenix appeared behind him, its body growing larger with each flap of its wings, eventually evolving into a colossal creature whose shadow could cover this entire river of time, confronting the dragon corpse from afar. The 9 heavens divine phoenix shone with 5-colored light, incomparably sacred. The 5 virtues of the primordial Dao. A profound statement rang out, and each type of light on the phoenix evolved into a vast world. Li Heng, observing from the side, understood clearly. He observed the 5 great worlds, lost in thought. The scenes of these 5 great worlds were all quite blurry, but the clearest one was where a sage appeared, spreading his teachings. The world's atmosphere was renewed, a single lamp piercing through the darkness of dawn, illuminating the path for all beings, a world of saintly virtue. The 5 virtues of heaven, the age of the 5 virtues? He immediately understood the path Wu Wuxiang was taking. Recreating the 5 virtues of heaven, sacred virtue, blessing virtue, merit virtue, hidden virtue, and morality. However, Wu Wuxiang's cultivation was clearly insufficient. She could only manifest the age of sacred virtue, the other 4 remaining confused and unable to complete the cycle of the 5 virtues. Therefore, while this path was good and had a promising future, it seemed unable to withstand this dragon corpse. This was Li Heng's assessment. Sure enough, the next moment, seemingly due to the appearance of the 5 virtues phoenix, the dragon corpse monster entered a state of rage. Spots constantly appeared on its body, bulging, exploding, and maggots wriggled, making its flesh and blood a bloody mess. But the decaying aura of this dragon corpse monster deepened continuously, even beginning to corrode the 4-symbol seal and the river of time. Wu Wuxiang was not surprised, it was within her expectations. She also injected the power of the 5 virtues phoenix into the 4-symbol seal, working with the other 4 to continue pressing the seal downwards, attempting to touch the dragon corpse monster's body. Wu Wuxiang felt a pang of regret. It was a pity she had chosen the phoenix path, not the central Lord Qilin, otherwise, she could have unleashed the true power of the 4 symbols formation to completely seal and expel the monster. However, nothing in this world is perfect. One must learn to use what is available. I am the Lord of the Great Zhou. Monster, you deserve to die. Wu Wuxiang unleashed her full power, borrowing the Great Zhou's fortune and power through her status as Lord of the Great Zhou, using her divine power of words become law to judge the dragon corpse monster from above. At this moment, she actually suppressed the dragon corpse monster, putting it at a disadvantage. Li Heng, watching from the sidelines, was also somewhat surprised. The power brought by the status of Lord of the Great Zhou was so great that it allowed Wu Wuxiang, a 5th Tribulation Realm cultivator, to suppress the 8th Tribulation Realm dragon corpse monster. It seemed the Great Zhou had a very deep foundation. But unfortunately, it ended there. Li Heng directly issued his judgment. The reason was simple: one force can overcome 10 techniques. The difference in levels between creation realms was enormous. What was a 5th Tribulation Realm cultivator? In terms of size, it wasn't even the size of the Milky Way. However, the 8 tribulations heaven and earth far surpasses the Milky Way, capable of shaking the very foundation of the universe. The difference is more than billions of times greater. If this weren't just a metaphor. Moreover, the division of this immortal and divine system is quite unique, and the 4 symbols formation is indeed somewhat mysterious. Otherwise, even the combined power of Wu Wuxiang and the other 4 wouldn't be enough to be blown away by the dragon corpse in one breath. So, the next moment, accompanied by the power erupting within the dragon corpse, the 4-symbol seal, reinforced by the power of the 5, exploded directly. The aftershocks of the explosion rippled outwards, causing the river of time to rise and fall, but it didn't create too much of a stir. After all, it was the river of time in the true realm, and it wouldn't collapse so easily. Li Heng wasn't in a hurry, but the Key King beside him was. He quickly stepped in to help, and at the same time spoke up. "Brother Li, why aren't you making a move?" At this moment, because of the collapse of the 4 symbols formation, Wu Wuxiang and the other 4 suffered a considerable backlash. However, they quickly regained their senses and retreated rapidly, instantly returning to the time treasure ship. Clearly, they had received professional training. They knew that if things didn't go well, they would run away immediately. They didn't waste any words or offer any explanations. One word: go. Wu Wuxiang steered the time ship to escape at breakneck speed. She looked at the dragon corpse chasing after them, her expression grim, seemingly surprised that her meticulously prepared formation had collapsed so quickly. Although she had anticipated this, she was simply outmatched. "Fellow Taoist Wu, this ship can't outrun this dragon corpse," Li Heng said leisurely from the side. "Then we'll have to trouble you to take action," Wu Wuxiang said, her eyes burning. She actually had a trump card to increase the ship's speed. Without it, she wouldn't have come to seek death with this dragon corpse monster. Her previous concern was whether they could retreat back to the ship in time if their formation failed, which was why she needed Li Heng to provide backup and support their retreat. Now they had successfully retreated and returned to the ship. But this fellow Taoist Li Heng hadn't made a move. "So soon it's my turn to act?" Li Heng shook his head with some emotion. Although he knew that in battles like this, speed was crucial. If you couldn't kill them, run far away. He hadn't expected Wu Wuxiang's meticulously prepared plan to crumble so quickly. It felt like he hadn't prepared at all. However, he also knew that Wu Wuxiang and her companions had no power to resist this monster of the 8th tribulation heaven and earth level. If they hadn't prepared a plan, they would probably be dead by now. The other 4 looked at Li Heng with strange expressions. Did this fellow Taoist Li also have a way to help them escape quickly? In this situation of complete rout, they didn't think Li Heng had the power or qualifications to launch a counterattack against this terrifying dragon corpse. But didn't His Majesty say that this fellow Taoist Li was the core of this operation? Now that they were in the escape phase, this fellow Taoist Li hadn't made a move yet. So who exactly was the core? Everyone was puzzled, but then Li Heng made his move. Tisk, this writer's block is really painful. Chapter 416 Who Can't Use Cheats, 13. Li Heng's body soared into the air, boundless light emanating from behind him, the image of the great sun appearing like a source of light illuminating this space-time region, facing off against the pursuing dragon corpse monster. The dragon corpse monster roared angrily. These insignificant creatures, ants. It was bad enough that they disturbed his slumber, but now that he wanted to devour them whole, they refused, even trying to escape. And now they even sent another ant to block him? He felt provoked. A terrifying, decaying aura erupted, sweeping towards Li Heng. Wherever the aura passed, space was distorted, time was corroded, and directly transformed into an indescribable breeding ground. Countless fleshy tumors sprouted from this breeding ground. The tumors burst open instantly, oozing a blood-red and greenish fluid, and countless indescribable monsters, some twisted, some bearing their fangs and claws, were born. The dragon corpse, accompanied by these monsters filing the sky, lunged at Li Heng. Instantly, everyone on the time treasure ship felt their scalps tingle. They hadn't anticipated this dragon corpse monster possessed such a powerful ability, instantly conjuring an army of monsters, including several at the creation realm level. In short, a direct confrontation wouldn't even require the dragon corpse to intervene. This instantly created monster army was enough to overwhelm them. They were horrified, a deep sense of unease rising within them. Did this fellow Taoist Li truly have a solution? Wu Wuxiang frowned worriedly, unsure of her own abilities. However, Li Heng's eyes lit up with delight. So this dragon corpse had such a method. He should have said so earlier. It was all lost source energy. He immediately unleashed the great sun dharma form, illuminating the monsters. Under the endless, scorching light imbued with the supreme concept of the great sun, the monsters rushing towards Li Heng began to melt and dissipate, half disappearing before even reaching him. Feeling the surge of source energy, Li Heng felt a surge of joy, and then manifested another dharma form. The vast earth descended. On the vast river of time and space, amidst the hazy mist, an endless land slowly emerged, exuding a boundless, ancient, and unchanging aura of the great Dao. Immense pressure was applied to these monsters, and with the combined power of this boundless land, the power to cycle through life and death, burying everything, and the great sun dharma, the monster army was annihilated in one fell swoop. In an instant, the entire monster army was wiped out. Li Heng's golden origin points increased by 35. Even his origin power increased by 1 trillion. The people on the time treasure ship were shocked and dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? What kind of strength? What kind of realm? A monster army capable of engulfing them all was directly annihilated by this fellow Taoist Li Heng? Was this a joke? Or were they dreaming? Even King Qi, who thought he was confident, was stunned. He had indeed considered Li Heng to be powerful. But what he had witnessed still astonished him. What realm was this? 6 tribulations, 7 tribulations? It seemed like more than that. This seemed to be a power even stronger than the 8 tribulation heaven and earth. But Li Heng clearly didn't possess the aura of the 8 tribulation heaven and earth, nor did he exhibit the unique characteristics of the 9 tribulation heaven and earth level. King Qi was utterly perplexed. Empress Wu Wuxiang of the Great Zhou dynasty stood at the bow of the time treasure ship. Looking at the scene before her, she took a deep breath to calm herself, her expression incredibly complex. She recalled Li Heng's boastful words to her, saying that he could truly deal with this dragon corpse monster. But now it seemed that this wasn't boasting at all, it was clearly reality. When Li Heng annihilated the monster army, he also took the dragon corpse monster with him. The dragon corpse monster couldn't react in time and was hit squarely, roaring in pain as it flew erratically through the air. However, this didn't seem to cause much damage. The dragon corpse monster quickly recovered, staring at Li Heng, its aura continuously rising, roaring angrily, seemingly enraged that Li Heng, an ant, could harm it. A deathly aura erupted again, directly enveloping the surroundings. The dragon corpse monster weaved through the decaying aura, seemingly gathering something. Then, in the next moment, its entire body shot out straight, carrying the decaying aura as it attacked Li Heng. Li Heng was somewhat disappointed. The dragon corpse was no good, it had already weakened after just one attack. He had thought it could breed an even larger army of monsters. It seemed that was all it was. Facing the dragon corpse monster that was attacking him with all its might, the illusory images of the 36 heavens appeared behind Li Heng, unleashing their own full power and condensing a platform inscribed with Taoist runes. On the platform stood a Gillidan. As a true dragon, even if it's just a dragon corpse, how can it not come to the dragon-slaying platform? Li Heng smiled leisurely. On the dragon-slaying platform, I will slay the dragon. Instantly, the dragon-slaying platform expanded in the wind, meeting the attacking dragon corpse. The dragon corpse couldn't dodge in time and was instantly trapped within it, entering the dragon-slaying platform. Sensing immense danger, the dragon corpse roared, unleashing a destructive aura that threatened to corrode the dragon-slaying platform. Simultaneously, its body repeatedly rammed against the platform's surroundings, yet the platform remained unmoved. Li Heng stood tall in the void, his figure majestic, like a celestial king. Then, he spoke indifferently, "Slay." The dragon-slaying platform manifested its power, and the dragon's head instantly fell beneath the dragon-slaying guillotine. The Taoist runes on the guillotine flickered, then, with a single stroke, it fell. Like slicing tofu. The dragon's head instantly fell to the ground. The people on the time ship were completely dumbfounded. This dragon corpse monster was dealt with so easily? Although they were shocked by the power Li Heng had displayed, they also knew this dragon corpse monster was incredibly terrifying. Even if Li Heng could truly defeat it, it would surely involve an epic battle, likely resulting in mutual destruction. They never expected it to end so quickly, and in such a one-sided, crushing way. Li Heng crushed the dragon corpse monster. At this moment, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Especially Empress Wu Wuxiang of the Great Zhou dynasty, who didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Happy that the dragon corpse monster was defeated. But sad because it made them seem utterly useless. Li Heng could defeat it alone. What did her meticulously prepared plan amount to then? At this moment, King Qi suddenly spoke up, his words remarkably rational. Don't be too happy yet, this dragon corpse is no ordinary thing. The next moment, the dragon corpse monster, which should have been completely dead, suddenly began to writhe. A mysterious, decaying aura erupted within it, enveloping its entire body and forming a small cloud of mist. It seemed to be nurturing something. Suddenly, within the mist, a pair of blood-red eyes lit up. A terrifying aura erupted once more. Even through the seal of the dragon-slaying platform, the people on the time ship could sense the terrifying increase in the aura of this decaying mist, making their hearts pound and even horrified. It was stronger than the previous dragon corpse, continuously rising towards the level of the 9 tribulations heaven and earth. Li Heng remained calm, only slightly frowning, finding it somewhat troublesome. The mist formed by this eruption of decaying aura was clearly a brand new calamity power, extremely high in essence, and also the core that had transformed this dragon corpse into a monster. Now that he had slain the dragon corpse, it was equivalent to exposing this core. Of course, in layman's terms, it was essentially the second stage of a boss. Only this second stage was somewhat heaven-defying. If the second phase of a boss in a game merely changes the attack method and adds a buff to the boss, increasing attack and defense, then this second phase is practically cheating. It's like having an invincible cheat. Li Heng could clearly sense that because of the extremely high nature of this new calamity power, even using his full strength, he couldn't touch it even slightly. The difference in their fundamental nature was insurmountable. Fortunately, he also had a cheat. His power couldn't destroy the calamity power, but that didn't mean his source energy was ineffective. You have an invincible cheat? I can have another cheat to counter yours. However, at this moment, King Qi had already advised them to run away. Your Majesty, let's escape. King Qi looked at Wu Wuxiang with a solemn expression. Why? Wu Wuxiang asked in astonishment. At this point, she was too lazy to dwell on why King Qi's words were so rational, no longer acting erratically. Because although fellow Taoist Li is strong, he can't defeat this dragon-armored monster. My strongest estimate for fellow Taoist Li is that he's at the 9th tribulation heaven and earth level. Wu Wuxiang interrupted before King Qi could finish. But even if this monster improves, it's still only at the 9th tribulation heaven and earth level. Even so, it can only be evenly matched with fellow Taoist Li at best. Why should we run? The others nodded in agreement. Although the monster's improvement was terrifying, it was still in the middle of the 8th and 9th tribulation heaven and earth level. Even if it successfully improved, it would only reach the 9th tribulation heaven and earth level at most, right? Could it possibly soar above the creation realm? However, King Qi's answer made them feel as if they were sitting in an ice cave. But this monster isn't simply at the 9th tribulation heaven and earth level. The power it's unleashing now has already reached the level above the creation realm. Even if fellow Taoist Li can suppress this monster, he can't kill it. And this is still the most optimistic estimate. In fact, once this monster uses the power above the creation realm, fellow Taoist Li will only face defeat and death. King Qi exclaimed in shock. He was actually quite surprised by this result. He never expected that a mere monster at the peak of the 8th tribulation realm would possess the pure power representing calamity above the creation realm. The second brother has truly caused us great harm. He cursed inwardly. But that monster was clearly dying. In the silence, Zhou Mingai suddenly pointed a finger at Li Heng and spoke. Everyone was startled and looked over. At this moment, Li Heng was using his source power to continuously erode this new calamity power. No matter how powerful or high level this calamity power was, it was still as fragile as sands in the face of this source power. Sensing the danger, the blood-red eyes wanted to intervene. But unfortunately, they didn't have the right. Regardless of whether it had successfully conceived or not. If it, as the calamity power, was like a high-dimensional player, able to step in and beat the losing character using its high-dimensional characteristics, then Li Heng's source power could penetrate all dimensions. Players, high dimensions, all were at his mercy. Li Heng was pleased, he found it was still profitable. Although using source power to erode the calamity power seemed extravagant, the source power returned for each bit of calamity power eroded was more than what was consumed. In just a short time, he had added another 10 trillion source power. The mist formed by the ashen aura gradually diminished, and the bright, blood-red eyes gradually dimmed, eventually disappearing completely. Seeing this, everyone on the time ship was stunned. Chapter 417 The Golden Little Dragon, 23. King Qi fell silent, utterly bewildered. That was a monster possessing power beyond the creation realm. Power at the creation realm level alone was insufficient to obliterate or contend with it. Yet this fellow Taoist Li Heng had accomplished it. And it was a one-sided crushing victory, just as before. At this moment, he felt an intense sting to his face. After all, he had just been stating unequivocally that Li Heng was no match for this monster, and might even be killed by it. And now, not long after, the tables had turned. He gave a bitter smile, inwardly lamenting. Oh well, it's still a good thing, at least this monster is completely finished and won't pose a threat to the Great Zhou. But why do I feel an urge to cry? King Qi suppressed his tearful instincts, forcing a few smiles, trying to blend in with the crowd and share in their joy. The others, while shocked and dumbfounded, were also overjoyed. Their auras became unstable. Although Li Heng's strength had repeatedly exceeded their expectations, as long as this monster could be dealt with, it was a good thing. At most, it was just a matter of misjudging him, or that this fellow Taoist Li was hiding his abilities too well. At this moment, as Li Heng continued to inject source energy, the mist composed of decaying gray energy was about to be reduced to its minimum state by Li Heng, turning into nothingness, and the dragon corpse shrouded in the mist was revealed. However, without the support of that decaying gray energy, the dragon corpse became somewhat wretched, its flesh began to rot rapidly, revealing the deep white bones beneath. If the worms hadn't been formed from the power of the calamity, and now that the calamity power had been eliminated by Li Heng, the worms had also disappeared, otherwise, the dragon corpse would have directly become a pile of flesh and blood, constantly wriggling and gnawing it by maggots, emitting a foul stench. Li Heng frowned, finding the situation rather appetizing. He released a wisp of power to protect the dragon corpse from further decay. At this moment, the decaying gray energy and the power of the calamity had been completely dissipated, yielding 500 trillion units of source energy, and most importantly, 10 golden source points. Li Heng's number of golden source points had reached 45. He wasn't far from 50 golden source points. At this rate, gathering 100 wouldn't be difficult. This was simply a great harvest. Li Heng sighed inwardly, thankful he had meddled in this matter, otherwise, he wouldn't know where he would have gotten so much source energy and golden source points. Although the true realm was rife with calamities, it was also vast. At this moment, with the complete dissipation of the calamity's power and the final death of the dragon corpse monster, the previously slow, even stagnant, flow of time and space slowly returned to normal. A cascading waterfall of time and space cascaded down, splashing up large swaths of mist that enveloped this area, giving it a vibrant and pleasing appearance. On the time treasure ship, Empress Wu Wu of the Great Zhou dynasty's eyes lit up. As the ruler of the Great Zhou, she had a mysterious connection with the time-space array. Now that the flow of time and space had returned to normal, she could sense the array beginning to repair itself and slowly begin to operate. Without hesitation, she immediately flew forward to Li Heng's side, bowed deeply to him, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Li. On behalf of all the people of Great Zhou, I express my gratitude. If you ever have any important matters in the future, Great Zhou will certainly lend a helping hand. I haven't forgotten about the ancient teleportation array either. After returning to Great Zhou, I will lead you there." Li Heng smiled slightly and nodded. It was nothing. King Qi sighed inwardly upon hearing this. This Li Heng is quite powerful. What is a matter of life and death in the Great Zhou is merely a matter of ease for him. Could he really be from the central great world? Suddenly, a change occurred. A golden light suddenly shone from within the dragon corpse protected by Li Heng's power, illuminating all directions. Within that dazzling golden light, a small golden dragon rose out, looking around in confusion. Where is this? The little dragon murmured to itself. Li Heng frowned slightly, sensing the surroundings. It posed no threat to him, and it didn't seem to be formed from the power of the calamity. Moreover, it was ethereal and indistinct, seemingly a true spirit. Could it be the true spirit of this dragon corpse? That would be strange. Corrupted and infected by the power of the calamity, yet a true spirit remained? Or did this dragon use some means before its death to protect its true spirit from destruction? Yes, I came to deliver a message. But how did I end up here? I seem to have encountered a calamity blocking my way. The little dragon's eyes gradually cleared, and it kept muttering to itself, gradually recalling everything from its previous life. So, I'm dead now? Only a true spirit remains? The golden dragon scratched its head with its little paws, guessing uncertainly. No need to guess, you are indeed dead. Li Heng suddenly spoke, smiling slightly. Okay, you don't need to emphasize it, I know I'm dead. The golden dragon flew in the air for a few seconds, then said dejectedly. Clearly, even without Li Heng's emphasis, it knew this. After all, it had just seen its own rotting corpse. Seeing this, everyone quickly gathered around, somewhat surprised. They never expected that such a small golden dragon spirit could emerge from the body of the dragon corpse monster corrupted by the power of calamity. You said you came to deliver a message, so who are you? Li Heng asked with a smile, unconcerned. I am a special envoy of the celestial court of the central great world, here specifically. The small dragon began with its usual arrogance, but then suddenly stopped, circling a few times in front of Li Heng, its two small eyes fixed on him as it slowly spoke. You creature have ill intentions, trying to extract information from me? Why should I tell you? Li Heng nodded in deep agreement. That's true. So, how can you tell me? I can't possibly tell you. You're clearly not from our celestial court. Besides, I'm delivering a message to that venerable one. Are you that venerable one? The small golden dragon said, pursing its lips. And who is that venerable one? Li Heng inquired. Ugh, so annoying. Don't try to trick me out of information. My true spirit is in complete disarray right now. Unless you can produce proof, or like that woman next to me, you'll have. Hearing Li Heng continue asking, the golden dragon circled a few times in the air, becoming somewhat agitated, and spoke as it circled. But when it saw Wu Wuxiang next to Li Heng, it froze. Wait, you're a woman. How come you have that venerable one's aura? The golden dragon immediately circled Wu Wuxiang a few times, as if sensing and sniffing, and then said in surprise, could you be the venerable one's offspring? Wu Wuxiang was completely confused by the question. What venerable one, what offspring? She was a pure-blooded member of the great Zhou royal family. That's not right. According to the information I received, wasn't that venerable one just returned from war? Why would he have offspring so quickly? Even our dragon race wouldn't be that fast, right? The golden dragon said, puzzled. Wait, I have a question for you. It stretched out its small dragon claw, pointing to the partially decaying dragon corpse, and slowly spoke with a sense of foreboding. How long have I been dead? Wu Wuxiang and the others exchanged glances, then shook their heads. They had no idea how long this dragon had been dead. At this moment, Li Heng spoke slowly. I don't know how long you've been dead, but the true realm has already fallen, and calamities are everywhere. As for the heavenly court of the central great world, as far as I know, some are dead, and some have fled. This is impossible. The golden dragon immediately denied loudly. Then why is it impossible? Li Heng smiled smugly. HMPH, that goes without saying. With that supreme being guarding the heavenly court, how could we possibly be defeated? What are mere calamities? The golden dragon said disdainfully. What if this so-called supreme being loses and dies? Li Heng asked. Meaningless questions, I don't bother answering them. The golden dragon hugged its dragon claws and turned its head away. Then the scene suddenly fell silent. After a while, the golden dragon seemed to realize that its tone might have been too cold, so it turned back to look at everyone, hesitated for a moment, and then stared at Wu Wuxiang. Forget it. Even if I die now, I'll still need you to complete the mission of delivering the message. That woman, I'm asking you, Where's that venerable one now? I have a secret letter from the heavenly court to deliver. The golden dragon's tone softened considerably. Wu Wuxiang was confused and asked, I don't know the venerable one you're talking about. What? You don't know? The golden dragon was surprised and circled around Wu Wuxiang a few more times, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. You have a very strong aura of that venerable one on you, and you are clearly closely related to that venerable one, perhaps even a direct descendant. However, Wu Wuxiang still shook his head in confusion. At this moment, Li Heng smiled and said, I just said that the true realm has fallen, and only a few people are left to eke out a living. History has been lost, and no one will remember your so-called venerable one. If you want us to do something, you should first tell us the name of that venerable one. What's the use of hiding it? Or is that venerable one actually a weakling who is afraid of his name being exposed? The golden dragon was furious when it heard Li Heng's words. Listen carefully now, that venerable one is the king of all birds under heaven, an incomparably noble being of the phoenix lineage, known as the Azure King, a sacred being above the creation realm. You think this venerable one is weak? I think you're the weak one. The golden dragon glared back angrily. Azure King, Phoenix, divine bird? Li Heng seemed thoughtful, his expression subtle. Although he had no evidence, he always felt that this so-called Azure King might be the same as the divine bird that saved the Great Zhou, or even the bird itself. But you must know, that bird is dead. Unless the black-robed man was wrong? Wu Wuxiang, who knew some of the truth, also suddenly became subtle, causing the golden dragon, who had finally calmed down, to light up and quickly move closer to her. What did you remember? Where is that venerable one now? My secret letter is extremely important, it must be delivered to that venerable one. Wu Wuxiang spoke slowly at this moment. I don't know anything about the Azure King, but I do know of a divine bird. However, that divine bird died saving my Great Zhou. The golden dragon paused, swaying its tail. Then it couldn't be that venerable one. That venerable one is a sacred being above the creation realm. How could he possibly die? His life and death are both trampled under his feet. Think of something else. Who says those above the creation realm can't die? Li Heng chimed in with a smile. The golden dragon rolled its eyes, ignoring him. If it weren't for the fact that this person had indeed freed its true spirit from the seal, it would have argued with him. How could you be so distrustful of the powerful figures of their celestial court? You say I have a connection with the Azure King. But I feel I have a connection with that divine bird. Wu Wuxiang replied softly, the implication clear. Hearing this, the golden dragon fell silent, coiling its tail as if deep in thought. Then it spoke. I still don't believe it unless you can show me. Wu Wuxiang sighed softly. Since that's the case, then follow me. Actually, I've always been curious about these things, and perhaps this time I can finally find the answers. She gently raised her hand, and the time-traveling treasure boat came to their feet. Everyone, including the little golden dragon, boarded the boat and sailed downstream again, returning to the Great Zhou. Along the way, the little dragon marveled at the time-traveling treasure boat, saying that the venerable one had a similar treasure. Finally, everyone returned to the vicinity of the Great Zhou. However, Wu Wuxiang did not have the time-traveling treasure boat enter the Great Zhou, but instead ordered it to slowly rise, continuously ascending into the air, overlooking the Great Zhou from a superior perspective. Finally, as the altitude increased, the Great Zhou disappeared, replaced by a divine bird, with the Great Zhou residing within the body of this divine bird. The little golden dragon looked at the appearance of this divine bird in horror. This is the Venerable One. Chapter 418 The Secret of the Azure King, 33. This is impossible, this shouldn't be happening. Looking at everything before it, the golden dragon panicked, its voice trembling and even stuttering, unable to accept the reality before it. The Azure King, a divine being surpassing even the creation realm. Dead? If this divine bird is truly the Azure King, then it certainly is. Wu Wuxiang responded softly, afraid of upsetting the golden dragon. The golden dragon fell silent, its lively spirit gone, its entire true spirit slumped, and even its golden light dimmed. Li Heng calmly looked at the divine bird before him. The bird's corpse, or rather its body, was incredibly large, otherwise, it couldn't have contained the Great Zhou, a light year in size. Unlike the previous dragon corpse, which had decayed and been polluted by calamity, it still shone brightly, with faint glimmers of five-colored light. Several great Dao runes were inscribed on its surface, their energy interconnected, forming a field that protected the Great Zhou and subtly connected with the tributaries of space-time. It seemed to be the space-time array Wu Wuxiang had mentioned. But that was all. There was no sign of life. It spread its wings, seemingly soaring through the void, but remained motionless. You said the true realm has fallen, and the immortals and gods have been defeated. Is that true? Suddenly, the golden dragon looked at Li Heng, speaking weakly, its vertical pupils gleaming with hope, as if seeking a different answer from him. Li Heng, upon hearing this, simply asked in return, "What do you think?" The golden dragon fell silent again. Li Heng, too lazy to comfort the dragon, spoke indifferently. "I think you should hand over that secret letter. After all, you've already seen that King Kanking is dead, so the letter is useless now. Besides, Wu Wuxiang, who has connections with Kanking, is here. She should be qualified to know the contents of this letter." I know all of this. But I really can't understand what happened to Venerable King Kanking that could cause her to perish here? According to the information, wasn't this Venerable King going home to visit her homeland? The golden dragon murmured, bewildered. As a dragon, he wasn't close to King Kanking of the Phoenix clan, so he shouldn't be so dejected. But he also clearly realized that if King Kanking, who was above the creation realm, was dead, how could the other powerful figures of the heavenly court have escaped? Perhaps it really was as Li Heng said. Everything was over? He then stared at Wu Wuxiang. "You said that Venerable King Kanking died here to save your Great Zhou? What exactly happened to your Great Zhou at that time, and why did this happen?" Wu Wuxiang shook her head and then answered softly. "Heavenly calamity appears, monsters emerge, the common people die, divine birds appear, and heaven and earth are purified." All she could answer with were the historical records of the Great Zhou dynasty. The common people die, the common people die. Li Heng repeatedly pondered these three words, increasingly sensing the cruelty and despair contained within them. He suddenly spoke. "Wu Wuxiang, Prince Qi, now that things are over, you should tell me the truth about the Great Zhou dynasty as you know it." Wu Wuxiang and Prince Qi were startled. They exchanged glances, somewhat surprised that the other party also possessed some truth about the Great Zhou dynasty. They just didn't know if their knowledge was sufficient. The golden dragon also watched them. He also wanted to know what had happened back then. After a moment of silence, Prince Qi spoke first. "Brother Li, you should remember our previous conversation. I said I was still alive, and that's not a lie. But why did I emphasize that? Because someone has died. How many people have died? Almost everyone in the Great Zhou is dead. Including Shuayu, Huling, Zhou Mingai, and Xiang Suzi, who are here. They are all dead, but they don't even know it." Shuayu and the other three's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. Zhou Mingai roared, "King Qi, you've gone mad again." "No, I'm not mad, you are indeed dead," King Qi said decisively. "Bullshit. I clearly feel perfectly alive, my flesh and blood, my true spirit, my soul, everything is perfectly normal. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Zhou Mingai cursed angrily, and the other three's faces also darkened. Suddenly being told they were dead, anyone would feel terrible in that situation. Hell, that's the problem. If you're not dead, why are there impurities in your bloodline, things that don't belong to the human race, things that emanate from this divine bird's body? The undead were deceived, so they believe they're alive. King Qi said calmly. "If that's the case, then why are you alive?" Zhou Mingai, hearing King Qi's words, carefully searched his bloodline and indeed discovered things he could sense but had ignored, yet he still refused to accept this. "That's because I'm different. I was dead before, but I'm alive now," King Qi said proudly. "While you were still immersed in deception, I had already perceived the truth, but unfortunately, I only succeeded halfway, otherwise, how could I be so insane?" "Third uncle, stop talking." Suddenly, Wu Wuxiang frowned and spoke up. "No, that's the truth, but don't worry, although I don't know what happened, you seem different from them. You're not dead, you're alive too, and even in better condition than me." King Qi looked at Wu Wuxiang and said, "Third uncle, please don't say any more." Wu Wuxiang shook her head helplessly. "Third uncle, you believe you can be reborn from the dead using the true dragon bloodline passed down through the Great Zhou dynasty, but have you ever considered that doing so is actually a path to certain death?" King Qi was shocked upon hearing this. "What are you saying?" Wu Wuxiang exclaimed. It seems all the questions are beginning to be answered. Now let me answer the final truth. She looked at everyone. Except for Li Heng, who was still pondering. Everyone else looked at her intently, hoping she could provide an answer. Actually, what the history books say is true. When calamities strike, monsters appear, and the common people perish. In the past, when calamities struck and monsters appeared, the entire Great Zhou and all its people died. This is what is meant by the common people perishing. But in the end, Great Zhou was incredibly fortunate. A divine bird descended. The divine bird saved Great Zhou with its own life, weaving a dream for the already dead Great Zhou. And because the divine bird's power is so great that it can blur the lines between reality and illusion, everyone in Great Zhou within the range of the divine bird's power is considered alive. Therefore, third uncle, your resurrection through the bloodline of the true dragon is truly a path to death. By arbitrarily breaking free from the dream, you will only be corrected by reality and turn back into a spirit. Wu Wuxiang stared at King Qi and spoke slowly. But, King Qi's face was blank, somewhat lacking confidence. Are we going to live in a dream forever? In the end, he could only manage to utter this one sentence. He thought he had seen through the truth, but in the end, he knew less than the little girl he had always wanted to protect. You underestimate the power of the divine bird. Its power is still at work. As long as the Great Zhou dynasty exists and continues to exist under the radiation of the divine bird's power, even the dead can be reborn. Just as this little golden dragon said. The power of the Azure King can transcend life and death. Wu Wuxiang slowly replied. Finally, she looked at Li Heng. Fellow Taoist Li, is this the truth you sought? Are you satisfied? Li Heng smiled and shook his head. I understand the general idea, but I still have some questions. For example, why would the divine bird help the Great Zhou dynasty? Perhaps the divine bird was kind. Wu Wuxiang replied. For example, why do you know so much? This may be the memory inheritance of the Great Zhou dynasty's ruler. Wu Wuxiang replied again. Fellow Taoist Wu, are you planning to admit it openly? Why would the divine bird help the Great Zhou dynasty? Is it possible that the Great Zhou dynasty was originally of the divine bird lineage, and later transformed into the true dragon lineage? Is the Great Zhou dynasty actually the divine bird's homeland? The little golden dragon beside him was stunned upon hearing this. He had indeed just said that the Azure King was returning home to visit his homeland. Wu Wuxiang nodded. That makes sense. As for why you know so much, it's actually quite simple. I have a guess. Did you see the 5-colored light shimmering on this divine bird's body? Li Heng smiled, pointing to the enormous divine bird's body. Everyone nodded. Then he pointed to Wu Wuxiang. Fellow Taoist Wu, could you manifest your phoenix? Wu Wuxiang didn't hesitate, nodding immediately. The 9 heavens divine phoenix appeared behind him, also shimmering with 5-colored light, symbolizing the 5 virtues. Li Heng nodded, smiling as he spoke. So, fellow Taoist Wu, are you the reincarnation of the Azure King, or something else? These words caused a moment of silence among the crowd. But the next moment, their breathing became rapid. The Great Zhou Empress was actually the reincarnation of the Azure King? Especially the little golden dragon, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't even considered this possibility. Could it be that Wuxiang wasn't the Azure King's offspring, but a reincarnation? They couldn't help but be suspicious. It was too much of a coincidence. Li Heng remained calm. Although the black-robed man had said that the Great Zhou dynasty was once a dynasty ruled by a true dragon, who was the black-robed man anyway? Was it the truth? Perhaps he was wrong. He had always been skeptical. So he thought of the Great Zhou dynasty and Earth's history, which rose to power through the cry of the phoenix in Ziki, not through a true dragon. Then he thought of the Wu Zhou dynasty of the Tang dynasty, which changed the dynasty from a dragon to a phoenix, ruling the world with a phoenix's grace. Thus, this line of thought came to him. The appearance of this little golden dragon, and its words seemingly confirming his line of thought, led him to make this conjecture. Wu Wuxiang laughed and clapped his hands. Fellow Taoist, your insight is indeed keen. But I cannot verify it. I have no memory of the Azure King, nor have I lived since the beginning of the Great Zhou dynasty. Even though all signs indicate a great connection between me and this Azure King, Li Heng smiled slightly. This is actually not difficult. He looked at the little golden dragon. You should produce the secret letter. The little golden dragon hesitated, whether under Li Heng's pressure or for some other reason. It directly produced the so-called secret letter, and a multicolored sphere of light emerged from its body. This is the secret letter, only the Azure King can open it, the little golden dragon replied. Li Heng glanced at Wu Wuxiang, who nodded in understanding, walked to the multicolored sphere of light, extended her jade finger, and gently touched it. Instantly, the sphere of light slowly dissipated, about to reveal its contents. At the same time, a voice rang out, "We're all doomed. Run." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 The Escaped Immortals, 13. The sound abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, the sphere of light completely dissipated, revealing a golden page inscribed with runes, which slowly floated onto Wu Wuxiao's hands. Everyone was astonished upon hearing the voice. "Failure, run." Whose words were these? Could it be a celestial being from the heavenly court? Was it warning the Azure King to flee? But it seemed too late now. The true realm had fallen, and the Azure King was dead. The golden dragon froze, its small body trembling. It recognized the voice as belonging to the venerable one who had entrusted it with a secret message. And also, the king of their true dragon clan, the great sage overturning the sea. But why? It was perplexed. When the great sage overturning the sea gave it the message, the situation shouldn't have been that dire. Why had the great sage overturned the sea already declared it was over and urged them to flee? Or perhaps, those high-ranking celestial beings had already seen through everything. Was the so-called resistance merely futile? In an instant, boundless despair enveloped the golden dragon's heart. Then, as the secret letter left his body, his mission completed, the golden dragon's true spirit slowly dissipated, returning to nothingness. Everyone was shocked and immediately intervened. But the golden dragon shook its head and stopped them. "No need," it said, "I am already dead. My continued existence until now is only due to the power of this secret letter, likely out of pity from its owner, my clan's king, the great sage who overturns the seas. Now that my mission is complete, and the heavenly court has been destroyed," it continued. "What need is there for me to remain in this world?" Everyone was stunned, speechless. They could hear the world weary, all-knowing quality in the golden dragon's words, a sense of having given up hope. However, Li Heng spoke with a smile. "So, do you want to die or not?" The golden dragon was taken aback by the question and fell into thought. Did it want to die? It seemed it did. After all, the heavenly court had fallen, the immortals and gods were defeated, and its old friends were probably all gone. It was utterly desolate. What was the point of living in such a world? But, it seemed it didn't want to die. The most primal impulse was the desire to live. After all, who doesn't want to live? Better to live a wretched life than die a good death, only by living is their hope. But it was too late, everything was already set in stone. The golden dragon sighed and spoke. "What's the point? I can't live even if I want to. Now, all I have left is my true spirit, and even that is about to dissipate. Who among you can save me?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were right, they couldn't save him. A hasty intervention would only worsen the golden dragon's suffering. After all, the golden dragon's state was very special. It wasn't just a wandering ghost with only a soul left, but a true spirit, a completely dead dragon. The true spirit, as the most fundamental element of a living being, represents the trace of that being's existence in the world. Once destroyed and dissipated, it's irreversible. At least, they hadn't heard of anything that could save a shattered, soon to dissipate true spirit. Compared to that, a scattered soul was easier to save. "So, do you even want to live?" Li Heng continued to ask. "Can you save me?" The golden dragon asked impatiently. He suddenly felt that his true spirit was dissipating too slowly. "I need someone to take me to the central great world," Li Heng replied with a smile. "You still want to go to the central great world?" The golden dragon was surprised. If the celestial court of immortals had completely fallen to the central great world, then it was definitely the most dangerous place in the true realm. Wasn't Li Heng, with his cultivation level, just courting death by going there? "Alright, considering your courage to face death, I can make you a promise. If you can save me, I will take you to the central great world, and I'll even be your pet," the golden dragon answered frankly, but he didn't take it too seriously. Although he didn't understand where Li Heng's confidence came from, he felt that Li Heng definitely couldn't save him. After all, his true spirit was dissipating, not just his soul being scattered. Once he was completely gone, even time reversal couldn't save him. Death above the creation realm usually meant the annihilation of the true spirit. Damn it! How could he feel proud of this kind of death? The golden dragon thought dejectedly. You said it yourself, Li Heng chuckled, waving his hand. The golden dragon's dissipating true spirit stabilized, ceasing its dissipation, and even replenished itself. That's it, isn't it? Alright, you little snake are my pet now. Take me to the central great world later, or I can crush you just the same. Li Heng clapped his hands, speaking casually. The golden dragon seemed not to have heard Li Heng's declaration and warning. He was stunned, frozen in midair. What happened? His true spirit had stopped dissipating and was even restored. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment welled up within him. What had just happened? The surrounding crowd remained silent, thankful they hadn't spoken out earlier. Otherwise, they would have been embarrassed by this fellow Taoist Li. This fellow Taoist Li was indeed powerful and unpredictable, repeatedly exceeding their expectations, and even challenging their common sense and truths, and actually succeeding? A dissipated true spirit could actually be restored? Can a broken mirror be mended? Li Heng remained calm. He had considered his decision to save the little dragon. Although Wu Wuxiang said that their great Zhou had an ancient teleportation array that might lead to the central great world, that was only a possibility, and the legendary ancient array was incomplete. Whether it would even work was another matter. So, to be on the safe side, he decided to save the little dragon first. This dragon was a special envoy of the heavenly court and should know the way to the heavenly court. Of course, the most important thing was that saving it wouldn't be a loss. The so-called damage to the true spirit, the indelible injury, could be repaired by him with just a tiny bit of source power. Alright, Wu Wuxiang, what did you sense? That strange golden page inscribed with runes. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Li Heng looked at the golden page in Wu Wuxiang's hands and smiled with great interest. Wu Wuxiang came back to her senses and shook her head in confusion. I didn't sense anything, it just seemed ordinary. But that shouldn't be the case. You know you opened a secret letter that only the Azure King could open. Li Heng raised an eyebrow and said. I didn't lie to you, I really didn't sense anything. And I think even if I opened the Azure King's secret letter, it doesn't necessarily mean I am the Azure King. Otherwise, how could I not have the Azure King's memories? Wu Wuxiang argued. With her strong personality, she hated being someone else. She was Wu Wuxiang. Your Excellency, she might really not be the Azure King. Suddenly, the golden dragon spoke up, flying to Li Heng's side, and changing its address to Li Heng very naturally. He now understood who the real boss was in front of everyone. Just kidding, able to heal the wounds and death of the true spirit. That was something even their celestial court couldn't do. He seriously suspected that this Your Excellency might be an ancient forbidden existence from before the celestial god era. Now was the perfect time to curry favor. Then what's the reason? Li Heng asked calmly. I once heard that the Azure King had the ability of nirvana, which allowed him to be reborn, and she might be the product of the Azure King's nirvana. However, now she has no memories, which clearly means something went wrong during the nirvana process. The golden dragon quickly replied. Then, she's not the Azure Queen? Li Heng asked. Your Excellency is unaware that the Azure Queen's nirvana is the death of her old self and the birth of her new self. If the Azure Queen retains her memories after nirvana, that's fine, she can consider both the old and new selves as the same person. But if the memories are flawed and not inherited, then the old and new selves will separate. Even if they are both the same true spirit, the difference in memories will affect the true spirit. In this way, even the true spirit changes. If the true spirit changes, is it still the same person? And now she clearly doesn't identify herself as the Azure Queen, and strongly resists this identity, indicating that the change in her true spirit is already very deep and irreversible. So, the golden dragon was silent for a moment. So the Azure Queen is truly dead. Li Heng spoke, answering for the golden dragon. Your Excellency is right. The golden dragon's expression darkened. He had originally thought that even if the Azure Queen, who is above the creation realm, died, she wouldn't be completely dead, and might return and be resurrected, but now even her true spirit had changed, meaning she was completely dead. This sacred being had actually died. Perhaps that's how it is? Wu Wuxiang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking softly. In that case, let me see this golden page, Li Heng said. This puzzled the golden dragon. Your Excellency, Please forgive my bluntness, but this secret letter is kept by the great sage overturning the seas. Only the Azure King or beings related to him can know its secrets, he said. However, Wu Wuxiang had already handed the golden page to Li Heng. Li Heng smiled slightly. He was naturally not the Azure King, but he possessed the appraisal technique. He brought up the data panel and upgraded the appraisal function. He didn't have many golden source points, but he had plenty of source power, and quickly upgraded the appraisal function to an exaggerated level, which should be able to identify the details of this golden page. Then, an information panel appeared before his eyes. Escape route map. A great terror has descended, the central great world has fallen, and the celestial court of immortals and gods cannot resist. Some immortals and gods have decided to abandon the true realm and flee to a safe place. This map was left by one of these immortals and gods. You can find a safe place by following the route on the map. Note: the route in the diagram has been sealed by a secret technique. Unless one's cultivation surpasses that of the immortal who left this diagram, or the one who opens it is the target of that immortal's or deity, it cannot be revealed. Li Heng was somewhat surprised after reading this information. It was actually a retreat route map? But where were those immortals and gods retreating to? The entire true realm had completely fallen, and the vast void outside was also ravaged by endless calamities. Where was a truly safe place? He suddenly remembered what Zhuanyang had said back then. Some of the immortals and gods had died, and some had been defeated. Those who died were obvious, while those who were defeated were divided into several factions, some venturing into the unknown, searching for hope that might not even exist, and others fleeing and hiding, their whereabouts unknown. At the time, Zhuanyang had been quite contemptuous of those who fled. But Li Heng believed that those immortals and gods who fled were not fools. If those immortals and gods could truly find a safe place, what was wrong with fleeing? It was better than dying, right? So where had those immortals and gods fled to now? Li Heng pondered, an idea vaguely emerging, but it remained indistinct and elusive, impossible to grasp. He could only abandon it for now and deal with it later. You seem to know something? Wu Wuxiang asked in surprise, staring at Li Heng's expression. Li Heng nodded slightly. Seeing this, the golden dragon was dumbfounded again. What? What just happened? There wasn't a single fluctuation of power. How did he suddenly know? The whole world knows, except me. The contents of this golden page did surprise me somewhat, but it's not a secret to me. Telling you won't hurt. The golden page records the escape routes of some immortals and gods, Li Heng said slowly. Chapter 420 The Road to Heaven, 23. An escape route map of immortals and gods? Wu Wuxiang exclaimed in surprise. The others were also extremely surprised. They had thought this might be a letter left for King Kanking, but they never expected it to be something like this. Immortals and gods could actually escape, which overturned their impressions. The golden dragon next to Li Heng was also dumbfounded. He had thought of it 1,000 times, but he never expected it to be something like this. After all, the one who gave him the secret letter was the great sage overturning the sea, the king of their true dragon clan. Such a king could actually escape? To be honest, his first reaction was disbelief. But after thinking about it carefully, Li Heng had no reason to deceive everyone. Suddenly, Wu Wuxiang frowned. Fellow Taoist Li, could you give me this golden page? Li Heng nodded and handed it back. Anyway, it wasn't his, and the route inside was sealed. Even he couldn't break it, so he might as well give it back to Wu Wuxiang to take a look. Although he could indeed use his source power to try to break it, it was obvious that the source power required for the seal above the creation realm was absolutely enormous. He didn't want to go bankrupt for such a secret. Wu Wuxiang took the golden page. The golden page touched Wu Wuxiang's finger, rippling with golden light, but quickly dissipated without any apparent abnormality. However, this method, beyond the realm of creation, was clearly very mysterious and difficult to fathom, so everyone looked at Wu Wuxiang expectantly, hoping she could provide a satisfactory answer. Wu Wuxiang gently shook her head. Still no good. I just tried to contact it with my primordial power. The golden page didn't reject me, but when my power penetrated deeper, the golden page suddenly repelled it, rejecting my power. It seems to be as the golden dragon said. I and that Azure King are not the same person. Disappointment appeared in everyone's eyes. They thought the big one was about to happen. But the next moment, Wu Wuxiang changed the subject again, saying, although I didn't succeed in making the route map on this golden page appear, I did gain other things. For example, some memory images surfaced in my mind. It seems to be the reason for that Azure King's death? Wu Wuxiang frowned, speaking somewhat uncertainly. Everyone was startled upon hearing this, exchanging glances, then casting expectant looks at each other. They were genuinely curious about what was going on. Even the Golden Dragon became excited. As a special envoy of the Heavenly Court, knowing the greatness of the sacred beings above the creation realm, he simply couldn't understand why the Azure King would perish here, in such a remote rural place. To him, the Great Zhou dynasty was far removed from the central Great World, a desolate backwater. Actually, the Azure King's death wasn't due to any conspiracy or accident, but a fair and square battle. And she didn't die when the Great Zhou suffered its calamity, because she was already dead then. Wu Wuxiang looked up at the sky, his gaze distant, as if reminiscing about the past. Actually, I was already puzzled when this little golden dragon said that the Azure King was returning home to visit her homeland. Is it really necessary for a sacred being above the creation realm to specifically return home to visit her homeland? The answer is no, it's unnecessary. After all, the Azure King rose from weakness, advancing step by step, never truly turning back. She was always moving forward. Therefore, she never remained high above the central great world or the celestial court, but instead continued to advance, conquering the unknown, expanding the frontiers of the celestial court, and finally dying in the process. Wu Wuxiang spoke, her tone becoming increasingly impassioned. The little golden dragon was confused. This doesn't make sense. You said the Azure King died in battle, but if she died in the unknown beyond the realms, how could she return, even report to the celestial court, and visit her homeland? He asked, puzzled. Wu Wuxiang smiled slightly. You are a special envoy of the celestial court, but you are still below the creation realm, and your understanding of the power above the creation realm is only superficial. Even if a being of that level dies, they can still live on. Life is a fire, when the fire goes out, you die. But for an existence like the Azure King, even if the fire goes out, as long as the embers remain, a lingering will endures, and they can live a long time, even survive in the world. The golden dragon was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing before, and his mind was in turmoil. In this confusion, he couldn't help but recall some absurd rumors from the early days of the celestial court. It was said that a divine being had died. This divine being held its own funeral, inviting its relatives and friends, and finally lay down in a coffin in a large tomb. After that, more than 10,000 years passed, and the divine being's fame gradually faded. Some ill-intentioned individuals wanted to dig up this divine being's tomb and steal its treasures. However, when those tomb raiders opened the coffin, they found that the divine being was staring at them with open eyes. In the end, this matter seemed to escalate quite a bit. A sacred being of the dead, directly descended to earth, angrily rebuking the tomb raiders and certain venerable figures in the heavenly court, saying they wouldn't even let him die in peace, and a fierce battle ensued. It's said that this battle even caused the newly built heavenly court to collapse. If it weren't for the intervention of the supreme being of the heavenly court, there probably wouldn't have been the subsequent golden age of immortals and gods. He initially thought these rumors were false, but combined with Wu Wuxiang's words, he couldn't help but shudder, muttering to himself, could it be true? Those beings can't even be completely wiped out after death? Wu Wuxiang, unaware of the golden dragon's thoughts, continued speaking. But in the end, even if she could still survive in the world, the Azure Queen was still dead, her fighting power greatly reduced, and she was no longer able to conquer the outer realms. So she chose to return to her homeland. She didn't tell anyone this news. However, when she returned homeland, she was both shocked and furious. Because she discovered that her homeland had been transformed into the true dragon dynasty by her former friend, the great sage overturning the sea. Of course, at that time, she had no mind to investigate anything, she was already a dead woman. Moreover, her friend's actions might not have been without the desire to prevent her homeland from receiving better protection. Until, finally, the calamity appeared and invaded. Li Heng spoke up, calmly adding a sentence. Wu Wuxiang sighed and slowly nodded. Yes. The calamity appeared and invaded. But at this time, the Azure Queen no longer had the power to protect her homeland, so she chose to burn everything she had, creating the Great Zhou of today. This is also the story of the Azure Queen. What do you all think? Wu Wuxiang looked at everyone. In other words, whether my little pet delivers the message or not, or whether an accident occurs on the way, it actually doesn't matter, since the Azure Queen is already dead. Li Heng smiled leisurely. The golden dragon was completely stunned, frozen in mid-air like a statue. He never expected the truth to be like this. It was utterly unexpected. Moreover, this was just as Li Heng had said. Sending it there was completely unnecessary. He had even lost his life because of it. No, 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 how can you say it was meaningless? The golden dragon suddenly reacted, his face beaming with a smile, full of survival instinct. Did this lead me to meet your excellency? Hearing this dragon's flattery, everyone was speechless. This dragon was a bit shameless after his bottom line was crossed. Fellow Taoist Li, you can keep this golden page. I am not the Azure King, so this map of the Immortals' escape route is useless to me. Even if I were, the Azure King is already dead, so it's even less useful. Wu Wuxiang handed the golden page back to Li Heng. Li Heng nodded and accepted it directly. Anyway, he was indeed curious about where those immortals had gone. If the time was right in the future, he might be able to find out. Brother Li, when are you leaving? Suddenly, King Qi asked. Brother Li, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to drive you away from Great Zhou. It's just that you're not a citizen of Great Zhou, and now you know the truth that Great Zhou is a land of the dead. If you stay too long, you'll disrupt the illusion of Great Zhou, potentially interrupting its process of rebirth. That's why I only told you the truth after I finished speaking. King Qi remained calm. He knew that even explaining this was inappropriate. But someone had to say it. His niece couldn't be the villain, so he would. Wait, third uncle, you're too hasty. Wu Wuxiang frowned. The illusion of Great Zhou, evolved from the power of the Azure King, is extremely profound. How could it be so easily destroyed? Even if fellow Taoist Li wishes to stay here forever, that's fine too. King Qi sighed helplessly but remained silent. Li Heng smiled and said, that's not necessary. This matter is settled, and I've already intended to leave. Fellow Taoist Li, why the rush? Why not rest for a while longer? The divine bird and purities in your bloodline must still be there, right? Wu Wuxiang asked in surprise. If I were truly affected by this place, and my bloodline were impure, then I wouldn't be qualified to kill my pet dragon's corpse. Don't worry, Li Heng said with a slight smile. Wu Wuxiang hesitated for a moment. If it were anyone else, she would definitely think this person was bragging, putting on a show. After all, recalling some memories, she knew how powerful the Azure King was. But if this person was Li Heng, even without any evidence, she felt that what Li Heng said was true. Alright, it's good that you understand, fellow Taoist. Seeing Li Heng's confident expression, Wu Wuxiang replied helplessly. She was strong-willed throughout her life, and her personality wouldn't allow her to beg Li Heng to stay like a weak woman. Even though she was very interested in this Li Heng, she wasn't anyone's vassal. In that case, I'll take you to that dilapidated ancient teleportation array first. That might be of great help to your trip to the central great world. Seeing that Li Heng was determined to leave, Wu Wuxiang decided to fulfill her initial promise. Li Heng nodded, not intending to delay. So soon, Ho Ling, Shui Yu, Zhou Mingai, and Bian Zuzi bid farewell to Li Heng and returned to the Great Zhou capital to handle important matters, preventing chaos from arising due to a prolonged period without a leader. Empress Wu Wuxiang of Great Zhou, however, only took Li Heng and the little golden dragon with her to the location of the ancient teleportation array. Soon, the void shattered. The two people and the dragon appeared on a vast wasteland. Before them stood a towering stone tablet, its surface inscribed with various array patterns, some complete, some incomplete, but all exuding a profound sense of mystery. Fellow Taoist Li, this is the ancient teleportation array, Wu Wuxiang said with a complex expression. She had been here as a child with her father, the emperor. He had told her that if everything was beyond saving, this teleportation array might be Great Zhou's last hope. This is the path to heaven, the little golden dragon exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the stone tablet. Chapter 421 A Lonely Grave in the Yellow Earth, 33. The Path to Heaven? The two looked at the little golden dragon in surprise. Unable to withstand the gazes of these two powerful figures, the little golden dragon quickly explained, this path to heaven was the road that connected all the various realms and ultimately led directly to the heavenly court. After all, the true realm is vast, practically endless, even infinite. Many realms constantly rise and fall on the outskirts of the true realm. Therefore, It's extremely difficult for some worlds located on the edge of the true realm to reach the central great world. They must use a special path. For example, at certain special times, when various realms want to pay tribute to the central great world, they must take this path. Or, the geniuses of various realms will also take this path to compete for resources in the central great world. Because of this, they even call this path to heaven the Emperor's Path. The little golden dragon said proudly. He was essentially boasting. After all, he was a special envoy of the heavenly court, a person from the heavenly court who stood at the end of the line in the era of immortals and gods, looking down upon all living beings. Just like the elites in certain regions and cities of Li Heng's previous life on Earth. Li Heng nodded, indicating his understanding. Judging from the information from all sides, the true realm truly deserved the title of Great Realm. It's practically a miniature universe, a multiverse within itself. But that's not surprising. After all, if the true realm didn't have this special characteristic, it wouldn't have been able to radiate its influence across the surrounding vast void during the immortal god era. It's clear the power of the immortal gods is immense. However, what's even more concerning is that Li Heng fought against such powerful immortal gods, yet he was still crushed by the calamity. Just how powerful must a calamity be? And what is its source? But soon, he shook his head, stopping his thoughts. These kinds of questions weren't for someone of his level to ponder. He should return to the immediate matter. Since that's the case, we can use this path to heaven to reach the central great world, or even directly to that immortal god heavenly court, Li Heng asked. The golden dragon frowned, somewhat troubled. That's true, it's certainly possible. But I clearly remember this path to heaven being abolished a long time ago, and now it's incomplete. I don't know if it's even usable. Why was it abolished? Isn't this path excellent? Empress Wusheng of the Great Zhou dynasty asked. She understood the importance of this path to heaven. It was like a pipeline connecting all parts of the Great Zhou dynasty. Government policies, transportation, and the economy all relied on these roads. To get rich, build roads first. So why abolish something so important? The golden dragon answered frankly. History moves forward, and immortals and gods don't stand still. This path to heaven was designed by a certain venerable one, and it certainly served many purposes, selecting many geniuses. Some even became sacred beings above the creation realm. But times have changed. That venerable one conceived a more interesting design, creating a vast network covering the true realm, where each node is a connected world. Living beings communicate with each other through this network, both spiritually and materially. This is far more advanced than the path to heaven. So, as the path to heaven became less and less frequently used, and the cost of maintaining it became too high, that venerable one stopped paying attention to it, and eventually, due to years of neglect, it was simply shut down. Li Heng sighed. Indeed, the advanced eliminating the outdated is a common occurrence. I see. Wu Wusheng nodded thoughtfully. Then she spoke with regret. It's a pity. I feel it's a waste to just abandon and shut it down. This path to heaven only needs some renovation and repair. It can clearly be used for other things. Or you could just move it into that great net. Wouldn't that be better? The golden dragon shook its head. Although you will definitely become the second Azure King in the future, your cultivation is still shallow and your vision is too narrow. For those divine beings above the creation realm, such waste is nothing more than a light feather, not worth mentioning. Moreover, it is said that the path to heaven is incompatible with the underlying rune structure of that great net, so instead of going through the trouble of renovation and upgrading, it's better to just abandon it. Wu Wusheng's face stiffened. She was, after all, the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty. Couldn't you be a little less direct? Fine, for the sake of fellow Taoist Li Heng, I'm too lazy to get entangled with this little snake. Wu Wusheng tried hard to suppress her anger. Your Excellency, I think we should look for another way. I just examined it carefully. The stone tablet array that activates the path to heaven is severely damaged. Even the lowest part is beyond repair. The little golden dragon circled the stone tablet and shook its head. Li Heng glanced at Wu Wusheng. Wu Wusheng spoke. Fellow Taoist Li, don't look at me like that. I can't help it either. And even if I could obtain the memories of the Azure King, I doubt it would be enough. After all, someone like the Azure King wouldn't care about such things, especially since she's been fighting outside the true realm. The little golden dragon nodded in deep agreement. This teleportation array is like a mirror. If a mirror is broken, even if it's barely repaired, there will still be tiny cracks, rendering it unusable. No, 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 I was thinking we could repair it. Li Heng smiled slightly. The little golden dragon was stunned, looking at Li Heng in astonishment. Your Excellency, are you perhaps a grandmaster of array formations? It merely observed Li Heng, somewhat puzzled. The true realm is vast, and there was no shortage of so-called grandmasters of array formations in the past, but those grandmasters were usually quite old. Could it truly be a forbidden existence from before the era of immortals and gods? He couldn't help but recall his previous guesses. If something's broken, just pat it a few times and it'll be fine. Li Heng chuckled lightly, walked to the towering stone tablet, patted it once and it trembled, patted it a second time and it tilted, patted it a third time and it exploded, fragments raining down. The man and the dragon were dumbfounded. He just smashed the stone tablet to pieces? Are you sure you're repairing something? Then, the next moment, the great Dao runes around the stone tablets began to light up, the damaged parts began to repair themselves, the complete ones connected, and finally, they formed a great array. The power of the array suddenly erupted, opening a portal in the void. This portal led directly to the path to heaven. Then the man and the dragon were dumbfounded again. What was going on? The main body of the array, the stone tablet, had been smashed. Why was the path to heaven still open, and even seemed so stable? This didn't make sense. I already said, repairing things is just a matter of patting it a few times. Li Heng shook his head, looking at the stunned man and dragon. Suddenly, Wu Wuxiang spoke very seriously. Fellow Taoist Li, in the memories of the Azure King's unexpected conquest, I encountered a race that resembled humanoids, were entirely green, and possessed an extremely advanced void treasure ship. But that treasure ship was actually built by them using wooden hammers. Li Heng's expression became subtle upon hearing this. He suddenly thought of a certain race. It seems you've seen a lot, fellow Taoist Wu. How about I give you a good whack to help you improve your cultivation? I think a few whacks should be enough for you to regain the Azure King's power. Li Heng teased. No need, I'm afraid of dying. Wu Wuxiang raised her hand seriously, refusing. However, the next moment she bowed deeply to Li Heng. On behalf of the Great Zhou, Wuxiang thanks you for your kindness, fellow Taoist, for saving the Great Zhou from dire straits and opening this path to heaven. I wish you a safe journey, reaching the central Great World and returning safely. Li Heng nodded, waving goodbye to Wu Wuxiang. He then turned and stepped through the closed door, the little golden dragon following closely behind. Finally, the figures of the man and the dragon completely disappeared from Wu Wuxiang's sight. Wu Wuxiang stared at the still open portal. She raised her hand, manipulating the rules of the Great Zhou to seal this place. Finally, she turned and left. The path to the cave heaven? Wu Wuxiang, might not be unworthy to step onto it. She made up her mind. At this moment, Li Heng felt something strange, as if he had stepped into hyperspace. His height was constantly increasing, and horizontally he was also moving away from the Great Zhou where he had been before. Sensing something, he turned his head back. He saw the divine bird, he saw the Great Zhou shrouded in mist. Having escaped the misty area, he also saw the truth of the Great Zhou, skeletons and ghosts everywhere. There were only 1.5 living people. One, though a skeleton, had flesh and blood growing on it. It was the Key King, who thought he was alive but was not truly alive. He was still struggling, wavering between madness and reason. The other, the light of the 5 virtues shone on the Great Zhou, and he was the Empress Wu Wuxiang of the Great Zhou. Her aura was extremely terrifying, and behind her, there were faint traces of 5 lifetimes flowing. The Empress even noticed Li Heng's gaze. She turned to meet his eyes, smiled and nodded, then turned away, gazing at the entire Great Zhou, at the skeletons and ethereal souls within it, bearing the weight of everything. Seeing this scene, Li Heng still smiled slightly. For him, it didn't feel heavy. Because he knew that this Great Zhou was different from the previous Heavenly Sword sect, and different from the despair of the true realm, it still held hope. He could sense that incredibly faint, yet continuously growing, wisp of life reborn from death. Finally, the Great Zhou completely disappeared before their eyes. A special tremor followed, and Li Heng's state stabilized. He looked around, he was surrounded by void. Beneath his feet was a small dirt path. The little golden dragon beside Li Heng came to its senses. It looked around in astonishment, puzzled, and asked, "What's going on? I can clearly sense that this is the area of the path to heaven, but why is this path so small? The path to heaven used to be infinitely wide." Li Heng smiled slightly. That's not surprising. Even the true realm has undergone changes and fallen. Who says this path to heaven can't change in other ways? Perhaps there were other reasons for sealing the path back then. The interesting thing is that it extends into an unknown dirt road. And along the roadside, those scattered, solitary graves. He looked at the grave mounds standing on both sides of the road, with a few yellowed pieces of paper money scattered beside them, looking weathered and untouched for a long time. The little golden dragon shivered in fear. But looking at Li Heng, it realized it had a powerful backer. It immediately became angry and spoke up. Who did this? Who turned that lord's path into this mess? Your Majesty, I seriously suspect there's something strange about this place. The little golden dragon reported to Li Heng with a serious expression. Li Heng shook his head. You little rascal, shut up. Otherwise, you'll be demoted from your pet position and become my emergency food. I'm also quite curious about what dragons taste like. The little golden dragon froze and remained silent for a long time. But then it spoke up awkwardly. Your Excellency, have you forgotten? I'm just a true spirit now. Without meat. Li Heng scoffed. Who told you you can't eat without meat? Eating isn't such an inconvenient thing. When I get the chance to get a recipe, I'll definitely learn how to cook this dragon true spirit to make it more delicious. Or how about I sell you to the inn ahead? Li Heng pointed ahead. In the unknown distance where this dirt road stretched, a solitary mountain suddenly appeared, and on the mountain, an inn appeared, with smoke rising from its chimney, as if welcoming guests. Chapter 422 The Struggle for Imperial Supremacy, 13. The golden dragon's scalp tingled, and it immediately begged for mercy. Although it had never heard of anyone consuming true spirits, facing this mysterious and unpredictable venerable one, it didn't seem impossible. Li Heng smiled slightly, too lazy to pay any more attention to the little golden dragon. Let's go check out that inn. He strode forward, leaving footprints of varying depths on the yellow dirt path, heading towards the lonely mountain inn under the surrounding darkness. A gust of cold wind blew by, making the golden dragon, who was stuck in place, shiver and hurriedly chased after him in fear. The mountain wasn't large, it was merely a small mound. As Li Heng walked, he saw more and more grave mounds standing along the road. Soon, he stood at the foot of this lonely mountain, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Was this a small mountain or a larger grave mound? However, such speculation was ultimately meaningless without evidence. He regained his composure and looked ahead. A wooden sign stood at the entrance to the road leading to the inn on the lonely mountain. The wooden plaque was inscribed with 4 characters, a journey without interruption. A journey without interruption. Li Heng's expression was subtle. He thought of a place, the Avasi Hell, also known as the Avasi Hell in the traditional Buddhist system, the most painful of all hells. It truly meant endless suffering, endless body, endless time, and endless form. Your Excellency, I can sense a strong sense of foreboding. The little golden dragon stared at the wooden plaque, its heart pounding. Isn't that even better? Let's go. Unexpectedly, Li Heng smiled nonchalantly, ignoring the plaque, and walked straight ahead, intending to climb the mountain to the inn. The little golden dragon was dumbfounded. What did he mean by isn't that even better? Shouldn't ordinary people avoid unknown dangers? Life is only once. He had originally wanted to shout that, but then he thought, he was now just a true spirit, essentially a dead dragon. Even if he encountered a bunch of dead people up there, he wouldn't be afraid, since everyone was dead anyway. So he simply followed. The mountain wasn't high, and Li Heng quickly reached the summit of Lonely Mountain. The inn, with wisps of smoke rising from its chimney, came into view. The inn wasn't large either, only 3 stories high, with a large courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence in the front, and a small stable in one corner. Li Heng didn't stop and walked towards the inn. The little golden dragon, who had finally caught up, was even more terrified by Li Heng's actions. He instinctively sensed that they absolutely couldn't enter this inn, it was definitely a place of great danger. But in the end, he obediently followed. He had no choice, after all, Li Heng was the one in charge. Arriving at the inn, the doors were wide open. Strangely, looking inside from the outside revealed only pitch-black darkness, utterly silent, like a terrifying monster waiting to prey. But Li Heng didn't hesitate and stepped inside, into the unknown darkness. The little golden dragon was completely dumbfounded. If there's something clearly wrong, why go in? If you're going in, you should at least investigate first. Why just walk right in? Could it be that His Majesty is bewitched? This thought flashed through his mind. Then, the next moment, the thought vanished. He dismissed it. No way. Who could bewitch a terrifying being like His Majesty? He seriously doubted that even a divine being above the creation realm couldn't bewitch him. But if that's the case, why did His Majesty go in? Was he truly confident? This thought arose, but he still wasn't sure. In the end, he still went in. He had no choice, his powerful backer was inside, and he was only a true spirit. Without clinging to his backer, he couldn't leave this hellish place. If it was a trap, they could die together. Then, in the blink of an eye, the world changed. The lights were bright, and people were coming and going. Almost all the dozen or so tables in the inn were full. The aroma of wine and food wafted through the air, and the sounds of clinking glasses, conversation, and shouts filled the air. The golden dragon stared blankly at everything before it, completely dumbfounded. Where did all these people come from? That's Your Majesty? It saw Heng sitting at a wooden table in the corner by the entrance and was overjoyed. Its body, which had been floating in an S shape in the air, straightened instantly, and it darted to Heng's side. Your Majesty, so you're here. What would you like to drink? What would you like to eat? Heng smiled slightly. The golden dragon was immediately bewildered. Not just drink or eat? This wasn't right. This place clearly looked very strange and unusual. Why would they eat here? If you don't want to eat, then forget it. Waiter, come here. Heng slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly. A waiter with a towel draped over his shoulder arrived instantly, faster than anyone could imagine, and then respectfully asked, Sir, what can I do for you? What would you like to eat? Bring me my food. Heng smiled. The waiter was startled, somewhat doubtful. This, sir, you. Heng raised an eyebrow, his brows exuding an air of authority, and spoke calmly. Are you worried I won't pay after I finish my meal? This, alright, coming right away, coming right away. Realizing Heng was not someone to be trifled with, the waiter quickly changed his expression, bowing and scraping, promising the food would be here immediately, then hurried away, truly afraid of being chopped in half by a knife. The golden dragon beside him remained silent. He wondered what his master was plotting. Wasn't he afraid of something going wrong eating in a place like this? Just then, he heard the voices of some people inside the inn. I never expected to meet you on the Emperor's Road. Could it be that you also want to compete for the title of the #1 prodigy? Have you heard? A prodigy from another race has suddenly appeared, suppressing many human powerhouses in the Xianun ancient city in the middle of the Emperor's Road. He possesses unparalleled imperial potential. I thought it was something else. A mere alien race? Don't you know that some of our human prodigies have already reached the end of the Emperor's Road and are about to break through the final barrier? A series of conversations entered his ears. Almost all of them were about this path to heaven. The golden dragon was shocked. What was going on? The struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's Road had gradually disappeared with the closure of the path. How could this struggle for supremacy have reappeared? Was it a repeat of the past? But why in such a strange way? His face darkened. He knew how many prodigies had died and how many bones had been buried during the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's Road. At its peak, an entire race was wiped out every second. This was one of the reasons why the path to heaven was closed afterward. Too many people had died. Before the golden dragon could think any further, the waiter brought out dishes of food. Among them were hearty dishes like braised pork belly, stewed lion's head meatballs, and braised pork knuckle, as well as ordinary vegetarian dishes like stir-fried vegetables and stewed lotus root. The golden dragon was somewhat surprised. They really had served it, and surprisingly, it was all normal. He had expected some strange stuff like human intestine noodles or dragon bone soup. Or was this some kind of disguise? He widened his eyes, trying to discern. After all, finding normal food in such a bizarre inn was simply unbelievable. He preferred to believe it was all an illusion. However, Heng had already started eating. The golden dragon was immediately shocked. Your Excellency, you really intend to eat this? Heng raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, what did you think I came into the inn for? I thought Your Excellency was here to investigate. Seeing Heng's confident reply, the golden dragon stammered awkwardly. Eating is also a form of investigation. I investigate while I eat. Heng took a bite of the lion's head meatball covered in sauce, his mouth filled with a salty and savory flavor. The juices burst between his lips and teeth, tasting exactly like the lion's head meatballs he had eaten before, truly authentic. With each bite, his source energy surged. "Aren't you afraid there's something wrong with the food?" the golden dragon still asked doubtfully. "Who said there's something wrong with the food?" Li Heng countered with a smile. "I already said to serve my food. Since I'm eating my own food, not someone else's, how could there be anything wrong with it?" Hearing Li Heng's explanation, the golden dragon stood there, stunned. He didn't quite understand. However, when he looked around, he noticed that the food on each table was different. Some people had pieces of metal or black liquid in front of them, while others had chunks of rotten meat of unknown origin, and some plates even contained only gas and light. The golden dragon suddenly realized. So this inn was discriminating against customers? Truly discriminating against customers. Even so, his doubts remained. After all, what did it matter if the food wasn't exactly the same? The real problem was the inn itself. These supposed differences might just be a facade, so he couldn't just eat the food anywhere. But the Venerable One had already eaten. So he immediately came to another conclusion: eating his own food was fine. The reason was simple: the Venerable One had eaten. He convinced himself with this reasoning and immediately called the waiter over, saying he wanted to eat too, and the better the food, but he would only be eating his own. Then the waiter became a little hesitant. He wanted to speak up and persuade the golden dragon to change his mind. But then he suddenly noticed that Li Heng, the fiend, was sitting next to him, so he immediately changed his words and respectfully said the food would be here soon. Soon the food really did arrive. However, it wasn't the various dragon delicacies the golden dragon had been expecting, but rather pieces of golden energy crystals, which he had never seen before. "Eat without worry, this stuff is good for your true spirit," Li Heng said with a leisurely smile. This dragon really dared to make demands earlier, wanting everything imaginable. Judging from the waiter's pained expression, he probably wanted to slaughter the dragon and skin it alive. Since his master had spoken, the golden dragon had no choice but to take a bite of the energy crystal. But that one bite made his eyes light up instantly, and he devoured it frantically. This stuff was truly beneficial to his true spirit. He could sense his true spirit becoming more solid. Soon, he finished a plate of energy crystals, feeling satisfied, but still not satisfied. He continued, "Waiter, bring more dishes," the same as before. "Me too," Li Heng said with a smile. The waiter was helpless, but could only continue serving with a dark face. This went on for 9 rounds. The golden dragon threw the last energy crystal on the plate into his mouth, patted his round belly, and let out a satisfied burp. Waiter, bring more dishes." This time, the waiter finally couldn't hold back any longer. He approached Li Heng and the little golden dragon with a forced smile and said, "Gentlemen, please settle the bill first." Chapter 423 The Strange and Unsettling, 23. "We're not even full, what bill are we asking for?" Li Heng didn't speak, but the golden dragon immediately understood, flying to the waiter with a fierce look, its mouth wide open, and saying in a very fierce tone. Looking at Li Heng, who was still sitting, the waiter felt a sudden pressure, a bead of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. But he still gritted his teeth and spoke. "I suspect you two don't have any money. It seems like you two are trying to dine and dash." The golden dragon immediately flew into a rage. "Do you know who we are? How dare you say we don't have money? Is this how you run an inn? The guests are still eating and you suddenly come over and say they don't have money?" He originally wanted to question the waiter, convinced they were broke. But after thinking about it, he realized they really didn't have any money. At least he hadn't seen Li Heng show any reaction. So he immediately changed his tone, attacking another point. Seeing that Li Heng still didn't move, the waiter breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a smile. "I'm really sorry, but we're just a small business, so we have to confirm. You say you have money, then show it. What do you all think?" He raised his hands, waving the towel on his shoulders, and looked at the surrounding guests. The guests turned their attention to him, their expressions showing amusement, some even jeering. That's right, you can't dine and dash. I've been watching those two for a while now. They dared to order the best food in the inn. Do they really have money? Can they afford it? They're probably barbarians from some unknown place." A buzz of discussion filled the air. The golden dragon, feeling the pressure from so many people, couldn't withstand it and looked to Li Heng for help, hoping he would step in and handle the situation. He truly lacked confidence. Li Heng had just finished the last piece of pork belly on the table. It was fatty but not greasy. One bite, and the aroma of meat and sauce exploded in his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Why the rush? Li Heng finally spoke. The waiter was taken aback, the pressure rising again. He felt a pang of unease, but remembering his manager's instructions and the watchful eyes of the surrounding customers, his courage hardened. He spoke up, "Esteemed guests, we're not in a hurry. We just want to see if you have the money. After all, you two have eaten 9 rounds of top-quality food, already using up our annual revenue. So, let's confirm your finances first." The surrounding customers nodded in agreement. But this isn't the proper way. How can you ask someone to pay halfway through their meal? And what if we can produce the money? Li Heng said with a smile. The waiter hesitated, pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "If you really can produce the money, I'll treat you to today's meal. You don't need to pay." The surrounding crowd gasped. They hadn't expected the waiter to be so ruthless. But since he was so ruthless, didn't that mean he was confident? So instantly, even more people joined in the commotion, and some even started betting. They were betting on whether Li Heng and his companion had any money. "Alright, what kind of money do you charge?" Li Heng smiled slightly. The golden dragon was dumbfounded. Had his master lost his mind? Asking such a question, even about the type of money, indirectly proved they were indeed broke. A sudden tension gripped him. He was just a pitiful true spirit. No match for anyone. Sure enough, the waiter was enraged. Ignoring all pressure, he pointed angrily at Li Heng. "I knew you were broke. You dared to dine and dash at the Wujian Inn? You're practically courting death." His voice roared, the waiter practically fuming, filled with extreme rage. He regretted not stopping serving the food earlier. Even if he found out these two were broke, the losses he would still incur would be immense. It could wipe out 10,000 years of accumulated wealth in a single day. He was filled with hatred. The surrounding guests were stunned. They hadn't expected Li Heng to reveal himself so quickly, especially those who had participated in the betting and had bet against him at such incredible odds. They were filled with regret, realizing they had practically given the bookmakers free money. Unexpectedly, Li Heng calmly chuckled. As the saying goes, dragons don't dwell with snakes. To me, you're not even snakes, just a bunch of filthy creatures. How would I know what kind of currency you need? Even if I presented my money, would you understand? Even if a wealthy person presented gold, to a starving ghost, gold is less valuable than a bowl of thin porridge. These words directly mocked everyone present. They were instantly enraged. How dare he call them filthy creatures? He was practically courting death. If this weren't the Avasi hell, they would have already attacked and killed him. After all, they were once the pride of the Imperial Road. Haha, what a fine saying, dragons don't dwell with snakes. A loud laugh rang out. A short figure gradually emerged from the shadows behind the innkeeper's counter, appearing before the crowd, a hunched old man. Everyone was shocked. This farce had actually drawn the innkeeper's attention. The waiter was equally astonished and immediately knelt down. "Innkeeper, he was about to explain when the innkeeper spoke again, cutting him off. "Alright, Xiao, get up. Why are you kneeling? I'm not your master. This isn't a big deal, at most a fine of wages. Why do this?" Then the waiter felt an invisible force lift him up, preventing him from kneeling and forcing him to stand still. His face stiffened, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. This vampire, what did he mean by not a big deal, at most a fine of wages? Those wages were his lifeblood. The innkeeper's personal appearance was a serious matter. The other customers dared not make a fuss anymore, falling silent and casting pitying glances at Li Heng and the little golden dragon, convinced that the two were doomed, without a doubt. Even if they survived, they would surely lose their freedom forever. "It seems you are the one in charge here. So, can you make the promise the waiter made earlier?" Li Heng smiled slightly. The innkeeper, Wu Jian, stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he spoke. "Not at all, I'm just an innkeeper. Besides, Xiaojiu's promise doesn't require my approval. After all, his accumulated wages are enough to cover the cost of these meals." "Right, Xiaojiu?" The innkeeper glanced sideways at the waiter standing there dumbfounded. The waiter hurriedly nodded. Yes, the innkeeper is right. Since that's the case, why have you shown yourself?" Li Heng looked the old innkeeper up and down, smiling leisurely. "Just curious. I never expected to hear such words on this road after so many years. It seems you must be an unparalleled genius. This old man is most interested in such geniuses. The Wujian innkeeper laughed loudly. So I plan to participate in this bet. If you can come up with the money, you can enjoy all the food at the Wujian Inn free of charge. But if you can't, I would like to ask you to work as a waiter at my Wujian Inn. What do you think? His cloudy, lifeless eyes stared intently at Li Heng. Li Heng nodded slightly. It's an interesting bet. But since you're just the innkeeper, can you make the decision? Ha ha ha, very interesting indeed. This old man hasn't seen anyone question me for many years, countless millennia. You are the first. Don't worry, I can still make the decision. You don't need to worry about me going back on my word. Wujian is my witness. The Wujian innkeeper assured him confidently. Li Heng sensed that as the old innkeeper uttered those words, an invisible force descended from the void, protecting the bet, seemingly bearing the witness of the unbreakable bond he had mentioned. Alright, I agree. But before that, let's revisit the old matter. What kind of money does your inn charge? Li Heng smiled slightly. The surrounding guests were inwardly shocked. They hadn't expected Li Heng to agree to the unbreakable bond innkeeper's words. Agreeing was one thing, perhaps he was truly confident and was just fishing for their scheme. But now he was actually asking the same question again. What kind of money does the unbreakable bond inn charge? Wasn't this blatant youthful arrogance and recklessness? They felt Li Heng was completely unaware of his situation. They couldn't help but laugh at him. However, a hint of envy crept into their laughter. After all, fools are always happy. Actually, you should have already seen the money our inn charges. Outside the inn, aren't there some paper money scattered in the small graves along the roadside? That's the money our inn charges, the unbreakable bond innkeeper said with a smile. The golden dragon suddenly remembered, its anxiety growing. The inn was actually collecting paper money? Damn it, it should have collected some earlier. Looks like you're not pretending at all, Li Heng said with a faint smile. Sir, please pay up, the innkeeper's smile deepened. Oh, by the way, if you really don't have any money, you can ask this little dragon next to you to go outside and grab a few sheets of paper money. Our inn will accept them. The golden dragon was somewhat surprised. Was the innkeeper planning to let them off the hook? With a thought, it transmitted its voice to Li Heng. Your Excellency, should I really go and get a few sheets? Li Heng glanced at the dragon, too lazy to pay attention to the stupid dragon, and then smiled and said, that's quite a coincidence. I really have as much of this so-called paper money as I want. With a thought, the paper money was immediately piled on the ground. Stacks upon stacks of it. Look, is this it? Li Heng said with a half-smile. The surrounding guests were stunned by the scene before them. This man actually had money. He was just fishing. Not enough? I can add more. I pay by weight. Li Heng smiled. The innkeeper of Wujian stood frozen, stunned for a long time, his face growing increasingly grim. He scrutinized the stacks of paper money, trying to find a flaw. But the more he looked, the more real it seemed. Or rather, it was real. But why? A wave of utter shock washed over the innkeeper. How could this guy, who had just entered the Wujian path, possess ghost money? This didn't make sense, and so much at that. He had noticed Li Heng and the little golden dragon from the very beginning. That's why the Wujian Inn appeared. Li Heng and the little golden dragon had been under his watchful eye since entering the Wujian path. Their every move was under his notice. There shouldn't have been any accidents. Could this person have obtained ghost money outside the Wujian path? That didn't make sense either. How could there be ghost money outside the Wujian path? What, shopkeeper, are you going to back out? Li Heng smiled slightly as he watched the shopkeeper, Wujian, stand motionless for a long time. He indeed didn't have any ghost money, but he had omnipotent source power. He could easily create some. This isn't enough, the shopkeeper gritted his teeth and said. I already said it's sold by weight, why don't you believe me? Li Heng shook his head, and with another thought, another huge pile of ghost money appeared, almost filling half the room. At this moment, all the guests present gasped. So much money. The shopkeeper was completely dumbfounded. May I ask who you are? You're definitely not someone who just entered the path of no return. Where would someone who just entered the path of no return get so much ghost money? He roared angrily. The path of no return? Ghost money? Li Heng seemed thoughtful, but his expression remained calm as he spoke indifferently. What, shopkeeper, do you want to go back on your promise? Do you want to go back on your word about the path of no return? He wasn't worried that the shopkeeper would renege on his promise. Because the power of the path of no return felt somewhat familiar. It seemed strange. Chapter 424 Seamless Arbitration, 33. The Strangeness, the Rules of Corruption and Alienation. Li Heng had once suspected that the strangeness might be related to some calamity in the void. However, he hadn't found anything in the mortal world back then, until now when he encountered it again. Hearing Li Heng's warning, the Wujian shopkeeper forced himself to calm down, though his face was still somewhat distorted. Fine, I admit defeat, I'll keep my word. Jiu, why don't you serve these two guests? The Wujian shopkeeper glanced at the waiter beside him and spoke coldly. He dared not go back to his words. There was a guarantee from Wujian in them. To go back would mean death. After speaking, he didn't want to pay attention to Li Heng anymore and walked straight back to the shopkeeper's counter hidden in the shadows. Only the sound of an abacus could be heard. It was unclear what he was thinking. The waiter then reacted and became somewhat flustered. The innkeeper, who was supposed to be infallible, had actually failed. The customers beside him couldn't help but gasp, all no longer daring to underestimate Li Heng. Just as the Wujian shopkeeper had said, who exactly was this person? Waiter, hurry up and bring the food. The little golden dragon snapped out of its daze, becoming arrogant and disregarding where Li Heng had gotten so much paper money. It used its superior position to look down at the waiter impatiently. Yes, the food will be here soon. The waiter was pale. He understood that the person and dragon before him were beings he couldn't afford to offend. He even had to pray they would spare him, otherwise he would surely die. Another round of food was served. The little golden dragon frantically devoured energy crystals to replenish its true spirit. Meanwhile, Li Heng continuously sampled delicacies from all over the world, limited to human cuisine, his source energy rapidly increasing. This was also why he had come to this inn for a meal. In fact, he had sensed something unusual when he first saw the inn. When he reached the inn's entrance, he felt even more strongly that the inn might be a strange entity, or rather, a manifestation of a strange entity. He initially thought it was just his imagination, but after tasting the food, he immediately realized that this inn, if not strange, was at least a creation of strange rules. Through careful observation, he could deduce the inn's abilities. Guests could make their food requests upon entering, and the innkeeper or waiter seemed unable to refuse easily, having to fulfill their requests completely. Guests also gained many benefits from the food. For example, the little golden dragon could replenish his true spirit, causing his source power to surge. This was truly an excellent opportunity. However, he also knew that there were no free lunches. Behind every opportunity lay danger, and the gifts bestowed by fate always came with a price. Especially in such a strange inn. Therefore, eating the inn's food came with a price. Li Heng guessed that the price was related to money. After all, you have to pay for food, that's not surprising. Who eats and drinks for free? But he didn't think it would be that simple. After all, this was an inn suspected of being supernatural, or even inherently supernatural. Malice towards living beings was instinctive. Why would they obediently follow the principle of paying for food? If that were possible, it wouldn't be supernatural. It would be a cooking-inspired wish-granting machine. Finally, with the attitudes and words of the waiter and the innkeeper, the price gradually became clear. Food required payment, but this inn required a huge amount of money, exorbitantly priced meals. The kind that would bankrupt you with just one bite, even more expensive than a slice of cake. And what they gave was paper money from roadside graves, ghost money. Fortunately, Li, was a cheat code. If there was no ghost money, he'd print it on the spot. Although he had never dealt with this so-called ghost money before, he had dealt with life-saving money, and the nature of life-saving money was very similar to this ghost money. So, in the end, the source power money printing machine, you deserve it. At this moment, many of the guests at the next table wanted to leave. After all, with such a formidable figure present, they'd lost their appetite, and the food at the Wujian Inn was simply too expensive. But they dared not leave. The formidable figure hadn't given any orders yet. They didn't know his personality. Perhaps the moment they stepped out of the inn, he'd kill them under the pretext of raising his left foot first. It was better to remain still and observe. Then they became numb. Little Golden Dragon and Li Heng were eating non-stop. They were dumbfounded, unable to understand. They'd already eaten 81 tables of food, why weren't these two full yet? This wasn't about physical fullness, after all. Someone with a bit of cultivation could devour a mountain, and a creation realm cultivator could easily swallow a whole world. Rather, the food at the Wujian Inn was incredibly nourishing. There was once a poor fellow who could only drink 2 bowls of turbid wine and maybe have a dish of fennel beans. But then, out of nowhere, this poor ghost suddenly became rich and could even afford braised beef. Then the poor ghost died. Not killed by someone eyeing his money. Rather, he ate 2 extra plates of braised beef, and because his cultivation was too weak, he couldn't handle the nourishment and died from overeating. His death was gruesome. He was burst apart by the energy contained within, leaving not even fragments. And now, this fiend and that little golden dragon have eaten many times more than the poor ghost, yet they are completely unharmed. How is that possible? Li Heng, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. This Wujian Inn was indeed excellent. Aside from the exorbitant food prices, everything was perfect. They could provide him with delicacies from all over the world, and eating delicious food could even increase his source energy. Now, his source energy had increased by 50,000 trillion. He had even condensed 2 golden source points, bringing his total to 47. He sighed inwardly, realizing that things must indeed be viewed dialectically and realistically. It's clear that strange beings harbor malice towards humans, but if used properly, they can be turned into opportunities. Of course, the premise is not to overdo it. To provoke a strange entity without the necessary resources is suicidal. If he didn't have source energy as a backup, he wouldn't have chosen to step into this inn. He could have simply crushed it from the outside. After all, as long as the firepower was strong enough. While Li Heng and the little golden dragon were happily eating, the innkeeper, Wu Jian, hidden in the shadows behind the counter, constantly turning the abacus, finally couldn't hold back any longer. With a bang, he slammed the abacus on the ground, beads scattering everywhere. He slammed his fist on the table, roaring in a low voice, "These damned man and dragon, are they never going to stop? They're still eating." He dared to promise Li Heng and the others unlimited food mainly because he thought he couldn't possibly lose, and even if he did lose, he had a large fortune to afford. After all, how much could 2 people eat? At most a dozen tables. Even if there were losses, he could just accept them, it wouldn't be crippling. Not to mention they had already eaten at 9 tables, and it would be even less on time. But now, it seems he underestimated them. They've taught him a lesson. These 2 have eaten more than half of his fortune. If they continue like this, he'll be bankrupt. Bankruptcy isn't so bad, after all, he still has the identity of the manager of the Wujian Inn. He can always start from scratch and slowly rebuild. What's terrifying is that these 2 can continue eating. He has to pay for their food because of his promise. But by then, he'll be bankrupt and can only use himself to pay off the debt. In the end, even paying off the debt with his own body isn't enough. And once Wu Jian thinks he can't repay the debt, he's doomed. After all, he's not the owner of the Wujian Inn, just the manager. The Wujian manager gritted his teeth. This isn't a lesson, it's clearly a death sentence. Fine. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. I don't care who you are, but if you want my life, I won't accept it. I'll make you pay the price. He made up his mind. The waiter kept bringing out dishes, his heart pounding. Is this too much? Is it really okay? Sir, this is your Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Please enjoy. He thought to himself, even feeling a pang of envy and resentment. After all, this one pot of Buddha jumps over the wall soup was more than all his savings. But in reality, he could only frantically serve the food, bowing and scraping. Where's mine? Where's mine? Why hasn't my phoenix-flavored crystal arrived yet? The little golden dragon cried out from the side. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have phoenix flavor, or rather, phoenix can't be described as a flavor. Perhaps you could order something else? The waiter wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a towel and said respectfully. This damn inn has nothing, the little golden dragon continued, grumbling with dissatisfaction, acting like a sycophant. Fine, fine, give me a piece of multicolored black, and remember, salt and pepper flavor. The little golden dragon pouted, flicked its tail, and instructed the waiter. The waiter was dumbfounded. What does multicolored black mean? Explain it to me. At this moment, the innkeeper emerged from the shadows. The many guests, who had been dozing off but dared not leave first, suddenly perked up, their heads snapping upwards, secretly hoping. Could it be that the innkeeper had finally given in? They were overjoyed to the point of tears. Being forced to watch others eat, especially of such high-class dishes they could never even imagine, was pure torture. It showed them the terrifying class divide. Why did they have to experience this even though they were already dead? Innkeeper, keep going. I support you, the crowd shouted silently. How is your meal? Are you satisfied? The innkeeper asked blankly, his face like a dead man's. I'm fairly satisfied, so I plan to continue. Heng said with a smile, picking up a piece of abalone and swallowing it. The abalone was full of collagen, his mouth brimming with the fresh taste of seafood. Sir, show some mercy, the innkeeper said sullenly, his face darkening further. Heng was surprised by this. Innkeeper, what are you saying? Didn't you just promise we could eat as much as we wanted in this inn? Why are you suddenly being so forgiving? You're not planning to renege on your promise, are you? Do normal customers eat like this? Innkeeper Wujian roared. Do you need to tell me what to do when I'm eating here? Heng smiled slightly. Don't think you've got me cornered. I'm giving you another warning, or don't blame me for turning my back on you. Innkeeper Wujian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. That's boring. High rewards come with high risks. You have to bear the consequences. You tried to use this to trap me in this inn and make me your slave. I'm just eating some vegetables, and you're getting impatient? Heng shook his head, feeling utterly bored. Innkeeper Wujian felt like he was about to faint from anger. Was this eating vegetables? No. This was eating his life. Since that's the case, let's see who's stronger. Innkeeper of Inn number 5, I request Wujian arbitration. He said coldly. Chapter 425 Money Makes the World Go Round, 13. Instantly, silence fell, everything came to a standstill, and the world lost its color, like a black and white photograph. Heng could sense that after the Wujian innkeeper uttered those words, an invisible force descended upon the area, and it was this force that caused everything that was happening now. The Wujian innkeeper chuckled coldly. How can those who make the rules be bound by them? He looked up at the sky, and a hazy mist appeared, constantly twisting and changing, evolving into various hellish scenes, as if this mist was the sum of all hells. Heng's expression was somewhat subtle. He had initially thought this was a new calamity, but upon closer inspection, it was different from a calamity, merely something that could be described as related. What was this thing? Wujian, I request arbitration against this person. The Wujian innkeeper spoke coldly, pointing at Heng. This person set me up, tricking me into signing an unlimited contract, which has already caused more than half of the losses to the Earth number 5 Inn. Moreover, I suspect that the ghost money on this person is fake. Please, Wujian, investigate thoroughly. Heng found himself unable to move. It seemed an invisible force was binding him, and even unleashing all his power, he couldn't break free. Unless he used his source energy, but that wasn't urgent. He looked on with amusement, continuing to watch the mist in the air. The mist, responding to the words of the Wujian shopkeeper, began to evolve. The hellish scene vanished, replaced by fragments of past history. However, nothing unusual was found. The historical fragments played from the moment Heng and the little golden dragon arrived at the Wujian road, continuing to the present, even playing repeatedly, without revealing any evidence that the ghost money was counterfeit. The Wujian shopkeeper was stunned. This didn't make sense. Even Wujian himself couldn't find anything. Shopkeeper Wujian, what are you doing? Heng asked with a half-smile. HMPH. Don't think you've already won. The reason I chose to act is because I'm confident of victory. Even if your ghost money is real, so what? The Wujian shopkeeper said, his face grim. Clearly, he wasn't as tough as he appeared. Wujian, I guarantee this man a fair duel to the death, using my title as the manager of the Dizzy Inn as collateral. If I lose, he can inherit the management of the Dizzy Inn, the old manager continued. Instantly, with a loud boom, the surrounding black and white scenery changed again. The many buildings inside the inn disappeared, and the two arrived directly in an arena shrouded in a thin mist. Manager Wujian looked around, sensed the power within his body, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed everything was going according to his plan. Heng was somewhat amazed. A fair duel to the death? He himself hadn't even agreed to it. Moreover, he now discovered that the power that had been binding him had dissipated, and he could move again. However, his cultivation level was suppressed by some kind of power, suppressed to its lowest level. Although he hadn't completely become immortal, he was close. Moreover, this power was extremely strange, seemingly some kind of highly specialized rule, which his power could hardly break through. Unless he used his source power, he could only remain suppressed. Clearly, this was Manager Wu Jian's trump card. At this moment, Manager Wu Jian smiled smugly. You must have noticed that your cultivation has been suppressed. Are you surprised and panicked, feeling that this isn't a fair life or death duel? If you think that, you're sorely mistaken. What I'm sacrificing is my precious innkeeper status, while you're only sacrificing your insignificant life. The two are not equal. You're essentially gambling with a small stake for a huge one, and you have to pay the price. So, your cultivation being suppressed is fair, isn't it? But I haven't had my cultivation suppressed. As his words fell, the innkeeper's aura surged, a terrifying yin energy erupting forth, its surging waves echoing throughout the arena like the waves of a vast ocean. Now you should die. You know I've lost my innkeeper status, while you've only lost your life. This shows how much we weigh in Wu Jian's eyes. The innkeeper grinned maliciously and attacked instantly. He hadn't wanted to start a life or death duel, as it involved a great risk. If this person's wealth were greater than his status as the innkeeper, then he would have to pay a price for his gamble. But it seems he won. Li Heng pondered, so that's how it is. In a gamble, both sides must bet their chips. And in a relatively fair gamble, the chips on both sides should be equal. For example, both sides have to pay with their lives, or both sides bet $1 million. You can't bet $1 million with a penny, that's unfair. In this duel, the innkeeper's status is very valuable, while his life is very worthless. He used his life to gamble on the innkeeper's status, which is gambling with a small amount for a large sum, and he must pay an extra price. Otherwise, he felt the gamble wasn't fair. Of course, Li Heng still wanted to complain. He didn't propose this duel, and he didn't add his own chips, so how could it be fair? It seems either this gamble was inherently unfair, or the innkeeper was manipulating things behind the scenes. The manager of Wu Jian rushed towards Li Heng, determined to finish the fight quickly. Regardless of who this person was, in this arena, under Wu Jian's suppression, he was utterly insignificant, like a mortal. He was confident he could instantly kill him. Then, Li Heng calmly spoke. Wu Jian, I have money. The manager of Wu Jian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. What, you want to bribe Wu Jian with ghost money? What a joke. Wu Jian is absolutely fair, and besides, you think you can bribe Wu Jian with your meager funds? Die? He roared, already in front of Li Heng. Then, the arena froze. The manager of Wu Jian's body was immobilized, the power he was about to unleash, the power to tear Li Heng to shreds, had stopped, leaving only his thoughts functioning. This feeling was unbearable, like someone blocking his way halfway through urinating. He was confused, what was happening now? Before he could even process what was happening, an invisible force descended, pulling him away from Li Heng, and the two returned to their previous positions. At this point, the Wu Jian shopkeeper could barely move, but he couldn't launch any attack against Li Heng. How much money do you have? A detached voice rang out in the arena. The Wu Jian shopkeeper was completely dumbfounded. It was Wu Jian's voice. What was going on? Did Wu Jian really have his eye on this man's money? Why? How could this be? Li Heng, seeing this, smiled slightly, showing no surprise. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.